Please come closer as we complete the salah, inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, wa kafa wa salamun ala ibadihi alladhina astafa amma ba'd. So, first, inshallah, I would like to quickly address our youth who have come out here to participate in the tournament. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make it a successful day for you, and I hope you have a good time. And I also wanted to take a moment, just within a minute or so, to remind everyone what is the purpose here at Darus Salam and why are we holding the tournament in the first place. Alhamdulillah, Darus Salam Foundation, some of you I can see are new or visiting for the first time. The whole history of this organization, the mission, the objectives is beyond the scope of the 1 or 2 minutes we have. But in brief, if in 1 or 2 sentences, I wanted everyone to understand that our purpose and our objective here is that how we can recreate the entire community at the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Medina al-Munawwara, and all of its different aspects. So under Darus Salam Foundation, there are different branches. Here we are in Darus Salam Masjid, and in the Darus Salam Masjid we have, of course, the Salah and the Jumu'ah, Taraweeh, the normal programs, and on top of that, many educational programs for the wider community. Then this is, inshaAllah, following the model of Masjid al-Nabawi in the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Along with that, there is the seminary, number 2, Darus Salam Seminary. Darus Salam Seminary is an institute of higher Islamic learning, and alhamdulillah, the level of the deen that is taught is beyond your typical Sunday school, let me tell you that. Alhamdulillah, you can tell from the fact that we have students here who are spending 10 years, 12 years, from hifz all the way to memorizing the Quran in 2 to 3 years, then taking the 1-year intensive program, 7-year alim program, 7 years, then postgraduate program in hadith studies. So it is very, very rigorous, it is, alhamdulillah, in the ilm of qira'ah, there are students who are here, your age, from America, born here, alhamdulillah, who have studied and got ijazah in 10 different qira'at and 20 different riwayat, the highest level of knowledge of qira'at in the world, period. There is no other ijazah beyond that. That's taking place right here. And we are unaware of that. So, alhamdulillah, we should be proud of this happening right under our nose. It's happening right here in our local city. That is the Darus Salam Seminary. Then there is, alhamdulillah, Darus Salam Institute. What is the institute? That is the traveling arm of Darus Salam. Not everyone can come here, so we have to go out to them. So alhamdulillah, particularly Mufti Azimuddin and other scholars here, they go out to different cities around the country, taking the programs from Darus Salam to them, educational programs, weekend seminars, etc. And then we have Darus Salam Publications, that's number 4, where we have print as well as electronic books, pamphlets, etc. being published by the scholars here. And the last one is where you fit in, where the program that you have come for, which is the Darus Salam Community Center. The Darus Salam Community Center has the gymnasium, the banquet hall, the fitness area, and different community programs, social programs, because that is a need as well, ranging from clothing bazaars for Eid for the sisters, and this program here that we have, the bonfire in the fall time, different programs for youth, kids, women, other sectors of the community, for them to be able to fulfill these communal social needs in an Islamic manner. So alhamdulillah, that is the purpose of the youth, of the basketball tournament. So alhamdulillah, we enjoy the game, but at the same time, we have the masjid just across the courtyard. We do not miss the salah. We have a brief reminder about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, about our deen, the purpose of our life. And we wish that all of you can, at some capacity, be connected not only with the Darus Salam Community Center, that's awesome, you already are, but beyond that with Darus Salam Masjid and Darus Salam Seminary. So my humble appeal right now, call to action, is that if you can sign up for free on our email listserv or on our, inshallah, events group, WhatsApp group, which is admin post only. It'll be, inshallah, not too much for you to get interrupted in your daily life. That way you will be up to date with the different programs, the masjid programs, the seminary programs. And lastly, one particular program that I wanted to highlight is our one-year intensive, which is starting coming Monday, inshallah, after 1 week, not the day after tomorrow, the following week. So inshallah, we have a new batch of students coming in. You could potentially be one of them, if not this year, the following year. And this is a very, very unique program. It is a flagship program of Dar es Salaam, where we have youth of all different ages, high school graduates, college graduates, even professionals who have left, taken a year off from their studies to come and their work to come and study the deen. And it is, in short, been described as a life-changing experience where we get grounded in the Arabic, Aqidah, Fiqh, all the different subjects of our deen, and we come closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you have any further questions regarding any of the programs, please, you can meet with Maulana Salman Khan, who I will hand it over to. He will give a few pointers regarding the logistics of the game itself and the tournament. And just to introduce Maulana Salman, he is one of the instructors here at Dar es Salaam. And mashallah, he's equally capable in teaching Hidayah Thalis and Fiqh al-Buyu', which is very high level fiqh, as well as on the court. He will be playing with you as well. And he will be the, mashallah, the administrator and organizer of the tournament. He has been doing a lot of effort beforehand, setting it up, getting the referees lined up and everything. And when he is with you in the court, I just request everyone to cooperate with him and inshallah understand that following the Amir, that's part of our deen. So he's the Amir of the tournament, inshallah. Jazakullahu Khairun. Also, the rest of the brothers who are here, please, if particularly young ones don't feel that, oh, we missed out on the tournament, we are here for the learning about atheism. The purpose is that if you have come for the atheism seminar and divine reality, mashallah, you are here for a very high purpose. And the reason there at the same time is those who are came for the tournament, they should get attracted to the atheism seminar, not the other way around. And that's why if you're waiting for your game, you can also join us here. Don't feel, you don't have to be left out. Also, if you unfortunately end up losing early, if you lost the game, then you can come here to ensure you don't lose your iman. It's okay if you lose the game, but you don't want to lose iman. So that's what we're going to be talking about here with Brother Fahad Tasleem, Sheikh Fahad Tasleem, about how to not lose your iman. Yes, you lost the game, but let's not lose iman.
Jazakullahu Khairun for that introduction. Inshallah, we got to be very quick here. One comment I wanted to make regarding that one-year program that Mufti Sahib highlighted. When we think about 1 year of our life, we think like, man, that's a long time. That's 1 year delayed of work or marriage. And I think almost every single alumni I've spoken to about the one-year program, they always tell me this one thing, that we never felt like a year of our life got taken away, right? And this kind of reflects the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, that man taraka shay'an lillahi awadahu Allahu khayran min, that whoever sacrifices, whoever gives up something for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give him something even better than that. So many of them, they did better in their college afterwards, they got better jobs, they, subhanAllah, so many things to share. But secondly, about the program that's taking place, everyone is registering, but alhamdulillah, our administration, they've given a complimentary registration for all of you guys that signed up for the tournament, so you don't have to worry about paying any extra fee or anything like that. As you said, you can just come straight here to the masjid after the program. Just a few quick rules. Is nothing new. Number one, of course, respect each other. Respect the refs. Please respect their call. Don't argue with each other. Don't use any vulgar language. We did mention that in the email that such things are not tolerated, especially we're close to the masjid. We should be mindful of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Also, right now, there's more things to announce, but just because we're running short of time, we're not going to have every team go back to the gym, the main level of the gym right now. We just want those that are playing to be there, and I'm sure those who are here before, they know why, because it gets very crowded and then people feel that they're being disturbed. So there's Team Hamza, mashallah, and Raging Bulls. So Team Hamza will be wearing this red kind of outer fabric to kind of distinguish themselves from the other team. All the other teams, inshallah, will make our way upstairs to the running track. Two very important changes that happened was that this was a single elimination, but alhamdulillah, we were able to convert it into a double elimination by removing the warm-up games, and because we had 1-2 less teams show up. So some people have been asking me about, it's 6.5 minutes, it's not 8 minutes. Well, it was a single elimination. If you had one game, it would be 16 minutes, but now everyone is guaranteed at least 2 games, which you're getting 28 minutes, 27 minutes, 26 minutes per team. So it works out more. If we end up being ahead of schedule, we can change the time if needed, inshallah. So we can make our way to the gym. Jazakullahu Khairun. Assalamu alaikum.
Inshallah. The rest can come closer. Alhamdulillah. Just wanted to give a quick introduction to the program. Let's take a moment for everyone else to come closer, inshallah. So alhamdulillah, we have, everyone else, please come closer, inshallah. Sheikh Fahad Tasleem, mashallah, he holds our guest speaker, instructor. We're very, very honored to have him here. He holds a BA in economics, graduate studies in Middle Eastern studies with a focus on Islamic theology, and an MSc in business. He's a student, researcher, and teacher of various Islamic sciences. His areas of interest include Islamic theology, da'wah, history, economics, entrepreneurship, and Quranic studies. So that's a lot going on there, subhanAllah. Islamic theology, that's our aqidah, and da'wah is how we can present it to others. History, economics, entrepreneurship, and Quranic studies. The Muhajirun, they were entrepreneurs, right? And mashallah, Allah Ta'ala gave them so much barakah in their business. And the Ansar, they were the farmers. So following the sunnah of the Muhajirun. Then Fahad, Sheikh Fahad, he studied Arabic at Georgetown University and the University of Texas at Austin. Alhamdulillah. And a brief overview about the purpose of this program. Since the birth of modern secularism in Europe, atheism has proliferated globally on an unprecedented scale. And this is something that we are, as imams of the masajid, we see this. Every single family that comes in and cries about their particular case, they begin that by saying, please don't tell anyone else. No one else will believe this. It's very shameful, embarrassing. This is happening in my family. And of course, we maintain that confidentiality. But the sad part is that there's so many other people within that same musalla, within that same saf, that are going through the same crisis, exact same crisis. And everyone feels that no one else should know about it. And feeling embarrassed about it is actually good. It's a good sifa. Haya is part of iman. And if you lose the haya, lose our inner consciousness, then what's left? إِذَا فَاتَكَ الْحَيَا فَاصْنَعْ مَا تَشَاء فَاصْنَعْ مَا شِئْتَ. If you lose your haya, then go ahead and do whatever you want, as it comes in the hadith. إِذَا لَمْ تَخْشَ عَاقِبَةَ اللَّيَالِي وَلَمْ تَسْتَحِي فَاصْنَعْ مَا تَشَاءُ فَلَا وَاللَّهِ مَا فِي الْعَيْشِ خَيْرٌ وَلَا الدُّنْيَا إِذَا ذَهَبَ الْحَيَاءُ. When the haya and modesty goes, then there's no khair in life. Go ahead and do whatever you want at that point. So, إِذَا سَرَّتْكَ حَسَنَتُكَ وَسَاءَتْكَ سَيِّئَتُكَ فَأَنْتَ مُؤْمِنٌ. When your good deed makes you happy and your sin makes you sad, then that is a sign of iman. And Rasulullah ﷺ said that Allah Ta'ala will forgive every sinner except for the mujahir, not mujahid, hir. So that's how he said, who is a mujahir with a ra? He said the one who, when he commits a sin and Allah hides it, then he's not happy until he goes and exposes himself from jahar. He exposes his own sin, then he will never be forgiven by Allah Ta'ala. So this is the time and age we're living in, when people commit the sins and then they post it on Facebook, post it on, on social media, the sin. And the reason they're doing it is because it's not regarded as sin anymore. There's another whole topic there. But anyway, so with the birth of modern secularism in Europe, atheism has proliferated globally on an unprecedented scale. With atheism knocking heads with core religious beliefs, its effects are reverberating across the spectrum of religious identity and thought. Muslims, we are in the eye of the storm. Well, that's not a good tashbih because the eye of the storm is where it's more calm. So the eye of the storm, the hurricane, is very calm, and around is all the destruction. So that would not apply. But we are in the center of the worst part of the storm, right here in America. Muslims in the United States are especially affected since they are at the crossroads of debates directly associated with a dominant liberal atheistic worldview and a growing Christian conservative movement. So these are two opposites: the dominant liberal atheistic worldview and the growing Christian conservative movement. The thing is, for parents, we have to understand that you can never, ever, ever underestimate the blessing you had growing up in a Muslim-dominated culture. Just by hearing the adhan 5 times a day, just by your teacher saying Bismillah before you started the lesson, there's so much deen that you soaked in through osmosis from your environment without even realizing it. And a follow-up to that point is, you can also never ever understand the extent of the mahrumiyat and the deprivation of the children born here without any fault of their own, that they are deprived of that Islamic environment. You may have been playing cricket in the street and not even praying salah in the jama'ah, but the people were walking to the masjid. You saw them. You saw individuals going to pray. You heard people. Maybe one uncle would have said, hey, come, ask the other kids to join the salah too. Whereas the kids, they are not only deprived of the Islamic environment, they are exposed to completely atheistic environment. In such an environment, Muslims are forced to either completely accept a liberal paradigm with philosophical roots in atheism and capitulate core Islamic values. Capitulate, give up. This was on the feedback. I didn't get a chance to talk about Brother Fahad, that some of us our English is not at the level of Fahad. So some of the feedback. But there are others who are appreciating it. They were saying that, wow, this is, at the level that we finally wanted someone intelligent talking to us. But others were getting very lost as well. It's very difficult because primarily I'm an instructor teacher too. That's my job. And I know it's really hard. That's why we have grades, right? We have grades. I'm only here, continuing to talk because those who are coming in at 2 o'clock, I didn't want them to miss the actual program. So I'm doing the fluff before the actual main event. So the thing is, because it's worth hanging on to every word that is to follow. So anyway, when you have to have different grades, right? Grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. Now, what happens if you're doing a public bayan, like a Jummah or any of such, when you have the whole ummah, you speak general targhibi talks that everyone can follow. But this is a class, this is an academic discourse. We're here to learn. And the entire setup, it's very challenging for the teacher, because if he is going to speak at the level of those who have background in philosophy, it would be a completely different way he would present it. And those who have even their English language skill level is not there, you would have to break it down at a different level. It's like teaching Sunday school to kids and Dora Hadith at the same time. So that's very, very, very challenging for the speaker. May Allah make it easy for him. So if you find that, hey, this is too easy for me, he's not there to insult your intelligence. And if you find it's too difficult, it's because he's trying to cover the material that he was assigned. And may Allah make it easy for us to benefit and for him to teach. And if you have any questions, there is a Q&A. So please ask your questions. Don't just say, oh, we have no idea what he's talking about, and forget about it. But try to ask, inshallah. Su'alun nisful ilm. Asking questions is half of knowledge. Prophet ﷺ said, "Innama shifa'ul ayyi as-su'al." The cure for ignorance is to ask. So, where were we? In such an environment, Muslims are forced to either completely accept a liberal paradigm with philosophical roots in atheism and capitulate, to give up the core Islamic values, or to adopt those values, or you adopt it, that's the other option, just become like them, and be relegated to a belief system like Christianity, which is assumed to have a value equivalent to fairy tales. The epistemology of Christianity is equivalent to fairy tales, like ajib wa gharib things. like 1 plus 1 plus 1, you go back to the kids from Maktab, they know it equals 3. But people say, 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 1. How is that? There was, in the Q&A last night, he touched upon the Trinity. This course aims to break this paradigm by presenting a thorough understanding of atheism's philosophical roots and key arguments in a lucid and palatable manner. Palatable is so we should be able to digest it, inshallah. A powerful case for the truth of Islam based upon rationality and spirituality. So there's the ilm and the dhikr, the tarbiyah and the ta'aleem and tarbiyah. Right? There are two things. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, إِنَّمَا بُعِثْتُ مُعَلِّمًا and إِنَّمَا بُعِثْتُ لِأُتَمِّمَ مَكَارِمَ الْأَخْلَاقِ. He came for two things. وَيُزَكِّيهِمْ وَيُعَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ. And the ilm will take away the fitnatu shubuhat, and the tazkiyah will remove the fitnatu shahawat, the doubts and desires. Like the maghdubi alayhim fell into shahawat, and the dhalleen fell into shubuhat. That's why we say, Oh Allah, غَيْرِ الْمَغْضُوبِ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا الضَّالِّينَ. The more we do tawasaw bil sabr, we will squash the shahawat. The more we do tawasaw bil haqq, we will, insha'Allah, remove the shubuhat. So, rationality and spirituality will be made, equipping students with not only a guide to fortify their own convictions. First, we have to save our own self, but also a toolkit to proactively invite others to the beautiful Islamic way of life. Subhanallah. So, how can we save our own iman and insha'Allah become means of saving others? Allahumma hdina wahdi bina. Oh Allah, guide us and guide others through us. So, insha'Allah, we hope that you can give your full, undivided attention to the course and benefit greatly, and I will be also benefiting with you. Jazakumullahu Khairun. We invite Brother Fahad too.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, wassalatu wassalam ala ashraf al-anbiya wal mursaleen, Nabina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'een, amma ba'd. So, Jazakullahu Khair for that introduction, I appreciate it. And the comments that you mentioned about kind of the language, actually a few people came up to me and mentioned that. And so, let me make that a starting point, inshallah. There was, and I think I was mentioning this to the 7th year students this morning, that I had taught this very content at UT Austin. And instead of, putting it into one weekend, we had the benefit, because I was studying there, to divide it up over, like a whole semester. So every week they would take the content in just little pieces. And I remember in one section where we were talking about the philosophy of science, we went through all of the material, and at the end of the session, one of the attendees, one of the brothers, he comes up and he says, look, what you presented, I fully understand it, and it makes complete sense. But the thing is, my professor, he's an evolutionary biologist who graduated from Harvard. And when he speaks, I may understand 15%, but he just sounds right. So I'm like, look, man, you agree with the content, but you're being swayed because of how he sounds, because the words that he's using are just, elevated. So that kind of, gave me a certain perspective from one perspective that, we need to have language that is easy to understand, no doubt about it, right? Because that's the only way that we're going to be able to understand the content. At the same time, if you're feeling a little uncomfortable with the language, try to adopt that discomfort. Because using that language will, inshallah, help you, and will help you to convey what's actually being said in a way that, I know this may sound very superficial, in a way that kind of shows the dominant position of Islam, right? Not from the actual content, but how you're presenting the content, okay? So again, like was mentioned, typically I don't speak like this when I deliver a Jum'ah khutbah, right? Although I have done it once or twice, and then, I have gotten the same comments, right? Including my own spouse, who would come to the Jummah khutbah, and she's like, "You've just got to stop. No one knows what epistemology is. Just stop it," right? So anyways, so I'm working on it. So may Allah make it easy for me. So the other thing I wanted to mention, if there are concepts or if the language is a bit tough, you are in your full right to stop me and say, "I didn't understand that point. Can you put it in simple language, or can you explain it?" Right? Because the point is for you to take the content, to internalize it, to understand it, so that you can convey it. And the reason I'm saying that is because, the thing that I'm hoping to get out of this is that people like yourselves are empowered such that you are comfortable presenting the content itself, whether that means to your own children, whether that means to society at large, whether that means to coworkers, whoever it might be, right? So, if that's the case, if there's something where there is something you're not understanding, please stop me and just say, "I have a question about that," okay? That you'll be doing me a favor, actually, inshallah. Okay. So with that said, let us now start in earnest. Last night, we had gotten through the definition of atheism. We talked about the various categories. So who remembers some of those categories? And by the way, my teaching style, as I mentioned last night, is a little more interactive. So now that we've thinned out the herd from based on last night, I think that interaction can be even more profound. So who remembers some of the categories? Yeah. Agnostic atheism. All right, so what is an agnostic atheist? Okay, so it's when you have doubts about the existence of God, all right? So what we said last night is that it is not possible to make a positive case, okay? Now what that means is that you cannot absolutely prove the absence of God, okay? And so hence, if an atheist claims, "I can prove that God doesn't exist," no atheist is going to make that claim, right? So hence, we said most atheists are agnostic atheists, okay? Absolute atheism is just nobody that I know adopts that as a position, okay? So that was one category. Very good. Agnostic atheism. What's another category? Saw your hand up. Mesotheist. So what is mesotheism?
Mesotheist is one who actually completely has a sort of contempt towards the notion of God and actually hates the divine.
Brilliant. Yeah. So that hatred for God and not God as a creator, but God as we understand a loving God, a merciful God, and so on and so forth. That's mesotheism. Very good. What was the other category? Yeah. Lifestyle atheist. Okay, very good. So what's a lifestyle atheist? It's the in thing to do, right? It's cool. It's it's part of the community. I gotta hang out with my other atheist friends, and whatever it might be, right? Although I don't see the attraction, but hey, alhamdulillah, I'm glad I don't. Okay, what's another category? Jazakullahu Khairun. What's another category? Yeah. Yes, philosophical naturalism. This is the one I spent a little bit of time on. What is philosophical naturalism? Very good. So it holds that all processes are natural, right? Our processes are blind, non-rational, non-intentional, and random, right? And the only explanation for phenomena has to be physical and natural explanations, okay? So we said there's philosophical naturalism, but we also said there's something else. Does anyone remember what else we spoke about? We talked about two types of naturalism. Sorry? Yes, right? So we have philosophical naturalism, and then we have methodological naturalism. What's the difference? Do you remember? No. Okay. That's fine. So, do you remember?
So you said that methodological naturalism can be sort of employed for one who's trying to practice like a specific branch of science, right? It can be sort of adopted.
Right.
But it doesn't. It only ties down to sort of very very practical activities. Like it doesn't have anything to do with a person's deep convictions or values or understandings of more existential realities.
Perfect. Okay. So I hope everyone heard you, but generally methodological naturalism has to do with using naturalism as a method, as the word implies. So as a Muslim, you could adopt methodological naturalism in the science that you do. So if you're doing empirical studies in some field of biochemistry or whatever it is, that assumption that your explanation has to be natural. You cannot bring Allah into the equation for purposes of trying to figure out whatever it is you're trying to figure out. You're using that as a method. So you're assuming naturalism in this case as a method. When this now expands into your worldview, it moves from being a method to being a philosophy. Okay, and so hence that's why we say we're distinguishing the two things. Okay, Muslims can use naturalism, and in fact do employ naturalism. If you're a doctor, if you're a biochemist, whatever field of science you work in a sense, by necessity, have to assume naturalism. Okay, the problem only occurs when you apply that to the entirety of phenomena. Right? Okay, very good. So we spoke about the definition of atheism. We also spoke a lot, and I'm not going to repeat all of that, on the fitrah. So very quickly, remember, we said that every single system of thought has what we call first principles. Yeah? And we said that rationality, most people divide it into two categories, those things that are rational and those things that are irrational, whereas we said that, in fact, there's three categories. You have that which is rational, irrational, and that which lies outside of rationality, which we termed supra-rational. All right? Now, just a quick note here, not super-rational, supra. Okay? So supra means outside. Super means something else. Talking about Superman or something. Okay? Anyway, so we said that those concepts that are outside of rationality are things like logical principles, aesthetic tastes, and things like that. Okay? And when we applied Islamic parlance to that, we said that is what we would term the fitrah. Okay? And we went into deep discussion. I'm not going to repeat any of that. So we spoke about fitrah. We spoke about first principles. We said every worldview, every system of thought has first principles. We mentioned some that science has, the uniformity of nature, the fact that you exist, the fact that the world is real, and so on. Okay? What we're going to move on to today, or now, is what is called the implications of life without God. It is the implications of atheism. Yes? Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Does a pure philosophical naturalist disbelieve in metaphysical realities like love, gratitude, justice?
So when you say disbelieve, they may
Just project their existence to those.
So here's the thing. When you make a philosophical commitment to naturalism, it's very difficult to be consistent. And one thing that I'm going to say, anything outside of the Islamic worldview or the Islamic paradigm will necessarily be inconsistent, okay? So now, if you were to ask someone who adopts philosophical naturalism, do you not believe in love and mercy and blah, 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 they'll be like, no, of course, that's this and natural. But once you start pushing and saying, all right, how do you tie that to your physicality, right? Where do you find that in the physical realm? This is where things get really muddy for them, right? And like I said, sometimes what happens is they take a concept like consciousness, just put it in a box called unsolved mysteries, someday we'll figure it out, and then just leave it alone, right? Yet they won't allow you to do that, which is very interesting. But anyhow, so can they accept it? I mean, they can assert it, but how do they philosophically justify that? It's very difficult, right? Which is a good question, by the way. Okay, any other questions before we move on? Yes?
You say that, you don't know anyone who's an actual, true atheist, just completely disproves of God, but wouldn't a philosophical naturalist also be someone who just disproves of God?
So a philosophical naturalist, again, they would overlap with being an agnostic atheist, right? Or they could overlap with a mesotheist, okay? Okay, so one thing I should have mentioned, these categories are not, distinct binaries in the sense that they're not mutually exclusive. It's not like if you're an agnostic atheist, you can't be a mesotheist. If you're a mesotheist, you can't adopt philosophical naturalism, and so on, that there can be some overlap. It's our kind of purpose, just for the sake of taxonomy, to sake of categorization, for us to understand where they fall. But there can be some overlap, right? And so hence we said that not all atheists are philosophical naturalists. Some do, they have to basically admit, they have to capitulate to the idea that there are certain realities that are metaphysical, right? That are not, you can't explain everything just by physical phenomena, or not all phenomena can be explained by way of natural physicality, right? So, okay, last one, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it is a type of atheism, right? It's mesotheism. Now, whether this person has disbelieved in God entirely, that's something you'll have to kind of ask them, right? Does this mean you hate God, or do you just view God as being, you know, whatever it is, however you view them, right? So, good questions. Okay, let's... Sure. Okay. Jazakullahu Khair. Jazakullahu Khair. Actually, if there's we had a wireless mic yesterday, so if anyone can, Jazakullahu Khair. Yeah, but sometimes the question can be a khutbah, and so repeating it can be a bit tough sometimes. So if we have that, okay, let's just hang on to it, and then we'll, when someone asks, we'll pass it out. Okay, so let me park the questions for right now. Let's move on to the content, and then we'll have a specific kind of time for questions, okay? So, okay, let's start with the implications of life without God, all right? So what we're talking about in this one, this section is not about proving the existence of God. I want to make that very clear, okay? This is not a section on rationally proving that God exists. This section, what we're going to be speaking about, is what are the implications once someone has made a commitment that God doesn't exist. What does that mean for their life? What are the implications of giving up the belief in God? Okay? And that has certain implications that you would have to, you know, deal with, right? Now again, this is not saying because you go through X, Y, and Z, therefore God exists. This is simply saying, what are the implications? What does that mean? If you say there's no God, it has certain implications that you have to kind of follow through on, okay? So we already spoke about philosophical naturalism. I think I covered that. When we look at the implications of atheism, what we're going to be talking about is that a worldview that is atheist, you cannot have ultimate hope. All right? And I'm going to be very cautious with the words I'm using, okay? So notice I didn't say you can't have hope. I said you can't have ultimate hope. The concept of ultimate justice is also something that you cannot establish under an atheist worldview. Value. You cannot give value, let's say, to the human being under an atheist worldview. Purpose, teleology, is missing when you have an atheist worldview. And then meaningful happiness. Okay, so we're going to discuss each one of these. Now, there's some proposed solutions to the problem that if you are an atheist, how do you deal with it? We may touch upon that, and then we'll look at what Islam does and what is the solution that Islam offers, okay? All right. So again, very quickly, this is not a rational, logical argument. We haven't gotten there yet. So that stuff, that's going to be, you know, I'm hoping we don't do that after, you know, you've eaten, because that's going to be very dense, okay? But this particular section, this is something else. We're not rationally proving the existence of God. We are simply saying, what are the implications, okay? This is an existential perspective on the implications of life without God. Those existential questions about your existence. What does your life mean? What happens when you die? Where did you come from? Those questions that we call existential questions, this section is going to be digging down into those, bi'idhnillah. All right? So it should provide the emotional and existential fertile ground for the arguments in this course to take root. It also shows how many of the things that many atheists take for granted or intuitively accept do not make sense under atheism. There are certain things that you and I, whether you're an atheist, a Christian, a Muslim, you intuitively accept, okay? And we're going to see that. The problem is if you have a full commitment to atheism, philosophically, it is difficult to have that commitment and also have that intuitive sense and bring them together, okay? And I've written here, in fact, they will have to reject what makes them human or reject atheism. They only have two choices, okay? Anyways, so this approach shows how Islam is a solution to the existential problems that are raised by atheism. So let's start. We've already covered philosophical naturalism, so I'm gonna skip this. Let's start with the first one, and that is no ultimate hope. If a person adopts a worldview where there is no divine, okay, then they cannot have ultimate hope. So let's start with what we mean by hope. Hope is the feeling or expectation and desire for something to happen, okay? Under a worldview that assumes that everything happens, and here this is why we're saying we're talking about philosophical naturalism here, that everything happens by processes that are random, non-rational. In other words, there's no rationality behind it, okay? So they're random, non-rational, non-intentional, and blind. A person that adopts this as their worldview, which is what most atheists do, then how do you claim to have hope for something, okay? Because what? Hope is the feeling or expectation and desire for something to happen. If everything is blind, random, non-rational, and non-intentional, how can you expect something from such a system? So therefore, any concept of hope is devoid under such a worldview, okay? So denying or adopting the position that everything happens by way of random, non-rational, non-intentional processes that are blind renders you unable to take hope and commit to hope as an actual principle, right? That makes us part of who we are in terms of our humanity. Can an atheist who adopts this position, can they have hope? Yeah, you can hope to get a better job. You can hope to, marry someone. I don't know if marriage is a thing, but anyways, so, you can have hope. But where this becomes very complicated is when we talk about ultimate hope. The hope that you can tie to what happens after you die, okay? So, for instance, denying the hereafter renders hope meaningless. You go to someone and they're sick. Now, as a human, you say, I hope you feel better. But if you're committed to those principles as a philosophical naturalist, as an atheist, are you lying about that? Or what does that even mean? I hope you feel better. Okay, well, what are you saying? How are you justifying that concept that you understand intuitively, right? That's a very human thing to do. When you see someone sick, you hope they feel better, right? It's part of our vernacular. We say it all the time. But if you're committed to those principles, you've made that philosophical commitment, you can't justify that, okay? So, so you've got no ultimate hope. Now you've got the concept of a life of suffering. How do you justify that? If you are denying the hereafter, right? Because remember, we said philosophical naturalists are going to deny anything that is non-physical. The hereafter is something that is outside of the realm of the natural world. So that's denied. Once you've denied that, how do you now justify a life of suffering in the sense that you hope to not suffer? Okay, but then how do you justify that hope? Where does that hope lie? It has no basis for it, okay? Now, someone may say, look, man, I'm just living for the moment. I'm living a life of joy. I don't need hope, okay? But we understand every human is going to die. You understand that reality, whether you're an atheist, a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew, whatever it is. Very few people think they're going to live forever, all right? I think they said Michael Jackson thought that. Thought, past tense, right? Anyhow, so, but if that's the case, you have this life of joy, you can't even hope that it'll extend further. You can do nothing about it. So even that, it's a very temporary, phenomena. Okay, so one of the implications is that there's no ultimate hope. Now, one of the things I'd like us to appreciate is that this has an emotive, psychological dimension, all right? What I mean is, when we think about atheism, it is not, let me put it this way. Most of the cases that I've dealt with, the problem is not philosophical or rational. It is some sort of emotional issue that has led a person, let's say if they've left Islam, it's some sort of emotional issue, okay? So if there's no ultimate hope, this is an emotive, psychological reality that needs to be highlighted. Okay. And I've mentioned the ayah, certainly no one despairs of Allah's mercy except the people who disbelieve, right? Which is very interesting. Anyway, okay. Number 2, no ultimate justice, all right? Under atheism, ultimate justice is an unachievable goal, all right? Because in this dunya, you will never receive absolute or ultimate justice, all right? And, you know, I get into this with my kids all the time because they're like, they get into fights and they say, well, that's not fair. You know, Abdurrahman got 3 and I got 2 and this and that. And what I tell them, I said, ultimate justice is not achievable in this transient world, right? You are living under a tyrannical system that has a hierarchy that you have to take it up with Allah, all right? I said so, that's how it's going to be, okay? But the thing is, when we're talking about justice, justice in terms of ultimate justice, under a worldview that assumes processes are blind, non-rational, non-intentional, and blind, if everything is based on those processes, how can you expect ultimate justice? And here I'm using the word ultimate over and over again, all right? Maybe some semblance of justice, but ultimate justice is completely out of it's unachievable under the rule of atheism. So, okay. Yeah. So, maybe I don't understand the question. Right. Sure. So what I mean, okay, so what I'm talking about, when I say blind, I mean the process itself, there's no order to it. Like if you're blindfolded and you're just kind of shooting darts, that's what I mean. I don't mean that they are assuming they're blind. So I'm saying for them, the process itself has no order. There's no kind of systematic 1, 2, therefore 1, 2, 3. That's why I said blind, random, non-rational, and non-intentional, okay? Because what are they assuming? If they assume some sort of intention, then they have to now justify the intention, right? Which means they have to eventually come to a certain point of accepting the divine, right? Similarly, if they accept rationality, which is another section that the book covers, is how do you get rationality from processes that are non-rational, right? We're not going to be covering that, but the book covers that. So, but they have to then accept that if everything is just random, then there's no intentionality behind it, there's no rationality behind it, and those processes are blind, basically. There's no sort of system, there's nothing that you can really accept, right? So that's what I mean when I say blind. I don't mean that the atheist himself is blind. Yeah. All right. Sure. Sure. Yeah, so that's another issue that arises, right? There's a professor out of UT Austin, and I'm forgetting his name. Robert Kuhn, I think is his name. We actually had a debate, interestingly enough, not about this. It was about a separate issue. He's a Christian, but he wrote a book. I think it's something like The End of the Era of Materialism, and this is one of the points he brings up is that every atheist assumes teleology. Every atheist assumes that things have a purpose, but they can't make a philosophical commitment to that, right? Because on one hand, if you accept, let's say, evolution, or whatever, Markian evolution, whatever, Darwin, whatever version of evolution you accept, you're going to accept that the process is random. And yet at the same time, you're accepting that, let's say, the body has organs that function in a very similar way. So it's contradictory. So if you're asking me, how do you reconcile that? I'm not the person you need to ask. You need to ask the atheist, right? So I hope that clarifies that. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to, so I appreciate you've got a question. let me get to the content and we'll save the questions at the end, if that's okay. I know I kind of broke that rule right there, but I want to just, because we need to get through the content. So maybe you could write down the question and then just save it, and I promise I'll come back to you, inshallah. Is that okay? Okay. Okay, so I'll get there in a second, inshallah, inshallah. And if I don't, take me up on the Q&A. Jazakullahu Khairun. Okay, so when we're talking about justice, we said that there's no ultimate justice under atheism, okay? In other words, there are things that will happen in your life that are not just, and there's no sort of accountability of them, all right? So someone living an entire life of suffering, okay, where is the ultimate justice for this person, all right? Let's say they were under some crazy, you know, let's take the Nazi camp, that Jewish boy who gets, or the Jewish lady who gets gassed, okay? Where's the ultimate justice for her? Like, how can she have an expectation of anything being just? How can there be some recompense? In other words, let's take an understanding of what do we mean by justice. So let me take a step back and just take a child's understanding, okay? When a child, something happens to them, they immediately have this intuitive understanding that, you know, things need to be just. Like I mentioned, if you have kids, you know this immediately, right? Your kid falls, and hits the table, they start crying, you come up, you say, bad table, right? And then they're like, okay, then they're placated, right? Then they've calmed down because they have an intuitive sense of justice. Now, if based on that intuitive sense of justice, how do we now establish under atheism ultimate justice? Someone that has suffered their entire life, we just leave it alone? Like there's no justice this person can hope for? And of course, under atheism, there isn't. So under atheism, justice, ultimate justice, is unachievable. And I would even argue that justice, even in this world, is unachievable, right? That might be a bit of a stretch, though, but I could make that argument, okay? Now, what would be some of the contentions against this, though? What would be some of the arguments? Say, no, actually, you're wrong. Like, I'd like you to challenge me, if that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
In the example of the Jewish lady that got gassed,
Yeah.
one could argue that, like, oh, well, the Nazis were defeated in the, like, later on the 1950s and 60s, so, like,
Right.
brought to justice.
Right. So someone could say Hitler was brought to justice, right?
He died, but, like, his lieutenants maybe.
Right. His lieutenants, all the Nazi, all those people were brought to justice, right? And so, you know, you're wrong. Justice was served. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That. Yes. Meaning that there's some semblance of justice. You can have courts, you can have, but ultimate justice is not attainable. Meaning that when we think about how do you account for, I'm trying to think of an example here. How would you? Right. Actually, that's a really good example. Jazakallahu Khairun, right? So yeah. So a person commits 100 murders and he's only killed once, right? Ultimate justice kind of says, wait a minute. Even though that there is an issue with that, but I'm going to leave that alone, philosophically. But ultimate justice basically says that person who committed those 100 murders should be recompensed with 100 deaths, right? In essence, but they only die once. Okay. Ultimate justice says 100 for 100. That's what would be just. Okay. If he killed 100 people, he should die 100 times. All right. Based on that logic, Hitler should have died 6 million times or whatever, right? Yes. Go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and open this door because I've already opened it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Sure. Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay? So I would say that is justice attainable in this temporary world? No, I don't think it's a binary that simple. I would disagree. No, I agree with you that absolute justice is attainable, but it's only attainable if you believe in an akhirah. Justice in this world, you will never attain perfect justice. And that's all I'm saying, right? So I think we all agree on that, yeah? So when I say ultimate justice, I mean if you only focus in this temporary transient world and you do not have a belief in the hereafter, you cannot attain ultimate justice. You will never achieve it. Right, but that's what I mean by ultimate. In other words, that complete justice, right? So another way to think about this, you can only be just when you have all of the information, correct? The more information you have, the more likely, of course, all other things put aside, that you can be just. The only one that has ultimate knowledge or perfect knowledge is Allah. And so true justice can only be from the one that knows or has complete knowledge. Even when it comes to yourself, like you can judge a person, let's say, but there's no way for you to access every single element of their inner subjective states. Only Allah can access that. And so therefore, only Allah can provide perfect justice, okay? For us, because we are human beings, we have limited knowledge, we can do the best we can do and be as just as possible. In fact, when we think about the names and attributes of Allah, we say that we try to be like Allah as much as we can, knowing that we will never be like Allah, right? So Allah, like Ibn al-Qayyim mentions, that Allah is merciful and He loves His servants to be merciful, right? Allah is just, He loves His servants to be just. But the justice of Allah is maximally perfect. The justice of the human being will never reach that stage, right? Exactly. So first of all, right, so I wouldn't say first principle, right? What I would say is that he's making a philosophical commitment, right? That there is nothing outside of the natural world, all right? And so therefore, if you make that as a commitment, you cannot establish ultimate perfect justice, okay? So that lady that now dies in this innocent Jewish lady that dies in the Nazi concentration camp, someone mentioned, well, look, the Jews, or not the Jews, the Nazis, they got what was coming to them. All of the generals, everyone was persecuted. But this still leaves out justice for the lady that died. Where's the justice for her, right? For her, the counts haven't been solved. Like, she didn't get that retribution. Yes, maybe in some sort of general sense, but where's the justice for that particular Jewish lady, right? So ultimate justice is unachievable under this worldview. It is unachievable, okay? Okay, so there's no ultimate justice. So we said there's no hope, and no ultimate hope, no ultimate justice, okay? All right. Okay, go ahead. Sure. Mm-hmm. Sure. For the animals? Okay. Okay. So maybe I'm not understanding. Actually, if you grab the mic, that way we can, maybe I'm not understanding, but someone can elucidate the point for me, inshallah.
Jazakallahu Khairun for coming, by the way. I appreciate it a lot. It's a blessing for all of us in the community. So, the way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that everything is in His worship, like the way in it's His recognition of Him, His reality, basically.
Okay.
Human beings are disconnected with that reality.
Okay.
And indeed, so to these human beings who see that animals grow through so many things.
Sure.
Plants go through, like a fruit is twisted from its branch and eaten, right?
Yeah.
If he observes too much of that, he might think that the ultimate hope and ultimate justice that we talk about are merely crutches to allow belief systems to exist.
Yeah, but there's a number of assumptions and maybe hidden assumptions within just what you've said, right? One assumption is that you can apply the concept of justice to, let's say, the animal kingdom or the plant kingdom, right? How do you get to that point? How do you justify that, right? In fact, how do you justify even animals having a state of consciousness? The only way to justify that is by making an analogy. I have consciousness, therefore the cow has consciousness, okay? But that's still a logical leap.
True.
You can never, ever, forget animals. I can't now know about any one of you, about any of your inner subjective states, right? So if I can't know that about another human being, how can we make that assumption about the animal or the plant? So I think you have to now unearth the hidden assumptions, okay, in order to deal with something like that, right?
Yeah, that's understandable that you said that it's not about proving the existence of God, but the lack of implications of lack of existence of God.
Yes.
Thanks, Jazakullahu Khairun.
Okay, no ultimate value, next one, for human life, okay? Now I want you to imagine something. Imagine that there was this 6-foot chocolate bunny. Now I know this sounds very strange, but this example, it was originated by Hamza. He's British. They have Cadbury bunnies over there, okay? So do you guys have Cadbury bunnies here in Chicago? I haven't seen any. I don't know. But apparently there they have these big chocolate bunnies, okay? So he says, imagine a 6-foot bunny, and let's say that I was having a conversation with one of you and you got upset with something that I said, okay? Now I'm here talking, and you're so upset that you say, you know what, let me grab a sledgehammer and let me do something about this guy who thinks he knows what he's talking about, okay? So another person is there, and he sees you, and you're really upset, and so now you're on your way. I'm here lecturing, and there's a big chocolate bunny, and that person says, look, I've got to hit something. Who should I hit? What should I hit? The chocolate bunny or the guy that thinks he knows what he's talking about? What would you tell him? Come on, dudes. I'm feeling really bad if you actually said, like, yeah, khalas, take care of Fahad, man. He's using words that are too complicated. All right? What would you tell him? I hope. Yeah. Oh, Allahu Akbar. Jazakallah. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. Control your anger. He's like, no, I got to hit something. I got to hit something. So what would you, hopefully I'm assuming, the bunny. Okay. Why the bunny and why not me? The bunny is not conscious. Okay. What, anybody else? Sorry? Forget the implications. Just based on what you know, why the chocolate bunny, why not me? Yes. The repercussions for hitting the bunny might be less. Okay, let's assume there's no repercussions. You could hit the bunny, you could hit me, no problem. Chicago's got this, very flexible legal system. They're like, doesn't matter, all right? All right.
Bunny has no feelings.
No feelings?
Yeah, human
okay.
has a feelings.
I have feelings. Okay, all right. What else? Yeah.
You can't do much with a dead body, but you can do a lot with a broken chocolate bunny.
Oh, because you can eat the chocolate bunny? Okay, yeah. You can always make another chocolate bunny. Okay, what if someone argues, but there can be plenty of other humans? So, yeah. Living versus non-living. Okay, yeah. The bunny has no intrinsic value compared to humans. Okay, so that's kind of where I wanted us to go. Something about the human being, you understand, is more valuable than the chocolate bunny. Okay? Now, how you establish that is where it gets really tricky. Because under a worldview, again, that has jettisoned the idea of God, right? And jettisoned the idea of a hereafter, in other words, rejected all of that, cast that aside, how do you, under that worldview, give one valuation, give something a higher valuation than something else? Because at the end of the day, this is just material matter, and that chocolate bunny is just material matter. What gives one set of material matter more value than another set of material matter, and then how would you justify it? Okay? But I want you to press me on this. Don't just take my word for it. Yeah.
But isn't it more rational to think that the bunny should be, because that is the subject to be proven?
What do you mean?
Like about breaking the bunny, hitting the
Yeah.
bunny,
Yeah.
would be the more emphasis because it is about proving the bunny has or doesn't have something.
So it wouldn't be out of anger. It's like you're trying to prove your position?
Complete rational thing to test it on the bunny.
Okay, but again, the analogy wasn't testing. It was just the anger part. So we'd have to, if he's testing, that's something different, you know? And maybe that's why the way, you know, modern day science works is that certain trials they do, which we may find exception with. But anyways, that's a separate issue. Yeah, you had your hand up.
I would say probably consciousness.
Consciousness, okay. Is consciousness a problem under this worldview? Because remember, philosophical naturalism, they don't accept consciousness. They just leave it as a problem and put it in a box called unsolved mysteries. So under this worldview, you can't use consciousness. You can't accept consciousness because everything has to have physical processes that are blind, you know, non-rational, non-intentional processes. They're random, okay? So consciousness is a metaphysical reality. And so therefore, you can't use consciousness. Okay, what else? But even if you said consciousness, what gives consciousness value? Even if we accepted that.
Probably the fact that, let's say you were to do it to another human.
Okay.
Knowing that, that human may have the same pain receptors or like the same.
Okay, so what? What gives pain value?
That you can feel it too.
What gives your feeling value?
I don't like it.
Who cares whether you like it or not? Right? Why does your caring have value?
Maybe because if I do something to you, you wouldn't like it.
Okay. So who cares what I like? Why do my feelings have value?
You could probably do it to me.
Okay, so who cares about our why do our feelings have value? Because I said so, right? Because I made the assertion, yeah? Okay, yes? Okay, so why is that valuable? Oh, no. Wait. You're bringing the creator into it. I'm not talking about you can't use the creator sometime and not use the creator. I'm saying the worldview doesn't accept a creator. So there's nothing that transcends human beings that can, that's a different issue. Under this worldview, how do you justify it? If you justify that humans have more value than, let's say, the chocolate bunny.
Yeah, because they are more valuable to society, to each other.
Who says that their value in society is valuable itself?
Because that is a rational thought.
Who says rationality has value?
You cannot keep on asking why.
That's true. And so what is the first principle you're basing that on?
I'm basing the first principle on supra-rationality.
But that is the same. That's what I'm asking. You're basically asking the question that I'm asking you. I'm saying, what is the first principle? You're saying the first principle is the first principle.
Then you can never satisfy an atheist that he's wrong.
Well, yeah, of course. That's what we're saying, right? So that's, okay. All right. You want to give it a shot? Okay.
Well, I'm a human and I consider myself valuable, and you're also a human. So
Okay. Why is your opinion about yourself valuable? What gives it value? Now look, you can keep on pushing the envelope because and actually our brother's right, this gets into the whole concept of you can't go on forever. The problem is, if you keep asking the question, there has to be some way to establish it. What response can a Muslim give? Yes.
That it's an uncaused cause, and
No, you're getting way too philosophical, man.
Okay.
We don't want to go there yet.
All right, okay, I have another answer.
Okay.
Basically, everyone's answers here is based on the lens that we talked about yesterday and
Nope, still too philosophical. It's much more simpler than that.
worldview.
Yes.
Would it even be possible to assign human beings value while rejecting the divine? Because we know,
Yeah.
we know that human value comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bestowing And
Exactly.
We weren't even given that sense of honor until he breathed the soul into us. So
Okay.
without Allah, we're actually just worthless.
Exactly. So the answer is that without Allah, you cannot assign value. Okay? Why do we say that we are justified, rationally, philosophically justified? Because in order to give value to something, something that transcends the human being, creation, is what can bestow value. Okay? So that which transcends limited mind and human emotion, and we have that anchor to say that can give us value. Right? وَلَقَدْ كَرَمْنَا بَنِي Adam. We have honored the children of Adam. Right? Honor, value can only come from that which transcends the human being. If you don't have that, there's no way to establish ultimate value for human life. Okay? Because you can keep on pushing the envelope. Yes? Sure. I don't know. It was just a hypothetical. So their psychological profile was not in my mind when I came up with the example, man. So I didn't really think that far into it. So, yeah.
How does common agreement fit into that? Like you and I come together, the human rights and values, all that. These are pretty great values.
Yeah, I mean, that's what eventually you have to come down to. But here we're talking about how, under a worldview that's rooted in atheism, or let's say more specifically philosophical naturalism, there's no way to justify that. Now, we can come together and we can talk about, let's say, human rights. Okay? That was my next example. But the problem is, you could ask the question, who made these rights rights? Okay, common agreement. But even the common agreement thing, I think that's problematic. Because even if you think about how human rights were established, there were, if they say common agreement, there is no common agreement, right? Because clearly there's certain things that, the Commission on Human Rights deems as human rights, but let's say, I don't know, Muslims don't. For instance, the right to marry whoever you want, right? Under the Islamic worldview and the Islamic law, a woman cannot marry an atheist. Actually, nobody can marry an atheist. Let me rephrase that. I shouldn't just say a woman, but, a man can marry a Jew or a Christian. A woman cannot. So but under human rights, right, if they're all agreeable, but they're not. They haven't come to, there's no sort of consensus on that. So even consensus doesn't help you when it comes to establishing what are human rights and what are not human rights. Human rights, i.e. human value, can only be established when you have the concept of the divine and you have an understanding of the divine. Otherwise, you won't even get agreement. And that's a major issue, right? Does that make sense? Let me get him first and I'll come back to you. Yes?
For an atheist, like a pure atheist, is subjective value something that exists, and rather than truly objectively being value, like in this example you gave, a person can sort of just justify their attacking the bunnies at you because they feel like they're more valuable, not necessarily.
Yeah, and that's what we start off by saying, that these are things that we intuitively recognize, right? In a sense, they may be part of our fitrah, but there's no way to justify them, right? And that leaves the atheist in a very difficult position, right? Okay, anyways, let's go and move on. So when we talk about human rights, how are we supposed to establish human rights by a process that is blind, non-conscious, this process? How do we establish human rights? What gives humans value? So philosophically, there's no way to value a human under atheism. Okay? Now they can talk about human rights, but again, it's just an assertion. There's no way to philosophically justify it. Make sense? Okay. And so the ayah I have down there is what I just mentioned a few minutes ago. وَلَقَدْ كَرَمْنَا بَنِي Adam. Indeed, we have conferred dignity, honor, value to the children of Adam and favored them far above most of our creation. Again, if we understand hierarchies, right, the idea that certain things are more valuable than other things, we have a very clear understanding of what is more valuable and what is less valuable. Humans have a certain value, plants, animals, so on and so forth. So that hierarchy is justified by the fact that we understand that there's the divine, right? Without a divine that transcends limited mind and human emotion, there's no way to justify human value, Okay? So any talk of human rights, you know, if you get into this conversation, which if you are dealing with a lot of the LGBTQ movement, you can easily say, who made those rights, right? Yeah.
So, since we're on the topic of justice and rights, if someone were to bring up Syria or Palestine in regards to, the mass murders that are happening,
Okay.
how does one reply to that in regards to, is your God just, or all these killings and murders are happening, all these.
Okay, so I'm going to park that question for the section where we talk about Islam's response to the problem of evil, right? Because that's a different question. Okay? No worries. Okay, let's move on. How are we doing on time, by the way? We're good? When's our break? Now? Okay, can I finish this last one and then we'll stop there? Okay. All right. Another implication is that there's no meaningful happiness. All right, now what do I mean by meaningful happiness? I did this thought experiment yesterday with some of the students. I'll do it again, okay? I want you to imagine that as you're listening to me talk, you're getting very sleepy, all right? Some of you, that's a reality. That's fine, no problem, okay? But you're getting very sleepy, and then you pass out, okay? When you wake up, you're on a plane. You're in first class. You're sitting in the first class seat. You're on a plane. And the seat is amazing. It's like the most comfortable chair that you've ever sat in, okay? Now, the temperature in the plane is perfect, okay? So I don't know if you guys have, warfare in your household based on the thermostat, but where I come from in Houston, it is straight up like, every man for himself, and we're having battles over the thermostat, and I usually have to take out my dad card to establish the temperature that I want, right? But anyway, this plane, the temperature is just right, all right? Just the way you like it. You look outside the window, and there's a beautiful, orange hue, very pleasing to the eyes, okay? Now, as you're, kind of enjoying the seat, enjoying the view, the temperature's perfect, a few seconds later, you smell something, okay? So what's your favorite food, man? Rice? Just plain rice? Seriously? Okay, what's your favorite food? Steak. All right, man, I want to go with his, okay? But you can imagine the rice, all right? So the lady comes, and she brings steak or rice, or you fill in the blank, whatever your favorite food is, and you smell it. It smells amazing. And when you put it in your mouth, it is the best rice, steak, whatever it is, fill in the blank that you've ever had, okay? I'm more of a steak guy, so for me, it would be steak. Right? So this steak, it's tender. It almost melts in your mouth when you eat it. It's the best you've ever had. Okay. Now, in this situation, here's the question. Would you be happy? How many people would be happy? Yeah? Okay. The question, however, what I want to ask is, would you have meaningful happiness? Or would there be something in the back of your mind where you're like, wait a minute, I was sitting in Masjid Dar es-Salam, listening to him speak, and now all of a sudden I'm on this plane, wouldn't you have certain questions like, hey man, how did I get here? Why am I here? And perhaps the most important question, where's the plane going? Right? Who's the pilot? Like, what's going on? Right? So yes, you may have happiness, but would it be meaningful happiness? If you consider life, right, like this metaphor of the plane, you come to a certain state of consciousness in your life. You're on this metaphorical plane. How did you get here? Why are you here? What happens when the plane reaches its destination? Okay? In other words, you die. Can you achieve meaningful happiness without having the answers to those questions? Under atheism, you cannot. So you might enjoy the steak and the temperature and the seat while you're on the plane, but meaningful happiness is completely absent. You cannot achieve meaningful happiness. Yes? You'd be scared, right? Of course, and that's what I'm saying, right? Yeah.
Now that you sort of point this out, isn't this one of the sort of beauties of why actually Jannah is actually more comfortable for the people who make it there, because they realize that even Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Kulu washrabu hani'an bima kuntum ta'malun." For what you're used to, this is the reward.
Of course.
How would there be a reward if you
Yeah. Of course, yeah. See, look, man, as Muslims, like, these questions are pretty settled, right? Like, how did I get here? Allah created me. What's my purpose? To worship Allah. Okay, what happens when I die? I'm going to be held accountable, and it's either Jannah or it's not, okay? The answers give you a certain type of comfort, okay? If you philosophically commit to there being no divine, you cannot have that comfort. There's no meaningful happiness. You can have like a quick, like a quick fix, right? You can have like a dopamine shot, right? To give kind of an analogy while you're here, but that's very temporary, right? The ultimate questions, the ultimate existential questions are left unanswered. So ultimate happiness is unachievable. You can't get to ultimate happiness, right? Without the presence of the divine, okay? All right. Now, I need a break, right? Okay. So I'll do this one once we come back, bi'idhnillah, all right? How long is the break that we have in the schedule? 5 to 10 minutes? Okay, I'm going to say 5 minutes because I'm assuming everyone's going to work on Desi Standard Time and come back in 10, okay? So 5 minutes, all right? So let's break for 5 minutes, then we'll reconvene, inshallah.
Jazakullahu Khair, everyone, for coming, and Jazakullahu Khair, Sheikh Fahad, as always. There's a canteen that's over to the Hayya al-Falah side, on that side. The brothers can, if you want to make a little stretch break or grab some snacks, grab some drinks, you can head over there, inshallah. Bathrooms are in the back to the left and downstairs. I request that you don't bring any food or drinks into the main prayer hall, please. And also, out of respect for the masjid, please keep your phones on silent. Jazakumullah
Have
Khair.
the admin send out the slides, the notes. Yeah, inshallah. I mean, whoever's like, if you registered online, right? So I'll make sure they send it out. Like, I'll talk to the admin, inshallah. So yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, actually, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. We will be going ahead and restarting the session, inshallah. So all the brothers from the canteen, from the courtyard are requested to head back into the main masjid, inshallah. Just a few announcements. Again, please try to keep your phones on silent and do not bring any food or drink into the main musalla, inshallah. Secondly, it is amazing to see the amount of engagement in the crowd and how everybody's getting involved and very emphatically sharing their opinions. But we ask that a respectful environment is maintained, inshallah, out of respect for our guest. Thirdly, during the break, everybody has questions and they want to come and take benefit, which is reasonable. But your questions are very important and special, and we want everybody to take benefit instead of just one person taking benefit. So save your questions for the class time. When the Sheikh engages the crowd or when he does a Q&A session, then your questions can be addressed during that time instead of just one-on-one, because he might give a lengthy, comprehensive explanation, but only one person got to benefit from it. And we want everybody to benefit, including the online viewers and the sisters, inshallah. Jazakumullahu Khair. We're going to start now. The Sheikh has dialed in to the sisters link as well. So when you hear the Sheikh say something like, I'm taking questions from the sisters now, then you can expect to send in your questions and they'll be answered, inshallah, whenever he engages the crowd. Secondly, again, we want the online viewers and the sisters to benefit. So please wait till the wireless mic reaches you before you, make your comment or ask your question, etc. Jazakallahu Khair.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, wassalatu wassalam ala Rasulih al-Karim amma ba'd. So let's now continue with the implications. We've covered a few. We covered no ultimate justice, no ultimate hope. We said no ultimate value, no meaningful happiness, no ultimate purpose, okay? So if the idea is that we're the result of blind, random, non-rational, non-conscious, indifferent, cold physical processes, then there's no way for us to establish ultimate purpose, okay? And I'm using this term over and over again. Because someone may say, well, look, I can establish a purpose for myself, okay? But is that really a purpose? Or is it in essence you're saying, I'm going to pretend to have a purpose? It's like a friend of mine, he had once said that, look, imagine that you're in a room and you've got a whole bunch of toys to play with, right? And you make these kind of, objectives for yourself, and you kind of have this, but you're only in that room for 10 minutes and you have to leave the room. So is that really like meaningful ultimate purpose, or is there something or is it just meaningless, right? So under philosophical naturalism, under atheism, there is no ultimate purpose. Now again, we are saying that these are not rational proofs for the existence of God. All we're saying is that these are intuitive things that the human being needs, and under philosophical naturalism, under atheism, they can't justify it, right? All they can say, it's intuitive, and that's it, right? No philosophical justification for that which human beings recognize by way of their intuition. I mean, we would say by way of their fitrah, but let's just use the language that you would use with an atheist, okay? So, no ultimate purpose. Of course, the Quran mentions, our Lord, you've not created all of this without purpose, and we have a clear, unequivocal understanding of what our purpose is. Okay, so how do atheists get around this? What are their counter contentions, okay? One, John Paul Sartre, who's you can say kind of one of the philosophers who forms the backdrop of postmodernism, or a lot of postmodernist thought, he basically said, let's just make up meaning and be responsible. So we don't need an answer for it. We just make it up and run with it, right? Let's just accept it and face it, all right? The postmodernist response, very close to Jean-Paul Sartre. One is that there is no meaning at all. Like in this ocean of just randomness, blind, cold, non-rational, non-intentional processes that are going on, none of it, all of it's meaningless, okay? So we don't need to establish purpose, we don't need to establish meaning, you know. But the issue is, for a nihilist, you know, suicide becomes a very easy option. Like, if it's all meaningless, then why bother even living? What gives life meaning at all? Okay? That's why nihilism is dangerous in a certain sense, right? Okay. So you have new atheists, your Sam Harris's, your Dawkins, and so on and so forth. They just say, look, man, let's focus on the meaning in life as opposed to the meaning of life. Let's focus on the stake and the air and the seat as opposed to where the plane is going, or who, you know, or how do we get on the plane, or any of that. So just keep your focus on meaning in life as opposed to meaning of life, all right? Let's live, so hedonism, which kind of forms the backdrop of our modern liberal society under liberalism, let's live in accordance with our biological drives. So maximizing pleasure, minimizing pain, and that's basically how we're going to live. In fact, that's what liberalism dictates by and large. So now these are proposed solutions, but they're not in reality solutions. Like I said, many times what an atheist will do is to take whatever issues that they have, put it in a box called unsolved problems, and we'll just hang it in abeyance and worry about it later. Okay? And you'll see this throughout our discussions. Okay? All right, moving on. So at the end of the day, I think that this ayah was quite profound, okay? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ نَسُوا اللَّهَ فَأَنْسَاهُمْ أَنفُسَهُمْ. Do not be like those who forgot Allah, so He made them forget themselves. Okay? It's very profound because part of yourself are those, what we've termed intuitive realities. Hope is part of your humanness, right? Your craving of justice is part of who you are as a person, right? Your need for purpose, ultimate purpose, is part of what makes you a human being, that intuitive idea. And now you can take all of those concepts and philosophically just jettison them. You can just reject it, or not reject them, but just leave them alone. And at the end of the day, what happens is you start forgetting who you are as a human being. You're actually doing something that's anti-human, because those ideas of hope, justice, purpose, happiness, all of those things are very human. Make sense? So far, so good? Yeah? Hold off. Let me make sure I'm getting to the content, right? Okay. I'm gonna park some of the questions, inshallah. So what does Islam have to offer? Okay? It provides a comprehensive account of life, right? In Islam, there's ultimate justice. Allah is al-adl, right? So there's ultimate hope, right? Hoping in the mercy of Allah, something that you can hope for. There's ultimate value. Allah being transcending the human being, gives us an anchor for value. Otherwise, you don't have one, all right? The purpose of life and the purpose in life. We've actually solved both issues. And then, of course, meaningful and internal happiness having to do with what happens after you die, i.e. Jannah, okay? And the entire message of the Quran revolves around that core theme, which is the purpose of our existence. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. Right? We have not created you except to worship, right? Worship me. So this is one that I think is very powerful, and we're going to get into, if we have time, we're going to get into this with a little more detail. Islam provides meaning to our suffering. As we're going to see, one of the issues when a person is going through some issues in their life is that if they're at the point of rejecting the divine, rejecting Allah, they've given the incorrect meaning to their suffering. All right? And there's a meaning that's related to these existential questions. How did I get here? Why am I here? And what happens when I die? That is the appropriate meaning to one's suffering. So once those questions are answered, now you can give an appropriate response to your suffering such that you can deal with the suffering, right? As opposed to, let's say, nihilism, nothing has meaning, and when you go through problems in your life, what do you think the result is? Right? You just give up. There's no ultimate hope, no ultimate meaning, right? No purpose, nothing. Okay, anyway, so that is the end of that section. I'm going to invite the sisters, if you can hear me. Can you hear me, sisters? If you can, please say something. Yes, okay. Do you have any questions related to the section and the content we just covered? Okay. Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Sure. Sorry, say that again. Repeat the question. Could you repeat the question, please? Oops, I just lost. Sorry, I lost connection for a second. Could you repeat the question again? Mm-hmm. 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 Sure. Okay. Okay. So there's a whole section that we'll be talking about what you asked about, right? How to reconcile like science and our understanding of the divine, right? So I'm going to ask you to just park the question until we get to that section, right? So remember, this section is not a rational argument for the existence of God, the existence of Allah. We have a whole section we're going to get into a lot of detail related to that. So if it's okay, let's go ahead and park that question. Does that sound good? Is that okay? Okay. Yes, go ahead. And if you could, try to make it related to the specific section, because we're going to be covering quite a bit, inshallah. Jazakallahu Khair. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, no. Okay, so that's a really good question. So the sister is asking, can't the atheist just capitulate and say, yeah, you're right, there's no ultimate justice? Okay, but it goes back to what I was saying, is that this is not a rational argument to establish the reality of God, okay? What this is that there are certain things that are part of our human intuition, okay? Part of that is the need for justice, okay? Now, if you said, look, we don't need justice, okay, fine. So I'm not trying to argue with you rationally about the need for justice, but I'm saying if that is something that you recognize as a human trait, the need for ultimate justice, then under atheism, you can never achieve that. So that's basically what I'm saying. The actual arguments against atheism and all of that, those are coming up. Does that make sense, sister? Okay, all right. All right. Was there any other question? If I can take one more, inshallah. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. So wait, let me stop you just for a second. So you're saying that because human beings can give value to that which is like the chocolate bunny, therefore a human being is more valuable. Did I understand you correctly, sister? Okay. But what I would say is, why is that process valuable in and of itself? Like, so what if a human can do that? So why does that give us value? Like, who determines that gives us value? You can make that as an assertion, you can state it, but then how does that justify value? Does that make sense, sister? Like that's the issue you run into. Yeah. Sure. So just because human beings can make cities and they can build things and they can, and they can have children or whatever the thing is, all of that is presupposing that all of that has value. So what I'm asking is, why is that pre-assumption there? Like, why do you presume that that very action itself has value? Where does that value come from then? How do you philosophically justify that action, humans building cities, therefore humans are more valuable, the action itself, why is that valuable? So the pre-assumption that that's valuable, I'm asking what gives that value. Does that make sense, sister? Okay, so again, we say benefit. What do we mean by benefit, and what gives value to the concept of benefit? Like, why is benefit even valuable? Okay, but then again, why is that valuable? Okay, pleasure, you can say, okay, so pleasure is valuable. Okay, why? What makes pleasure valuable? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you can never solve this issue unless you have something which transcends the human being or transcends, like, let's say, the limited mind and human emotion. Does that make sense, sister? Okay, all right. Okay, I can take 2 questions from the brothers, and then we have to move on. So I've given you some, so I'm going to put you on pause. Hold on a second, wait. So do I have people that have not asked questions yet? If they'd like to ask a question, I want to try to be as fair as possible. So way back there, okay. MashaAllah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakullahu
Jazakullahu
Khairun.
Khairun.
Wa rahmatullah. Wa yak.
Little bit of maybe a uncomfortable question. And I'm sure all of us have experienced this, that sometimes we meet atheists or those that claim to not believe in a creator. They tend to be the most punctual, decent, honest, hardworking, generous, all of the good qualities that we aspire to have.
Okay.
And then they say, if you believe in a creator and that creator gives you guidance for, morality and justice and goodness, why is it that all of the people of religion are killing each other, lying, cheating, etc.? I mean, as Muslims, we know the answer, but how do we respond to them in the most insightful way?
Wait. As Muslims, what's the answer?
The answer is Muslims are not the best representation of Islam sometimes, unfortunately. If we were to live our lives as Muslims,
Sure.
True Muslims,
Sure.
we would be the shining examples of what morality is.
Okay.
So our
So
selfishness...
I think when we enter into a discussion like that, we completely accept the position that's been offered to us without assuming that there's any pre-assumptions in that, okay? The pre-assumption in that is that, well, atheists across the world have been, peaceful pacifists for as long as we know, and it's just the crazy Muslims that have been doing all the violence, or people of religion. But that fundamentally is not true, right?
Agreed.
I mean, there's plenty of examples in history where you have, Marxist, socialist, fully atheist, that have decimated, countries and lands and people. So the primary assumption, I think, is problematic, right? And to base an entire idea to say, well, how can you, believe in Islam or believe in God when this is the reality? But that is chock full of hidden assumptions that I think as Muslims we should uncover. Yeah, we're not saying Muslims are perfect. That's not what I'm claiming. But we understand that as human beings, like no human being is perfect, right? Perfection is only for the divine. But even that, even if we understand that, who's to say that that first premise that you're starting off with is something that I agree with?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I agree. If I can say it a different way, and obviously
Sure.
I completely agree with where you're going with this. I'm just kind of bringing up arguments that they might throw at us,
Sure.
and what's the most, insightful way to respond back to them, so we, kind of
Right.
challenge
So-
their thinking.
Right. So one of the things I want to stress is that as and I'm not singling you out, but as we're going through the content, let's take it step by step. Okay. And the reason I'm saying that is that I get what you're saying. How do you respond to the atheists when they make X, Y, and Z claim? But even for me, there's a lot of pre-assumptions in my answer, right? About who is this archetypal atheist that we're talking about. I have no idea about their emotive state, their cultural background, why they're an atheist. So I'm responding to the specific question. But I think even that is problematic, right? Because when you're addressing atheists, there's so much information that you need before you get to, should I answer their particular contention, right? So what I'm going to ask, when we're asking questions, let's try to keep it to the topic, and then those questions, we'll take them up in, let's say, a session after the session, right? Again, I'm not trying to knock you specifically. I'm not trying to single you out, but I think if it's good if we'll be able to cover more material and get through everything if we're able to do that.
Can I just ask one more thing that's
Pertains
based
to
on
the topic.
example?
Okay.
No, based on the example, if you feel like it's inappropriate or we need to come back to it,
Sure.
completely reasonable, which is the example of the plane ride. The atheist might say, well, experientially,
Yeah.
I'm enjoying myself right now momentarily, and I'm
Sure.
okay with that.
Yep.
I know that once this plane ride ends, I don't know what the conclusion is, but at least let me enjoy the plane ride for
purpose in life versus purpose of life.
now. Right. But
That's
then
fine.
And then their argument might be, well, the people who believe in a
Right.
creator,
Yeah.
you can't even enjoy the plane ride. You're just constantly fighting with each other, even during this.
Okay, so
short
let me
plane ride.
clarify. This section was not to get into an argument with an atheist, right? So these are not points to like debunk atheism. This is simply stating that what are the implications, right? Those things that we intuitively understand as human beings, these are the implications. Now, we're not stating those things to get into an argument with an atheist, say, look, let me debunk your entire worldview based on these principles. All we're saying is, you have a certain set of philosophical, rational commitments that you have. You cannot see them all the way through if you understand certain intuitive realities as human beings that we all experience, right? If someone passes away, you can't go to that person and say, you know what are you going to tell that person, right? How are you going to give them any sort of hope? You're going to be like, you know what? It really sucks. Your son went from one physical state to another physical state. Oh, well. Like, you can't even offer condolences. Like, what are you condoling, right? Like, what? So what we're saying is, in the normal course of being a human being, like, you run into a number of issues, right? Again, this is not an argument against atheists, but this is simply pointing out you cannot follow through with those elements that intuitively we understand that make us human under a worldview that is predicated upon atheism, or as we said, philosophical naturalism. Make sense? Okay, wayak. All right. I said 2 questions, right? I should have said 1, but okay. I'll take 1 more, inshallah. Right there. Did you work out today?
Thank you. So when we're talking about implications of atheism, shouldn't we just say that, like, if like atheism is true, then there's like no really concept of justice, right? And like no concept of like doing something wrong, because like we're all a result of Big Bang, right? And then like so everything is caused by a physical event or like a chemical reaction, right?
Sure.
So our actions, our thoughts, our decisions are not really like, so like free will does not exist, right? And it's like, it's a result of chemical reactions in our brains, and like we're not responsible. So like, why should we even punish a criminal, right? Like, so there's no concept of justice at all, right? Like, shouldn't we say that? Like,
No, absolutely.
Right.
In fact, Sam Harris wrote a book outlining the concept of free will, as you just mentioned, and he's just, let go of the entire concept. He says human beings don't have free will. Now, there's a problem with that because we have an inner subjective experience of free will, which is very hard to deny, right? In fact, you could ask him, like, why'd you write the book? Right? Yeah. So I mean, that's kind of, it's very difficult to just let go of that when we have a first-person experience of free will, right? So yeah, no, you're absolutely right, because causal links going all the way back to, your DNA, your genetics, like, you're not at fault for anything under that worldview. And so there's no way to break out of that. So absolutely. So justice is, you have to let go of it. You have to jettison it. There's no way to actually do it. But particularly with this section we're talking about, because we're talking about ultimate justice, there's no ability from that intuitive need for justice that we have for us to reach that under philosophical naturalism. So, but I agree with you. You're right. So, Jazakullahu Khairun. Okay, let's move on. Okay, who's ready for the really interesting, I know people are like itching for okay, let's get some arguments down. We got the rational arguments, right? That's what everyone wants. So I can go to my, atheist coworker and just, bam, hit him in the face with these arguments and be like, there you go, son. Peace out, right? Okay. I hope that's not the case. I hope you're making dua for the person you are trying to guide to Islam, right? That you want goodness for this person. You want this person to enter paradise, right? So make that your prerequisite, okay? We're going to be talking about some of the arguments, but these are not arguments just for you to go and hit over the head of the person and, basically win the argument, pound your chest and be like, that's what's up, right? That's not the purpose. Remember, our discussion about the fitrah yesterday, rational arguments are not an end of themselves. They are a means to uncloud the fitrah, right? You're trying to win the heart. You're not trying to necessarily win the argument. Okay, just keep that in mind, because a lot of times when you get sucked into debates, your own ego shoots up, I've got to win the argument. And now you've shifted from, I want guidance for this person, I want Allah to guide this person, to now, I need to win the argument. So just be careful. And that's why I'm kind of giving a disclaimer here for the next section, bi'idhnillah, okay? And the next section is going to be a bit dense, so just try to stay with me, ask questions, and that goes for the sisters as well, if you can hear me, inshallah. So, okay. So, why is God's existence self-evidently true? Now, what we're talking about here, this is not an argument for God's existence. This is an argument for burden of proof. Okay, now what we're talking about here, when you're in a conversation with an atheist, many times they will tell you, you as a theist or you as a Muslim, you have the burden of proof to prove that God exists. What this section is going to argue is that, in fact, the burden of proof is not on you, it's on them. And that's what the section is arguing, okay? So even this section is not directly getting into proving the existence of God. We're now, right now, what we're trying to establish, who is responsible, who has the burden of proof, okay? It's two separate things, okay? So this section is about the burden of proof and what we assume is the default position. Is the default position the non-existence of a creator, or is the default position that there is a creator, okay? That's what we're going to talk, all right? What will this section do? It'll help you and the atheists realize that atheists carry the burden of proof, that there are self-evident truths, which is related to what we spoke about yesterday, related to like the fitrah and first principles, that there are self-evident truths that we all believe to be true, yet do not have evidence for, and we cannot argue why they are true, and that the Islamic theological position of self-evident nature of God and the associated concept of fitrah is coherent. What we spoke about yesterday, we're going to kind of reiterate that, okay? And by the way, how many people were here last night? Raise your hands. Most of you? All right, who was not here last night? Oh boy, okay, all right. So all y'all that were here last night, in the break time, You gotta have some conversations, inshallah. It'll help you see if you fortified the content for yourself, inshallah. Okay. So let's consider this scenario. All right, I'm going to get up for a second. I'm going to try to use this roaming mic. So make dua for me, inshallah. Oh, it's the wrong way. Okay, is that good? Can you guys hear me? Okay. So, I want you to imagine something. Consider this following scenario. Let's say that you had, when you were in school, you had a friend named David, okay? Now, you always knew David was a bit eccentric, a bit strange, kind of not your typical guy, okay? And you haven't spoken to David in years. And one day, you look at your cell phone, and this name shows up. So you start thinking, man, should I really pick up? Like, this guy was a bit weird. I don't know if I really should pick up the phone, okay? But reluctant, you say, you know what? I'm a Muslim. I should really pick up. I have a higher moral duty. So you pick up, and you're like, hello. And, of course, it's David. He's like, hey, man, how's it going? It's been years. Guess what? I'm in town. And you're like, oh, no, come on, man, right? So you're like, you're in town. I'm like, okay, that's really great, David. It's like, I said, let's meet up for some coffee. And you're like, okay, fine, okay? So you go off, you meet David, and he's like, man, it's been so long. I'm really happy to see you. Things have been, and you know what? I just came across something that's really amazing. I got to share it with you, all right? Now, you're bracing yourself, because remember, he's kind of out of the box kind of guy, right? He's a bit eccentric, so he's about to say something that's, you're getting yourself spiritually and emotively ready for what he's about to say, okay? So he says, you know what? The past, what happened 5 minutes ago, what happened in the past, it's not real. Okay. Does it make sense for you to try to convince him that the past is real? Or does it make sense that he, who is making the claim, for him to tell you why he believes the past is real? Who has the burden of proof? David. Okay. Why does David have the burden of proof? Yeah. You're at the restaurant. No, I'm not. Okay, so we're not getting into how do you prove it. Right now I'm saying, does he have to prove that the past is not real, or is that my responsibility? Who has the responsibility? That's all I'm asking. So who has the responsibility? David has the responsibility. Okay, is this clear? Okay. The reason why David has a responsibility is because the past being real is something that is self-evidently true. Okay? And self-evident truths, you don't prove them. There's no proof for them, but they do have characteristics that we can now look at. What this section is going to argue is that the concept of a creator, and here we're not talking about our entire concept of the divine, meaning that he's loving and all, that's not what we're talking about. Simply the idea that this universe, everything in existence, has to have a creator, and that there are creative processes. We're going to say that that concept is self-evidently true. Okay? And to show the opposite, if you're going to show the opposite, that is not self-evidently true, then the burden of proof is upon the person making the claim that creative processes, they don't exist. In other words, there's no concept of creative processes. Okay? Everyone clear on where we're going with this? Okay. So what are some of the characteristics? Okay? Hold on a second. Here we go. Characteristics of self-evident truths. So number one, the first characteristics we see up there, that they are universal. Let me caution you here. What I mean by universal is not that everyone agrees that that's true. That's not what I mean by universal up here. What I mean is that they're not contingent, they're not dependent on a specific culture, okay, or a specific country. If you think about the past being real, it's not where here we believe the past is real, but if you go to Australia, there they don't believe the past is real, okay? The past being real is not contingent on a specific culture or a specific country or a specific background. So that's why we're saying it's universal. Number one, that's a characteristic of a self-evident truth. Everyone clear on this? Okay. Number two, it is untaught. It didn't occur that when you came to be 5 years old, your mother said, son, come here, sit on my lap. You know the past 5 minutes ago? That was real. That never happened, right? You understand without being taught that the past is real. Okay? So that is a default position. It is not taught. It is untaught, right? Okay. Number two. Number three, it is natural. It is formed due to the natural functioning of the human psyche. Okay? Remember, I said David, a bit eccentric. The reason I said that is because you clearly recognize, okay, something's wrong here, right? Immediately. Number four, it's intuitive. It is the simplest and most comprehensive interpretation of the world. The past being real answers more questions and gives you more rational stability than assuming the past being real or past being not real does. You get more questions and more problems by assuming the past is not real. Yes or no? Of course, okay? So hence, it's intuitive, number four. In other words, it's the simplest and most comprehensive interpretation of the world, all right? Now, let me come back to self-evident truths for a second. There's a couple of things we need to understand, all right? All right. What do we mean by self-evident truths? It is the belief that can be described as true by default. It's related to other concepts. We spoke about these last night. Concepts like axioms, first principles, philosophical assumptions, and foundational truths. If you remember the discussion last night, we talked about the rational, irrational, and supra-rational. We said that rationality cannot function without the supra-rational. We said that the terminology we use for the supra-rational is what we call the fitra. All right? Everyone remembers that nice, deep discussion we had? Okay? Self-evident truths are part of that discussion. And we said that there's many things that serve as first principles in every single field of thought. No theorem is infinitely defendable, as we said. Okay? And so hence, you have to have something that you start with that you cannot prove. Everything. So for instance, we said in science you have the uniformity of nature. That is a first principle in science. You have to assume that when you mix hydrogen and oxygen, you'll get water. You cannot be absolutely sure until you actually do the experiment. But you must assume that in order to make progress. That is a first principle. That is an assumption. Okay? You don't prove it. Similarly, the reality of the past. We just got done discussing that. The validity of our reasoning. How do I know that the reasoning that I have actually is reasoning? Right? You assume it, that I can reason. Right? You don't try to justify the concept of reasoning itself. You have to start with that. Otherwise, you'll get nowhere. Okay? Similarly, the existence of other minds. You assume that. There's no way to absolutely, when we talked about first-person internal experiences, subjective experiences, we said there's no way to know whether in reality other people have other minds and other conscious states. Right? And remember, we gave the example yesterday. We said your inner conscious state, if you were to look, let's say I look at the exit sign and I see that, I say that the color of that exit sign, it's red. And you agree with me, you say, yep, it's red. There's no way for me to tell whether the red that I'm perceiving is the red that you're perceiving. No way. Yes, we use language, but I don't know whether you are seeing the same thing that I'm seeing. And there's no way to access that, right? I have to assume that, okay? So therefore, the existence of other minds, I have to assume you have a mind, right? It's not just, there's no way to prove it. The existence of an external world. How do I know my brain isn't in a vat on some planet and all of my perception, all of my experience is just by way of, those plugs that are in my brain and all of this there's nothing real. How can I prove that? You can't. It's a first principle. You start with that. It's self-evidently true, okay? And then, then the existence of objective moral values, we'll leave that alone. We'll get in, there's a whole section on that, okay? Everyone understand what we mean by self-evident truths, things that are self-evidently true. Any questions about that? Yes.
So,
wait, let's get the mic because I'm going to get in trouble for that.
I mean, like, it's like in a way you're saying that universal truth is essentially a matter of belief and a first principle that we are taking an assumption that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists already as a presumption. So is it the reason that we try to basically debate about Allah's existence is because we are taking it as a truth, not a universal truth?
Okay, so when we are talking about belief, that's not a word that I like using in this context. And I'll tell you why. Because belief kind of points towards something that kind of or something that has nothing to do with rationality. Okay? So let me just finish.
Sure.
With self-evident truths, they are necessary in order for rationality to work. Were you here last night?
No, sadly I was not.
Okay,
Apologize.
all right. So last night we spoke about the concept that rationality, people typically divide them into two categories. You have things that are rational and things that are irrational. Okay? The problem is rationality necessitates proof. And rationality, when you demand proof when you doubt something. Okay? But the problem is that you cannot doubt something infinitely. You can't say because this ad infinitum, right?
Yeah.
So therefore, there has to be something outside of rationality that you cannot prove that you must accept. Now, if you want to call it a belief, fair enough. I just think that it almost makes it seem like it's just your choice, but it's not a choice. It's like logical principles are part of the super rational. You don't prove the principle, you start with them, okay? So therefore, it's not a belief that you just choose like, okay, logical principles. It's by necessity, in order for you to reason, you have to accept them. Does that make sense?
So when the Surah Baqarah, right, the first 4 ayat, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is deriving, like in the first 4 ayat about himself, the angels, and basically, the translation you're saying should be more about accept him as the universal truth, accept the angels as universal truth, not as belief.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I think you kind of jumped over to Surah Al-Baqarah. That's not what I'm saying. This is a completely different realm, right? Although I will say...
الَّذِينَ يُؤْمِنُونَ بِالْغَيْبِ وَيُقِيمُونَ الصَّلَاةَ.
And that's fair. But what I would say is the last part of that, where it says that, and this, they have no doubt. وَبِالْآخِرَةِ هُمْ يُوقِنُونَ. In the akhirah, they have no doubt. They're absolutely certain, okay? Last night we spoke about the concept of certainty having a higher valuation than doubt. If you're only in the realm of rationality, then all you can do is doubt. So certainty will always take priority. And that we can get from the ayat you're mentioning.
Okay.
But in terms of the angels and things like that, that's a different topic. That doesn't have to do with necessarily first principles, with the exception of the existence of Allah, right? Angels you don't come to by way of first principles. You come to the fact, I believe in Allah. Allah told me about angels. The Prophet ﷺ told me about angels. That's why I believe it. So there's two separate concepts.
Okay.
And Allah knows best. Okay. Okay. Is this from the sisters? From online. Okay. Right. I'll try to get to that. Let me go. Do you mind if I take a question from the sisters? Because I know I don't want to. So, sisters, can you hear me? Yes. Did you have a question? Okay, well, you're cutting off just a little bit. So, could you repeat your question? So the reason why we're speaking about this has to do with the concept of who has the burden of proof. That's why it's important. Okay? Because what we're trying to say is that we should not be on the back foot when it comes to these things. In fact, we should be more proactive in saying the burden of proof is upon you, not upon me. Like, I don't have to establish that God exists. You have to establish that God doesn't exist. Right? Or rather, a creator doesn't exist. I need to be more specific with how I'm using the terminology. Does that make sense, sister? So again, this is not, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. And that's fair. Okay. So I understand what you're saying, but here again, it's just a simple matter of the burden of proof. Okay, I understand that you could reason that, just like you could get into the conversation and say, "Let me tell you how the past is real," but really, what we're asking for is, should you really do that? Right? Like if David comes to you and says, the past isn't real. Does it make sense for you to engage with David and say, no, let me prove to you the past is real? Maybe, and I'm not saying you can't, you could. But simply what we're saying is it upon me or is it upon David? Does that make sense? Yeah, so I haven't gotten to that part yet. So we haven't gotten to like why I say a creator is self-evidently true. So right now, all we're talking about the past being real and the characteristics of truths that are self-evident. So yeah, so at this point, we're not really concerned about why they don't think so, because we can investigate that later. But right now, we're just saying that simply on the concept of burden of proof, who has the responsibility to prove it? It's that simple. No problem, inshallah. Okay, let's go ahead and move on, inshallah. So we've got hopefully a good ground, relatively okay grounding in self-evident truths. All right, so self-evident truths are true by default. They can be wrong. Self-evident truths are to be accepted until we discover empirically or philosophically that they are false. So we're not saying that someone who claims something that is self-evidently true, that you have to accept it and just because they said so. It's a possibility, but we can use certain tools, philosophically, empirically, to prove otherwise, okay? Now, when someone questions these truths, we do not blindly accept their conclusions, all right? Usually reply, what evidence do you have to reject them? The honest of proof is the one making the claim. And again, we'll go back to the example of the reality of the past, okay? The honest of proof is upon the one who claims that the past is not real, okay? Because the past being real is self-evidently true. All right, we went over the characteristics of those things that are self-evidently true. Let's apply those characteristics. I want you to appreciate something or notice something. I didn't say the proofs of self-evident truths. Why didn't I say that? Why did I say characteristics and I didn't say proofs of those things that are self-evidently true? Yeah, way back there. Yep, you had your hand up. Yep, you. Actually, hold on a second. Go ahead.
Because you can't prove it?
Exactly. They're self-evidently true. So the whole, it's a circular argument then, right? Like trying to prove something that you're claiming that is self-evidently true. So hence, these are not proofs for self-evident truths. These are characteristics, okay? That's very important because here we're not trying to establish something by way of proof, all right? And that whole discussion we had yesterday, rational, super rational, etc., hopefully has kind of elucidated what we mean here and why I did not choose the word proofs. So characteristics, what are some of the characteristics? We just went over them. Let's apply them to the basic idea of God. Okay. The basic idea of God, let me make sure I clarify this. We are talking about the concept of Allah being Al-Khaliq, the creator. We are not getting into our conception of Allah in its totality, okay? So we're not trying to say Allah as we understand Allah, that He is Al-Bar, He is the one who is Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, and so on and so forth, okay? We're simply talking about what created everything. Is there a creator, okay? So I want to make sure this is clear because a lot of times people will conflate these things. We're trying to prove God, and then God, the Islamic conception of God. Just hold on a second. That's not what we're talking about here. What is self-evidently true is the concept of creative processes. Okay? That is something that is self-evidently true. Why? Okay? It's self-evidently true because it fits within the characteristics that we have put forth about things that are self-evidently true. So for instance, number one, is it universal? In other words, is it cross-cultural? You'd say yes. If you were to take a painting and you showed it to let's say, a young person, a child, you could, if you went to the child, the child may ask the question, who painted the painting? Okay? The child would not intuitively say, oh, that must have just come together by itself. Right? The child understands that there's a prior creative process that goes on here. Okay? In fact, at the most basic level, if you were to throw something from the other side of the room, the child will look at the place of where it's thrown. Okay? That is self-evidently truth, that things have creative links. Okay? One thing, there's a cause and there's an effect. Cause and effect is self-evidently true. Okay? Number one, it's not something you're taught. Sorry, it's universal. Okay? You don't, it's cross-cultural. Cause, effect. It's not, again, you don't go to, let's say, here in Chicago, we believe in cause and effect, and yet you go to like Karachi, and over there, they don't believe in cause and effect. That's not how that works, right? So therefore, we say that it is cross-cultural universal. Cause, effect. There's a creative process, and so therefore, we understand that there's a cause and there's an effect, okay? It's cross-cultural. It's not taught, it's untaught. You don't sit down and teach someone that necessarily, okay? And here we're just talking about the process of creation, right? That there is a cause and an effect. We're not talking about the concept of God and all these things like I mentioned earlier. It's untaught. Natural, it's formed by people with normal cognitive and psychological faculties, okay? Again, if you were to ask a person, where did this painting come from? Someone that has a normal cognitive faculty will say it was painted by somebody, or it came about by some sort of a cause. Something put this painting together. Okay? Finally, it's intuitive. In other words, it's the simplest and most comprehensive explanation. Because you could have other explanations. The painting came by with all of this paint that was just poured onto this thing. It was shifted through, and eventually you get this painting. That is a way more of a complex explanation than, okay, there was a cause and effect, and this painting came about by the action, intentional action of a person. Okay? Cause, effect. Those things are, as we said, self-evidently true based on the characteristics that we have presented. Everyone clear at this point so far? Okay. If that is the case, that cause and effect are self-evidently true, and we understand that from the point of view of the creation, right, that there's cause and effect, creative cause and effect, therefore, the burden of proof is not upon you to say this universe and everything in it has a cause, right? The burden of proof is to the one that denies that there was a cause, okay? Because cause and effect is self-evidently true, okay? Based on these characteristics. All right. Everyone clear on this? Yeah? Okay. Let me just mention supporting studies, right? So this is not the evidence, this is not the argument, but this is just something that bolsters the point we're trying to make, okay? So there was a study that was done, Are Children Intuitive Theists, right? Reasoning about purpose and design in nature. And so in that study, they said, finally, evidence from 6 to 10-year-olds suggests that children's assignments of purpose to nature relate to their ideas concerning intentional non-human causation. Together, these research findings suggest that children's explanatory approach may be accurately described as intuitive theism. Okay? In other words, going back to the concept that there is a causation, cause and effect. That's something that is intuitive. It is self-evidently true. Another study, the divided mind of a disbeliever, intuitive beliefs about nature and purposely created among different groups, and blah, blah, blah. Interestingly, comparisons across different groups of non-religious participants in all 3 studies showed that despite the absence of prominent theistic cultural discourse, these studies, just on a side note, They were done in certain European countries, I think Finland and a few others, that have a very high percentage of atheism, okay? That's where these studies were done. So that's what they mean, and of course they say, is non-religious Finnish participants were more likely than North American atheists, which is interesting because we have a higher degree of religiosity in North America than Finland, right? So that's conservative Christians and all that sort of thing. So non-religious Finnish were more likely than North American atheists to fail in suppressing their overall level of creation endorsement. In other words, you have to be taught that causal links don't exist. That's something you have to be taught, okay? Cause and effect, you have to do away with that to renege or go against your intuitive theism, okay? So they continue on and say, this pattern of results shows that ambient theistic cultural discourse is therefore not the only factor that explains people's tendency to endorse purposeful creation in nature. These are just supporting studies. But it just goes back to the point, the burden of proof is upon the one that's making the claim that there are no cause and effects and that there's no creator. There's no causal link, no creative link. Is that clear? Okay. So let me now take a few questions. Where's our person? Okay. So, question, inshallah. And I'm going to ask you guys for the questions. Please try to keep it a bit short.
Yeah.
Real we've got short. More stuff to cover, inshallah.
Science says cause and effect is an established paradigm.
Okay.
It's beyond doubt. It is a proven fact. Why is science not able to explain what we are saying?
So there's a section we're going to be covering on the philosophy of science. And one of the things we're going to say is that the science is not the only tool to truth, the only epistemic tool to truth. There are other tools. Science denies cause and effect?
Science does not deny cause and effect.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying,
right.
Why doesn't science accept what you're saying?
Well, in essence, they do, because if there was no cause and effect, there would be no progress made in any sort of scientific endeavors. So they already accept that. No. If there's no link between...
God as creator.
I don't know. You'd have to ask the scientist.
No, they don't. See, that is the whole purpose of this discourse.
Yeah.
Right,
so we have a whole section on that. That's what I'm trying to say, right? The philosophy of science, we'll get to that. We'll get to some of the assumptions of science, and I think you may have a paradigm shift when it comes to the very idea of science, inshallah. Okay. Let me get to this. Sisters, do you guys have any questions? Can you hear me, sisters? No questions? Okay. Did anyone else have any questions? Okay. Go for it.
Is it correct to view the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as first principles because they in and of themselves are not dependent on our sort of recognition of them, and they can't necessarily be proven because whether or not human beings exist, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's merciful nature is not dependent on creation's existence or His majesty or any of His other attributes. So can't they in and of themselves also be treated as self-evidences or first principles?
No. And I'll tell you why. Is because you don't reach that, you don't reach those concepts except by way of revelation. We only say about Allah what Allah says about Himself, right? And certain things you may be able to understand, like mercy, rahmah, things like that. But, let's say, part of His rububiyyah, you may be able to get to that rationally, right? Or let's say intuitively, or by way of your fitrah. But your fitrah cannot take you to say, let's say, understanding that Allah is Ash-Shakur, specifically, As-Sabur, specifically, right? Those are names and attributes that we know by way of revelation, right? And revelation confirms what's in the fitrah, if that makes sense, right? And so, as part of our theology, we understand that we only say about Allah what Allah says about Himself, okay?
But is it appropriate to ask the question, like, why is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala merciful? Why is
Yeah, I mean, you could say, I understand the idea of Allah being merciful. But to say that that's self-evidently true, you can't make that claim. And it wouldn't fit in this particular scenario, right? The only thing this scenario does is we're establishing cause, effect, and thereby we're establishing the idea of creation, right? Beyond that, you cannot establish by way of being self-evidently true that Allah has X, Y, Z names and attributes. The only way to know that is by way of revelation. And the fitrah confirms that, but that's about it. Good question. We need the mic. Who's our mic person? There we go. So, did you have your hand up earlier? Okay. Everyone's like timing it. Go ahead. Let me get it to him and I'll get it to you, inshallah. Yeah.
So when you talk about cause and effect, it's a little bit confusing because, I mean, cause and effect can also be because of like something unintentional. Like it doesn't necessarily mean that there has to be a creator or like someone with a will, right? It can just be
Right.
like, so like, why are we talking about cause and effect and not talking about like a creator, like something with someone with like intention, right?
So,
Like,
so the concept of irada, will, that doesn't fall in this discourse. Remember, we're not trying to prove the existence of God. We're just trying to say who has the burden of proof, right? So if you agree with cause and effect, then you understand that that is self-evidently true. If that's self-evidently true, then the universe having a cause, by extension, is self-evidently true, right? And so therefore, the burden of proof is not on me to show cause and effect of the universe. The burden of proof is on you to show that that process does not exist in the universe or where the universe came from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, yes, inshallah. I'll get to you, I promise. I haven't forgotten about you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Sorry if it's not direct related, but basically, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Sahaba was very simple.
Yes.
And using the fitra to talk to Arabi, talk to people about Islam. It was so simple.
Yes.
Like a few questions, accept Islam.
Right.
Why is it required now mandatory to go in philosophy? Unfortunately, in these deep way, in these days, is it like a new requirement or
right? So that's actually an excellent question, right? And I really appreciate that question. Jazakullahu Khair. Is it mandatory? The thing is that. So let me give you a bit of background. I'm going to answer this question in a way that may be out of the box. Okay, I used to work for an organization called IERA. Okay, the Islamic Education Research Academy, and we used to have all of this content as part of IERA. Okay, so IERA is a dawah organization. They call non-Muslims to Islam all over the world, okay? At a certain point, they said, look, man, we go to places in Africa, we go to places in Southeast Asia, we don't use any of this stuff, okay? We simply say, Allah is one, Allah exists, He's worthy of worship. And villages are coming to Islam, right? Issue is that process doesn't happen in the West, okay? So in England, in the US, Australia, New Zealand, it's not there. You don't have the same sort of results. So then what they did is they said, hold on a second, we're going to go ahead and split the work here, right? So we'll continue working in places where people are naturally already close to nature and their fitra immediately accepts the truth, right? And so we'll continue working there, and you guys, you form sapiens, okay? Because in the West, in order for people's fitra to be unclouded, one way of doing that is by way of rational arguments. One way, all right? And yesterday, I don't know if you were here yesterday, but I was really stressing rational arguments are a means to uncloud the fitrah, not the end, right? And that's really important. Do you need them in the discourse that we are in, the situation that we're in, living in the West? I would say yes, okay? So you remember in Surah Yasin, that they went to the city and there was the messengers sent like 2 and then 3 and so some scholars mentioned that why were the 3 messengers sent to the city, right? They said because it was a city, right? And people in city life because things are comfortable, they can think about things a lot more, and therefore they're able to philosophize a lot more. It's really interesting in Ibn Khaldun's analysis of the rise and fall of empires, right? He gives stages of empires as well, right? The initial stage he gives actually is that you can say that's like close to the fitrah, right? People are just, that they are in a state where, so I'm forgetting what the statement is that he says. He says something to the effect of that good times, like prosperous good times, create weak men, okay? Weak men create difficult times. Difficult times spawn strong men. Strong men then create good times. So he has a whole cycle, okay? So the point is that we're living, according to, like, let's say his analysis, And actually, even there's a Western researcher, Sir John Glubb, who also has a similar kind of age of empires, in what you would call the age of decadence, right? Things are proliferating, you know, homosexuality is on the rise, sexual perversion is on the rise, and these type of discourses, you'll find it in this type of age that we are living in, right? So is it necessary for the context we live in? Yes. But is it necessary for every context? No. That make sense? Inshallah, okay. Jazakallahu Khairun. All right, let me just check with the sisters again. How are we doing on time? Break is in? 15 minutes, okay. So, sisters, do you have any questions? Sisters, do you have any questions? No questions, okay. All right. You had a question, right? Oh, you did? Okay, alhamdulillah. He has, okay. Do me a favor, keep it short.
Okay.
Jazakallahu Khair.
So, maybe this is on the topic. I had two quotes from the Quran that fall in line with this. Maybe I can just, not do one of them. So, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم وإذا أراد الله بقوم سوءا فلا مرد له. So,
Allah does not change the condition of people. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it says Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't change the condition of people until they change that which is within themselves.
Sure.
So how does this fall in line with, people denying the musallamat, like the clear evident truths? Like, we can see each other right now. There's so many particles in between you and I. There's so many cells in the eye that are making this all possible. There's so many clear signs. I mean, the Quran is filled with, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala telling us, just look at the ayat, look at the ayat, look at the ayat.
Sure.
And people seem to be turning away from that, and they make all kinds of extremely far-fetched claims, and then they just accept that like this. But when it comes to the clear evidence of not only the personality of Allah Azza wa Jal, the personality of Rasulullah Sallam, the many, many signs and prophecies, they seem to go very far away and just accept whatever their desire poses. What is affecting the heart to go so far away from the fitrah?
So that question is a question of what I'll term Islamic pneumatology. Okay? What that means is pneumatology is the study of the soul, the study of ruh, the study of the spirit. Okay? That's an entirely separate conversation. Okay? Because what you're asking about is what drives people to reject Allah, to reject the clear signs, right? That's essentially what you're asking, right? But in order to understand that, we have to understand what or who is the human being. What is his constituents? It has a constituent of a ruh, right? Which is it's metaphysical, non-physical reality, right? Where the consciousness is tied to. But it also has a material body, which is where your base desires are housed, right? Those base desires are something that drives a person to do things. But there's also the ruh, and that drives a person to do things. This competition back and forth, the battleground is the heart of the human being, right? That's why it's called qalb, right? Yuqallibu, right? It's always in a state of back and forth, okay? Sometimes that battle is won by the ruh. Sometimes that battle is won by the lower base self, or the nafs. Again, I get a long discussion about how the nafs is used, but if we understand that as the base self, okay? So now, that discussion, that is extremely long, and we can't get into it right now. So we're going to have to leave that alone, inshallah. But that discussion, in a course called No Doubt on the Sapiens Institute, we get into it. Who or what is the human being? What constitutes a human being? How does the fitrah tie in with the ruh? How does that tie in with the body? How does that tie in with desires? How do desires tie in with the different types of, understanding of people going astray? People go astray by way of shubuhat and shahawat, right? Shubuhat being intellectual doubts, shahawat being desires. How does the human being, which one is it and how powerful they are? All of that discussion is part of that course. I'm going to encourage you to go to the course and go through that section of it, inshallah ta'ala. Okay, any other questions? Okay, can we get the mic to this brother here, inshallah?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I'm going back to the topic you were discussing earlier that, means if we see a picture, we know that there is an artist, or we ask that there should be an artist, right? Or the creator was our artist. Then the next question comes, who is the creator of artist? That will eventually lead to who is the creator of the creator, right? Where would we put the boundary of the first principle or something? Because eventually that's the next question comes. The moment you go that route.
That is going to be the next question. Okay, very good question. That's not the topic. The question is, the topic simply is who has burden of proof. We're going to get there. I promise you we're going to get there. But you've got to just be a little patient with me, inshallah, right? This is only about who has the burden of proof, okay? I understand what you mean. Everyone's itching to get to the next stage. All right, so now let's dance with this atheist, right? Let's take him on. Okay, we're going to get there, inshallah. All right? All right, Jazakullahu Khair. Any other questions related to the topic specifically? And I'm hoping, so everyone understands the topic is only about burden of proof. I think I should have all of you say that in unison or something, right? Inshallah. Okay. Questions about the topic, right? Oh, okay. So wait for the mic here for a second.
Okay. I guess this does relate to the topic in a way, but American theists fail to suppress their overall level of creational endorsement.
Yeah.
My question for that part is, so that makes the natural predisposition of people to have a theistic point of view for things, correct?
Yes.
And the other thing that I had is, so the self-evident truths, they would be considered part of the super-rational, because if you remember what I asked last night, it's that the super-rational is a foundation that, and as you explained further, that these proofs, they don't need, these truths, they don't have proofs for why they are the way they are.
Exactly. Yes, you're right.
Okay, that's just a clarification I needed.
Jazakallahu Khair. Okay. How much time do we have, Hisham? 5 minutes? Do I want to open up the next topic? 10 minutes? I still don't. So let me do this. Let's break now, because now we're going to get into the next topic, and that I'm going to need your full attention on, because we're going to get into the argument from dependency, also known as the argument from contingency, and I need you to pay it, be focused as you've never been focused before, okay? So let's go ahead and break here, because I think it's a stopping point for this section, and then we'll reconvene in 10 minutes, but make a commitment you'll be here in 10 minutes, okay? So I'm going to put on my timer, and I'd like you to go out 5 minutes, look at it on your watch. It is 4:30, 4:40, we're going to start on the dot. Jazakumullahu Khair. Okay. You want to keep track of the time? Can you? Okay, I'll let you do that. That way the sisters cannot be discussed. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. How are you?
Sheikh, there's a private room. If you want to chill for 5-10 minutes, you can use the bathroom.
That's fine. No, I mean, we've got 10 minutes, so I'm fine.
You're good?
Yeah.
You want to stay with the crowd?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, cool. Let me know if you need anything.
I'll let you know if I need you to pull people away at 10 minutes. I'm just kidding.
Keep an eye on the timer. At 10 minutes, you got to stop. Be like, okay, you start.
Okay. Yeah.
So then, could you make the case that they're taught by past experiences?
What does that mean, taught by past experiences?
Because based on your experiences in the past, you come to realizations of certain.
It's a possibility, but no one actually teaches you that, right? So even if you want to claim that it's by way of experiential knowledge, fair enough, but they're not taught. You don't go to a classroom and learn them, or your mom doesn't sit down and teach them to you, right? So that's what I mean by untaught. So even if you want to chalk it up to experience, but that experience has a basis in reality. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, inshallah. All right. Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Good. My name is Salman.
Salman. Okay, mashallah.
My dad brought me here.
Your dad dragged you here is what you meant to say.
No,
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
As a westernized Muslim,
Sure.
it's good to have some questions answered.
Okay.
So I guess I just want to like meet you and kind of like.
Okay.
First and foremost, like what is the Sapiens Institute?
Sapiens Institute. So we're basically, you can say, like an academic think tank.
Okay.
And we focus on theophilosophy.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
And so our main target is issues of theology and philosophy, and then how do you bring those two things together? So how do you establish what people unfortunately call belief? If that makes sense.
So you guys are like a research institution?
Research institution. So we research, we publish. So there's a book related to this course called The Divine Reality.
Yeah.
I think it's available outside as well. So that's one of our published works. We have one on doubts in Islam. We just recently published, and a whole range of other books, which Kalam, cosmological argument, many other books.
I really like your answer to that one guy's question about like, is it necessary to have that rational, like, explanation sort of?
Sure.
And I think that's like, if you're living in the West, 100%. Like,
Yeah, of course. Unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately,
I would say probably a little bit of both. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
No, it's just
really.
I appreciate you
glad
coming,
to be
man.
here.
It's
Yeah,
good.
nice to meet you.
Inshallah. Nice to meet you as well. How are you? How is everything? What's your name? Afzal. Afzal. Okay, mashallah. Sure. Yes. Yes and no. So there was a time when they were kind of on the increase. The issue is that as atheism increases, people's satisfaction and questions about the meaning of life and things like that, they can't answer those things. So now you have a somewhat movement to come back to something that can give them meaning, right? Which, as we talked about the implications of atheism, it can't. So because of that deficiency, it may not be like a rational move, but you do find that people are starting to come back. Now, the alternative that they're given is usually Christianity, unfortunately, right? That's where we are falling short, because the alternative they should be given is Islam, right? So if that move is happening, it means we need to be more proactive in giving them that alternative that is based in the truth, inshallah. So, but yeah, I mean, there is an increase. There has been an increase. But for instance, like the proliferation of postmodernism kind of helps us to understand that clearly, like, new atheists and atheism itself, it can't really go very far. And the responses, if they're not based in the Islamic worldview, are things like postmodernism, which leads to issues like transgenderism and all sorts of other confusions that people understand that it's clear that's something that's very confusing, right? Not being able to establish a gender binary, it's a very confusing thing, and everyone can recognize that. They may not talk about it due to rights or whatever, but all of that spawns from an atheistic worldview. And when you can recognize that, you don't necessarily need philosophical arguments to get to the point where people are craving them. So.
I think this is one of the strongest points I've seen, that you're taking it like instead of the burden of proof.
Yeah.
That's really.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
It's on them, because everything in life we assume there's a cause and effect, but why not?
Of course.
I mean,
and it's a burden of proof question.
Argument.
Yeah, it is, but it's just a matter of articulating it, inshallah. So, Afzal, right? Mashallah, nice to meet you.
I attended your December.
Oh, you did? Okay. So you this is part of this is a review, huh?
Yeah.
The part on the fitrah.
Yeah, this one.
Okay, all right. Actually, in that one, we went in more detail about the fitrah. If you remember, we talked about kind of linguistically and all sorts of other things. So that was more detailed. So
these slides are available.
So I'm going to talk to the admin and make sure they email those out to everyone that registered, inshallah. So if you haven't registered, make sure you do that, inshallah. Wayak. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah, good. What's your name?
Nadeem.
Nadeem.
Yeah.
Okay, Fahad.
I just wanted to follow with the one, last time you were asking about Book of Mormon, right?
Yeah.
Have you dealt with them?
So I have a good friend of mine, Imam Anwar Arafat. His mom, are you familiar with him?
Yeah, we went to the same masjid. Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
So you know his mother is an ex-Mormon. Right?
Yeah, we used to sit together and get together.
Okay, mashallah. So I usually rely on him if I'm making da'wah to Mormons, right? Like, look, I need the inside information. How does this work? And so I have limited experience in this area, right? Although I have told him, I said, you and I need to take a trip to Utah and just go straight da'wah mode and hit it hard, So inshallah, hopefully Allah can open the door for us and both him and I can go and we can do that, inshallah.
I went to BYU, so I took Book of Mormon 1 and 2 and DNC and all the courses.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
don't talk about Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
Mormons, it's very unheard of.
Unheard of. Yeah. But I mean,
even other Christians don't consider that.
No, they don't.
It's just like Qadianis in
right. Exactly. They don't really consider them real Christians, which is interesting because there's a number of facets, like politically and things like that. Like how do you deal with, presidential candidates that are Mormons? So it's an interesting area. So.
Yeah. So they have Provo-Orem area where the university is very dense with Muslims.
Right. Which, interestingly enough, they have really strong like family values and things like that. Because I was asking Imam Anwar, so when you start reading about their beliefs, like, do they really believe this? He's like, nah, I don't really believe it. But the thing is that because that societal structure is so strong, like to leave it is you lose a lot, right? And so, even though some of that stuff sounds, border level insane, right? But it's just like I'll lose too much if I leave it.
Yeah, they excommunicate you, and then that's it. You're done
Right.
for life in that state. So you have to move out.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a deadly sin.
Yeah.
If you do that.
SubhanAllah.
Jazakallahu Khairun.
Wayak. It's good meeting you. So. All right, time's up, or? Time is up? Yeah. Okay.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
There's 2 minutes left.
2 minutes. Okay. Is there 2 minutes? Is
Yeah,
that
no, 2 minutes.
false alarm?
2 minutes.
Okay.
So one of the brothers requests is that whenever the sisters are asking a question, repeat the question.
So here's the thing. Because the question is stated in a bit of a lengthy way, it's really hard for me to repeat the question unless I maybe restate it and then there's a whole discussion about that's not what I meant and so on and so on. That's the complication there.
Then can you give a small announcement to make it clear?
Sure.
I think that would make it nice for the students.
No, that was it? Okay. Jazakallahu Khair.
Islam.
Welcome,
I didn't get to say Islam before I headed out yesterday, but yeah.
What's your name?
Asjad.
Asjad?
Yeah.
All right, nice
I
to meet
attended a talk by your brother when he came to DePaul like 2 years ago.
Really?
So, yeah. And I didn't know he had a brother, so. Man, it's good to come here and like hear you talk. It's like very informational.
Alhamdulillah. Jazakallahu Khair. May Allah accept it from all of us. Okay. Ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, if you want to just tell everybody.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and make our way back and get started, inshallah. So if you are stretching your legs, let's come back, have a seat, and we can get started, inshallah. So I wanted to just mention something. I guess I'll wait for... so the folks that are outside, if someone wants to just let them know we're starting, it might be good, inshallah. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalam ala Rasulihil Kareem amma ba'd. Okay. Someone kind of mentioned that when the sisters are asking a question, it'd be good if I could repeat it. I will try, but if you could give me some leeway in that, because sometimes the questions they're multi-pronged, and I can't necessarily remember everything and every aspect of it, and I don't want to unjustly paraphrase a question which would not be right, okay? So if I don't repeat it, please don't hold me accountable for that, inshallah. I will try, but I cannot promise, okay? Okay, so that being said, let us move on to the next section, the argument from dependency for God's existence. All right, so what we're going to cover, we're going to start with a summary of the argument itself. We're going to move on by defining what we mean philosophically by the term dependent. All right? Now, the reason we're mentioning this is because what I mean when I say dependent from a philosophical standpoint is different than how we linguistically understand the word dependent. Okay? So therefore, we're going to spend a little bit of time defining what we mean or when the term dependent is used in philosophical circles, what that means, okay? People also use the word contingent, all right? So contingent, dependent, whatever you want to take as the term. We'll then go over the argument itself. We'll look at how this argument was used within our own tradition, the Islamic tradition. We'll state some objections, some contentions to the argument. And then, if time allows, we'll end on a spiritual note, bi'idhnillah, and try to take some questions, okay? You've got to give 100%, inshallah. All right. I want you to imagine a scenario now, okay? As you walk out of your house, you see that there's these dominoes that are falling, okay? And so the dominoes fall right in front of you, and the last domino comes and falls at your footstep. So now as you trace this line of dominoes, you go like, maybe a good half a mile, you're tracing all the way, and you come to the last domino. Does that last domino explain the chain of events in and of itself? There has to be something outside of that first domino that explains the chain of events that is not that domino. Make sense? Okay, that is basically the argument. Okay, that's basically, I'm going to tell you, that's the simplest way to understand it. Okay? Let's now get to the argument itself. All right, here is a summary. If you don't understand everything that I'm about to say, don't worry about it. But let's just summarize the argument. All right, so number one, the universe and all we perceive is either independent, dependent on something else dependent, or dependent on something independent and eternal. Two, the universe and all we perceive cannot be independent or dependent on something else dependent. Therefore, conclusion, the universe and all we perceive depends on something independent and eternal. I was mentioning this, I was listening to Hamza Zortzis, the author of the book, and I was listening to his explanation of this section in my car as I was driving, and my son was sitting in the back seat, and he came up, he said, "Baba, what is this dependent, independent, dependent, independent? What is this? I don't get it," right? So if you're a bit frustrated, don't worry. We're going to define these terms, and we're going to make the argument palatable and inshallah easy to understand, okay? But we're just giving the structure of the argument as a starting point. Okay, let's now define what we mean by dependent, okay? And remember, I said it's also referred to as contingent in philosophy, all right? Number one, something that is dependent is not necessary. What do I mean by necessary? Necessary means that it is impossible for that thing to have not existed. Okay, who's nice and confused? Okay? All right. Something that is necessary means that there's no possibility at all that that thing could have not existed. Means it had to exist necessarily. Okay? Things that are not necessary did not have to exist. Okay? And therefore they are dependent. So the first quality is that it is not necessary. It could have been, like if we take this cup for example, if we ask the question, did this cup have to exist? Is it possible it could have not existed? Yes. Therefore it is dependent. Okay? And its existence requires something outside of itself that is not the cup that either explains its existence or is the cause of its existence. Everyone clear about this? Okay? Yes. No. So I'm going to ask you to hold on to that question for a second, right? Let's stick with dependent and we'll come to independent in a second, inshallah, okay? Is the concept of our first part of the definition of dependent clear? Kind of? Okay. Again, I mean, you can take literally anything. Actually, I'm not going to take that because I don't know what that's called. All right. My cell phone, okay? Did it have to exist? Okay. It didn't have to exist. It's possible it could have not existed. Does it explain its own existence? Okay. Therefore, it is dependent, meaning it could have not existed and it needs something outside of itself to explain its existence. Clear? It's dependent, right? That's our first part of the definition. All right. So there must be an external explanation that explains the existence, and in this case, they gave the example of a pen on top of the box. It doesn't explain itself. Therefore, there's nothing necessary about, in this case, the pen being on top of the box. It didn't have to be that way, right? If it didn't have to be that way, it is not necessary. Okay? Clear? Yes? Okay. Number 2, we're still on the definition of dependent. So our first part of definition, it is not necessary. It could have not existed, therefore it is dependent. And it requires an explanation outside of itself to explain its existence. Okay? Number 2, its fundamental building blocks could have been arranged in a different way. Again, if I take the cell phone, its fundamental building blocks, the circuitry, right, the glass, could it have been arranged in a different way? Yes. Okay? If it could have been arranged in a different way, it means there's something outside of itself that you would need to explain the arrangement. It does not explain itself, the necessary building blocks. Okay? Therefore, the phone is dependent, based on our second definition. Clear? Okay, so the first thing, it could have not existed. Second, basic building blocks could have been arranged in a different way. So, if you imagine now this arrangement, you go down the road, you see like this arrangement here of flowers, it says love. Did it necessarily have to be arranged like that, or could it have said something else, arranged in a different way? It could have been arranged in a different way. Does it itself explain itself? No. Therefore, something outside of this arrangement is needed to explain the arrangement, and therefore it is dependent. Okay? So far, so good? So we're on the second part of the definition of dependent. All right? We've got one more. So hang on to your seats. Number 3. All right? Actually, hold on a second. Okay, I'm going to skip number 3 for right now. Number 4, actually this is number 3. It has limited physical qualities. Okay? Meaning, like this cup, it has a specific shape, a specific color, a specific height, and so on, and maybe a specific charge. That limitation of shape and color, did it give itself those limitations? No. It requires something outside of itself to explain those limitations. Therefore, it is dependent. With me so far? It has limited physical qualities. It has a certain shape. It has a certain color. It has a certain height. Those limited physical qualities, it did not give itself. Something outside of the cup gave it those limited physical qualities. There's an explanation outside of the cup. So far, so good? Okay. So we said that limited physical qualities, these include having a certain shape, size, color, temperature. This is because if something has a limited physical feature, that feature has to be limited by something outside of itself, something external to it, okay? Such as an external source or external set of factors. It did not give rise to its own limitations, okay? All right. So the following questions highlight these points. Why does it have these limits? Why is it not twice the size or a different shape or a different color? It requires an explanation outside of itself. Okay, so far so good? All right. Now, what we're saying about, let's say, the cup or the phone or anything else, we're going to apply this to the universe. Okay, the physical universe. Is the physical universe dependent based on our definitions? Okay, someone tell me why. I want you to start reading the slide. Give me one reason why we say the universe, the physical universe, is dependent. Okay, yeah, actually, you want to get the mic? Did you want to answer it?
Yeah.
I'll give you the next one. How about that? We'll get one per person. So, right here. I think he had his hand up. Go ahead and raise your hand again. It was you, right? Yeah, okay, go ahead. All right. One reason why the universe, we would classify it as dependent.
It could have been arranged in a different way.
It could have been arranged in a different way. There's nothing necessary about the way that it was arranged. And the way that it was arranged, it could have been arranged in a different way, and therefore it requires something outside of itself to explain the arrangement. Make sense? Okay, so that's one reason. Why else do we say that the universe is dependent, the physical universe is dependent? Yes?
It has a finite size.
It has limited physical qualities, right? All of the material matter, the physical universe has a specific, shape, color, size, so on and so forth. They are limited physical qualities, and it did not give itself those limitations. It requires something outside of itself to explain those limitations, okay? What's the third reason? And I'll let you take it because you wanted to. Okay, all right, fair enough, go ahead.
It didn't define itself.
It didn't define itself.
It doesn't define like its existence, like you were saying earlier.
It's not necessary, right? It could have not existed, right? So therefore, if we understand that logically it could have not existed, something outside of itself has to give an explanation to its very existence, all right? So the universe, the physical universe, is dependent. So far, so good? Yes? Any problems with this so far? I need to take this very slowly. Any issues with it? Everyone clear? Yes. Okay.
I was saying I don't have an issue, but similar concept. So in terms of like the Big Bang, they say that the Big Bang was created when white matter and black matter got together and supposedly created the Big Bang. But who wrote those laws in the beginning for the Big Bang to create, for white matter and black matter to come together and explode?
Okay, that's an excellent point. One thing that maybe I failed to mention, this argument has nothing to do with science. It is a metaphysical argument, okay? Science does not say one thing or the other about it, okay? We're talking about concepts, right? And so when we're talking about this particular argument, science doesn't enter into the realm because we're basing this on metaphysical concepts.
Can you give an exact definition of metaphysical?
So science, as we're going to see, only deals with the physical, okay? So, and in fact, one of the contentions is that science will one day explain this argument, but this is what we're going to say, is that science deals with only physical realities. And what we're saying is, it only deals with dependent things, is where we're eventually going to get to, right? Once we get to understanding independent, science can't deal with that, because it only deals with the physical world, right? And the physical reality, right, the physical world is dependent, all right? So this is not a scientific, like one day science will prove, science has nothing to do with it, all right? And so therefore, there's a physical aspect where we're talking about dependent, but then there's a metaphysical aspect of then what is independent. Does it make sense? Somewhat? Okay, all right. We've got another question here. Actually, sisters, if you have a question, please let me know.
So do atheists buy these concepts? Do they take these in? Do they accept them?
So when I taught this at UT Austin, and we established a dawah table, which had been dormant for years before I got there, the brothers and sisters, this was their favorite argument. In fact, they bought a set of dominoes and put it on the dawah table. So, and they were very successful. They actually had a couple of shahadas. So, and again, I'm not saying that's evidence, guidance from Allah, and that's not, I shouldn't really say that, but meaning, if we're looking at it from that point of view, then yeah, it's quite effective, you know? Because again, science doesn't enter into the concept, and it's a metaphysical argument. It's very difficult to debunk it, right? Did someone have their hand up over here that I missed, or? No? Okay, go ahead. Again, sisters, if you have questions, I can hear you, inshallah. So,
is this argument in any way supported by ayat in the Quran?
Yeah, so actually the argument didn't originate with me or Hamza. Imam al-Ghazali mentions it, Ibn Taymiyyah mentions it, and a few other people. So for those of you who are studying Aqidah, you may know the concepts more of like wajib al-wujud, mumkin al-wujud, those are the terms that you actually use. So yeah, I mean, it's quite well known across the theological spectrum. So it's not like, okay, one school accepts it, one school doesn't, but like all schools basically understand it and use it. Unfortunately, it's kind of relegated to classical books. So now what we're trying to do is bring it up and make it kind of contemporize it and just give it to you. If you studied it, you probably already recognize a lot of these concepts anyway. So, yes. Wait for the mic, sorry.
So the number 1, 2, 3, 4 that you mentioned is classic example of evolution. That is science. Now, what you showed in the domino effect, the initiating part, that there is something outside, independent, that is the metaphysical part that science is not able to explain, or the realm of science has not yet comprehended.
Sure, okay.
Right?
Yeah. The point being is that science only can explain the physical.
Right.
Right? But it doesn't have any bearing on the argument, is what I'm saying. Like, you can't use science to debunk the argument. That's
Right. Yeah. And science is a process. Maybe 1,000 years down the road, maybe
science,
that,
1,000 years, will not be able to debunk this.
that is a presumption.
No,
that's a
it's not.
speculation.
No. Because, hold on a second. Because it's a metaphysical argument. And I'll get to that in a second. The problem is that if you assume science is the only way to truth, then you have to make that assumption that someday science will answer
I'm
it.
not.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, this is a metaphysical argument, all right? Science only deals with the physical. Science, because by definition only deals with the physical, it cannot debunk this argument. Maybe you can debunk it with something else.
Okay.
You can never use science as a tool to debunk it.
Let me take you 5,000 years back.
It doesn't matter.
No.
Okay, let me ask you this. Does science deal with the physical or the non-physical?
It deals with evidentiary aspects of both.
Does it deal with physical or non-physical? That's all I want to know.
Both.
Both. So it deals with metaphysical. So it deals with metaphysical concepts. It talks. It can entertain the idea of how to analyze God.
No. Metaphysical concepts that are related with physical aspect, like in your domino effect.
Right. Well, okay. Let's park the discussion for the section on the philosophy of science. Okay. Because I think that'll clarify a lot of the things that are kind of coming forth. Okay. But just at this point, take my word for it. 20,000 years of science will not be able to debunk this argument. Something else might be able to, but it cannot be science, right? Just based on the argument itself. Okay. Sisters, did you have a question? There is one question. Okay, go ahead, inshallah. Oh, wait, the call ended. Where's Hisham? Or can someone dial me back in? To the sisters.
Hisham, can you please come?
Sorry, man. My call ended for the sisters, so can you dial me back in? So, sisters, sorry, my call got disconnected, and Hisham's going to come here and save the day, inshallah. Jazakullahu Khairun. Do you want me just... Oh, it's the same number. Okay. Meeting pin. Okay, so we're just going to take another question while we wait for Brother Hisham to help us out, inshallah. So can we get the mic? Wait. Let's get the mic. No, because then the sisters can hear your question. What is number 3? Okay, so that was interesting. Allergic to cats? No, it's not because I'm allergic to cats. It actually is not a separate point when it comes to dependency, because I've been making that point since the beginning, right? That it relies on something outside of itself for its existence, but I've been saying that with each one of the points that are dependent. So it's kind of, it's a mistake in how I compose the slides, if that makes sense. So it's not actually number 3. I've been saying it with each point talking about dependency, right? So it's not necessary, requires something outside of itself as an explanation. It has limited physical qualities. It requires something outside of itself to define or to give it limited physical qualities, and so on. So point 3 isn't really, it just relies on something outside of itself for its existence, which is essentially what we said at point number 1. So yeah, so that's why I quickly skipped it, not because of the presence of the cat. You know, I don't have a problem with cats. I just want to make sure I'm clarified. I know last night you might have taken away that I hate cats or something. I don't hate cats. I'm just allergic to cats, right? So they just cause a lot of discomfort for me. But my wife got a hypoallergenic cat, right? Which, to my dismay, are extremely expensive, right? Anyhow, that's how we solve the issue in the house. Okay. Any other clarifications or questions? Wait, let's get the mic over to you, inshallah.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Regarding metaphysical, I have just one, just for my understanding.
Okay.
The Waqia Miraj of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was it come under a category of metaphysical, that instance, or
was
is
the
it physical?
Isra wal Mi'raj, was it metaphysical?
Yeah.
I mean, in a sense, yes, it was metaphysical.
Yeah.
But it was an actual journey, right? So we don't say that it was just something that he dreamt or something like that. He took a physical journey, but it kind of bridged the physical and the metaphysical, right? The physical and the non-physical, let's say, right?
So that's my question is here. This is what I have. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So Prophet may peace upon him went there. So this is what I've heard when he, everything was done.
Yeah.
I mean, leading the prophets' prayers and other things, Jannah, everything was done, and still we have learned. Still, the bed was warm, and it was. It happened like a,
Yes, it happened very quick. Yes.
So at that time, I mean, definitely, we believe on that one as a.
Yes.
We are not atheists, okay? As a Muslim, we believe on it, but science could not prove at that time. But now, once Einstein came, he gave the theory of E is equal to mc square.
Sure.
Then the science also started believing on it because matter can convert into energy into matter.
Right.
So my question is, science has a limitation at some time, but people keep working, the scientists, and finally they start believing on the metaphysical also.
Sure.
So that's my question.
Okay.
If you can little bit.
So good question, but I'm going to park it until we get to the philosophy of science. I'm beginning to think I should have just started with the philosophy of science because everyone just really is kind of, it's really this thing, So let's hold on to that question. There's a whole section on the philosophy of science. Once we understand philosophically, assumptions within science, how it works, what are some of those assumptions, I think that will clarify a lot of these questions that we may be having, inshallah. I think it's the next section. I believe so. If not, I might just change the slides and start it. So, of this particular, I don't. Are we recording this? It is being recorded? Okay. Oh, so if you registered, you'll get a recording, inshallah. So, okay, Jazakullahu Khair. Okay, I'm sorry.
So I just wanted to talk about the contingency argument.
Sure.
So this is a so this is a valid argument if like premise 1 and 2 are true, then then the conclusion is true. And then it's also a sound argument. Like no one can prove like the premises are not true. There are only like three types of things. Like there's like contingent things, independent things, and also like impossible, right? And if like someone has a problem with this argument, they have to provide like a fourth type of thing, right? Or they have to like show a contradiction in the argument.
Sure.
So this is actually a sound argument. So like I see it.
Jazakallahu Khair. By the way, we haven't finished the argument. We haven't gotten to the argument yet. I'm just like, we've only defined dependent so far. So should we do that now? Okay, alhamdulillah. All right. So we've understood dependent. We've defined dependent. Actually, hold on a second. Sisters, did you have a question? That was going to be totally unfair for me to just move on. Because I think I can hear you now, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. Sisters? No questions. Okay. So now that we've understood dependent, we're going to apply that to the universe, like I just mentioned. Okay. So based on that, we showed that the universe itself is dependent. All right. Based on the definitions, and I'm assuming everyone's clear on why we're saying that the physical universe is by definition, how we define dependent. Okay. So what that means is the universe, the physical universe, requires something outside of itself to explain the factors that we mentioned, right? So we said it's not necessary. So something outside of itself needs to explain its existence. It has limited physical qualities. It didn't give itself those limitations. Something outside of itself must be provided to explain those limited physical qualities. Something outside of it has to have given it those limited physical qualities, okay? And number 3, the basic building blocks of the universe are arranged in a specific way. Something outside of the universe has to have, has to explain the arrangement of the universe as is, because it could have been arranged in a different way. Is this clear? Yes? Okay. Now, people might be thinking we're going to jump straight to like, therefore, that is God, all right? But that's not where we're going, okay? I know you would love that to be this answer, like, boom, we've reached there. Now, if that's the case, let's go back to the argument. Number 1, the universe and all we perceive are eternal, necessary, and independent. So we've already stated that the universe is dependent. So number 1, we say that this is not possible. Everyone clear? Just based on everything we said. Number 2, the universe and all we perceive depend on their existence, for their existence on something else, which is also dependent, right? Because we can say that the universe, the physical universe, something outside of the physical universe explains its existence, its basic building blocks, and its limited physical qualities. That thing outside the universe is also dependent. Everyone understand this, right? Does this make sense? Is this a possibility? Okay, it is. Fair enough, all right? So the universe, all we perceive depends on the existence of something else. Okay. Number 2, let me see if there's a slide on this. Actually, yeah. So number 1, hold on a second. Okay. Let me go back to this one. So number 2, we said this does make sense, okay? The universe and everything we perceive, the physical universe, something outside of it has to be there to explain its existence. That thing outside of the universe could also be dependent, right? We said that that's possible, okay? Can this chain go on forever? Meaning that thing that's outside the universe, that's dependent, means that it needs something to explain its existence because it's dependent. And so you have a third thing that is also dependent. Now that dependent thing, if something outside of it is also dependent, then that thing, can this chain go on forever? No, right? I sometimes give an example about this, about why this is not possible. Okay, so there was a time in my life where I used to be addicted to desi chai. You guys know what this is? Tea, basically, all right? It's basically, tea with milk, shai bil halib, okay? Okay, so it's tea with milk, and it's made in a specific way, right? And I'm not into the whole elechi stuff, so anyway. So, with like 3 spoons of sugar. Now, I'd have like 6 cups a day of this stuff, and it was wreaking havoc on my body, right? But anyway, so I want you to imagine that I now go to my wife and I say, can you make me a cup of chai? Karak chai, right? Or make me a cup of chai. So she says, that's fine. I can make you a cup of chai, but I need to ask your mom if I can make you the chai. So I say, okay, no problem. So she goes to my mom, and my mom says, okay, no problem. You can make him the cup of chai, but I need to ask his father. Okay? Now my dad says, okay, look, no problem. He can have the cup of chai, but let me ask my brother. Okay? So now my uncle, his brother, he says, no problem. You can give him the chai, but let me ask my sister. So now my popo, she says, no problem. I'm going to ask his grandmother. Okay, so my grandmother says, no problem. I'm going to ask my roommate. All right? My husband, whatever, right? So now her husband, my grandfather, says, no problem. He can have the cup of chai, but I'm going to ask my roommate. The roommate says, no problem. I'm going to ask my brother. He says, no problem. I'm going to ask, can this process, if it goes on forever, will I ever get to drink the chai? No. Okay? This is what's known as a series of infinite events. And if you had a dependent thing that is dependent on another thing that's dependent on another thing, and that went on forever, nothing would exist. Is that clear? So premise 2, the universe and all we perceive depend on their existence on something else, which is also dependent. is not possible. Because then you'd have an infinite chain of events, which would mean you wouldn't exist. The thing itself wouldn't be. Is that clear? Therefore, deductively, the only possibility is that there is a universe, and all we perceive, it depends on their existence on something else that exists on its own nature and is eternal and independent. In other words, it is necessary. Remember, we said what is necessary? It does not depend on anything for its existence. It does not require an explanation outside of itself. By logical necessity. Everyone understand the argument? Okay. So now there's an abstract understanding of the divine. Okay. It's very abstract because now all we're saying is there's something that is independent and eternal. We haven't gotten into the names and attributes of Allah and created blah, 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 all that. That's not it. Simply saying that there exists something that is independent. Clear? That is the argument, that there has to be something that's independent, and right off the bat you understand that the only being that is independent is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Make sense? How'd you like that argument? Do you understand why UT Austin loves it so much? You understand why they bought the dominoes? Okay? Once you get it, there's no way out, basically. Okay? The only way out is for you to commit to what we call radical skepticism, right? You start denying everything then, okay? And the atheists do that, right? I remember there was a debate. Some theist was debating an atheist, and you know, the theist asked the atheist. He said, "Look, if you saw God, and He came down, He's right in front of you, would you then believe in God?" So he said, "Yes." And he said, "Wait. No, I think I would then deny my eyes because I'm not sure. Some magic is." Okay, man, come on, dude. That's like, so there's really, the issue isn't, you know, the actual whatever it might be. So you will get obstinate atheists that say, okay, well, the argument is this, that. But the only place you can go then is what we call radical skepticism, which is a disease that is mentioned in the Quran in various ways, okay? But barring that, the argument has no other way out. Like the atheists can't get out of this argument. They have to accept that there is an independent, eternal thing that is outside of the dependent universe, okay? Let's look at some contentions, all right? Actually, let's look at the Islamic tradition before we get to the contentions. From our tradition, we know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is independent. He's al-ghani, right? He's not in need of anything, right? Where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Ya ayyuhan nas antumul fuqara illallah, right? O mankind, indeed you are faqir, you are dependent wholly on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? And He is وَهُوَ الْغَنِيُّ الْحَمِيدُ. He is ghani, He is free of all needs. He has no needs whatsoever, totally independent, okay? So we understand this. O mankind, you stand in need of God, whereas He is alone self-sufficient, as I just mentioned. And so Ibn Kathir mentions on this ayah, he said, they need Him in all that they do, but He has no need no need of them at all. He's unique in His being free of all needs and has no partner or associate. He is completely independent, okay? Now there's a spiritual dimension of this, and that is as follows. When a person feels that they are independent, this is when they start to sin and perhaps reject Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, okay? And I'll give you an example of this. When you get a paycheck every 2 weeks, you start to forget where that paycheck came from because it's automatic. You forget that you are faqir before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that you are dependent upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Whereas, you know, and you were asking about the fitrah and the, you know, people, and whereas people in the past, their lives were more precarious, right? For us, if you want water, you will go to the faucet, turn it on, drink a glass of water, and not think twice. Compare that to the person that when they want water, they have to hike, you know, let's say 5 miles to go to a well, to pull the water out, bring it back to their village, and then they understand in a way that we don't what dependency is, how they're wholly dependent upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? So the person that has like these luxuries, what happens is they forget their state of dependence upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You know, my brother was telling me something really interesting. He studied at Medina University, You know, like they say, you know, Medina University is like the true UN because they have people from literally all over the world, right? Like from every corner of the world. He said, so I was in the dorm room and I walked into the bathroom and I saw a brother there and he was opening the faucet and closing the faucet. Like he's just turning it on and turning it off. And so I asked him, he goes, what are you doing, right? Like, why are you? And he says, it turns out this was the first time he was seeing running water. Subhanallah, right? Like he said, I've never seen running water like this. So a person whose state is such that their lives are precarious, sometimes we think, oh man, their life is so hard, I feel sorry for them. They may have a spiritual advantage in certain cases, all right? I'll tell you another thing, just from a personal experience, okay? So when I was young, I wasn't the best of kids, all right? I wasn't a good son per se, and I don't mean that in terms of like, oh, I wasn't obedient. Like I was bad. I was really bad, okay? I was so bad that my parents were like, okay, we need to do something about this kid. What our solution is, we're going to ship him off to Pakistan because over there, he will become righteous, okay? Whatever, okay, fair enough. Although I always tell people, I went there and I probably corrupted more people there than they did anything to me, but okay, whatever, right? So I remember when we first got there, I had this deep sense of like Americanism, okay? So I remember my mom was like, you know, this is it, you're here. And I'm like, no, I'm going to leave. I have rights. I'm an American, whatever, right? Whatever. It's just weird state. So I remember I had my first experience of something called load shedding. Anyone knows what this is? Okay? It's basically what happens is that, let's say randomly in the middle of the day or the middle of the night, all of a sudden, ka-chunk, all the electricity is gone. Okay? I had never experienced that in my life. Okay? So now, 2 o'clock in the morning, midsummer, okay? It's much like Texas. It's really hot, okay? Midsummer, 2 o'clock in the morning, ka-chunk, the lights go out. And I'm like, man, I'm an American. I don't deserve this, right? It's just my, so, you know, I'm like, you know what, forget this. I go outside to the car, I get in the car, I turn it on, I turn on the air conditioning, and I'm like, this is great, life is great. I'm back to where I need to be. And like 5 minutes later, my dad's like banging on the door, like, what are you doing? Get out of there, you nuts, right? But it made me, at that time, realize that a lot of things that we take for granted actually become spiritual problems for us because we forget that we are fuqara ilallah, right? And so, you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He mentions this idea, right, that you are indeed fuqara ilallah, and Allah is completely free of any need, He is independent, when you forget that, what happens, right? Kalla innal insana liyatgha. Indeed, the human being, he does tughyan. He goes beyond the bounds, right? He sins and so on and so forth. Why? Ara'ahu istaghna. He finds himself self-sufficient, right? When you think that you don't need Allah, that's when the disobedience starts. That's when the sins start, right? So anyhow, tying that to a kind of a spiritual concept within our tradition, this concept of dependence and independence, I was hoping that that's kind of that bridge there, inshallah. Okay, so now, once we've understood that there is an independent being, there's something that's independent and eternal, there are other things that we could possibly conclude, okay? Yes? Yes, inshallah. So there's a couple of things that we can conclude or we can assume, right? Number one, that this necessary being is all-powerful. Why? Because the sum of all dependent things, including the universe that contain immense power, are dependent upon Him. They derive their power and existence from Him, therefore He is maximally perfect in His power or all-powerful. Okay? Number two, He has a will. The necessary being chose to bring everything dependent into existence. This ability to choose points to a will. Okay? 3, He is one and alone. Right? This gets back to Tawheed. If one were to argue for a multiplicity of necessary beings, they must then differentiate between them, and if there's no difference, then there's only one. Okay? Now this gets into a completely different argument about how you understand that there can only be one creator and one necessary being, which I'm just going to park for right now. We'll get to that later, right? Because, you know, it's a bit of a deeper argument, okay? Number 4, all-knowing. Every dependent thing is arranged in a particular way, with the possibility of other arrangements to fit perfectly into the grand scheme of things. This shows that the necessary being behind all of this is all-knowing and wise. It also implies that this being has a will because one particular arrangement has been selected over another, which means that this being chose a particular arrangement out of a possibility of many other arrangements. These are things that you can come to a conclusion with, okay? Someone could argue against you about this, right? So that's why we're saying that this is something that you can conclude, okay? And you wouldn't be at fault for concluding that. But that is not the crux of the argument. This argument is solely speaking about an independent eternal being. Is that clear? Okay, wonderful. All right. This gets into those who are kind of pursuing Aqidah, Islamic theology. Islam's intellectual tradition produced the like of Ibn Sina, who articulated a similar argument, and in fact, others articulated a similar argument as well. He maintained that God is wajibul wujud, necessarily existent. Ibn Sina argued that God necessarily exists and he's responsible for the existence of everything. Everything other than God is dependent, and which Ibn Sina described as mumkin al-wujud. Okay, so if you are traversing those texts, that argument, that's where it's coming from. Okay, so we didn't just make it up, if that makes sense, all right? As we say, we're standing on the shoulder of giants. We're really not that smart. We just take stuff in classical books, contemporize it, and then give it to you, and you guys get impressed, and we realize that, wow, you know, it's really nothing to be impressed about. We just took what's already there and presented it to you. So, okay. Hold on a second. Okay. I'm going to skip this for now. It's a bit long because of time. How much time do we have? Till 6:10. So that is 40 minutes? Okay, all right. So let me go over some of the objections. So objection number 1, the universe exists independently, which I think is kind of a ridiculous objection. How would we answer this? Someone says, well, the universe is, you know, exists independently. Oh, actually, let's get a mic. Where's our... He's the new mic guy. Oh, mashallah. He's going to take the reward, huh? Okay, anyways. He's like, oh, no. All right. So it was that brother back there, then I'll come to you, inshallah. Okay.
So because everything in the universe is dependent, therefore the universe is dependent.
Right. So basically, everything that we just argued, he's just saying the opposite. So it's not really much of an objection, right? He's just saying, well, the universe is independent. We're saying, no, based on our definition is dependent. So it's not really much of a objection or contention, okay? So again, that's why it says not attentive to the argument. So either the person didn't hear what you said or they didn't understand what you said, okay? Because they're just saying the universe is independent. So a typical atheist contention is, if we're saying that God is independent and necessary, why can we not say that same thing for the universe? Well, this is a misplaced contention for the following reasons. Firstly, there's nothing necessary about the universe, okay? That's exactly what we started from. It could have not existed. It's a possibility, okay? Secondly, the components of the universe could have been arranged in a different way, okay? Whether one considers these components to be quarks or sometimes a quantum field, it still raises the question, why are they arranged the way they are, okay? The fact that that question is there means it requires an explanation outside of itself and hence renders it dependent, okay? So since a different arrangement of quarks or fields could have existed instead of the collection that does exist, it follows that the universe is dependent, okay? So it's not really much of a contention. Number 2, the universe, and by the way, these contentions are pretty, again, they're a borderline like nonsensical and just weak, okay? The universe is a brute fact. It just is, right? What an amazing, you know, philosophically powerful contention, okay? Just a brute fact, all right? Now, and honestly, I'm not even sure if it's really worth the time, but what we say is, like, if you are passing by a blue hovering ball, okay, just floating, and someone said, oh, like, that's really strange, right? And you said, it's just a brute fact, and you walked by, would that really be satisfying? Would you be considered someone who's thinking about things, someone that's questioning things? No. And you wouldn't do that, right? If you consider yourself an erudite atheist who believes in science and rationality, and you have the upper ground, the upper hand when it comes to, science and thinking, and yet you're just going to pass by this ball and say, yeah, it just is, right? So what happened to all of that arrogance about, we are people who are erudite and academic and educated, and then now you're literally saying the same thing. It's just a brute fact. Doesn't require an explanation. Whereas everything else requires an explanation. The Quran requires an explanation. Hadith requires an explanation. Iman, all this. But this, no explanation. Okay. Again, kufr will always contradict itself. Remember that. Okay, objection number 3. What our brother was mentioning earlier. Science will eventually find an answer. Science is not part of this argument because science only deals with the physical. Science only deals with things that are dependent. It cannot tell us about things that are independent. It is outside the scope of science. Science has a scope. It only deals with physical, material matter and the phenomena that happen with that matter. That is why when we spoke about philosophical naturalism and methodological naturalism, we added the word naturalism. It deals with the physical, natural world. Its domain is not anything outside of that. This argument is a metaphysical argument, and therefore science is not a question of science, okay? And if you're still having trouble with that, we're going to get into the philosophy of science, inshallah, hopefully. I don't know if we have enough time, but I'm at least going to open the door. Okay, scientific proof is not a scientific argument. It is a metaphysical one. All that science can do is provide answers that refer to phenomena that are themselves dependent. Science cannot point to something that necessarily exists, right? It's not a scientific question. All right, objection number 4, which is known as the fallacy of composition, all right? The fallacy of composition, and this is a bit technical, but again, it's what we say, it's misplaced. The fallacy of composition is a fallacy of reasoning that mistakenly concludes that the whole must have the same properties as its individual parts. An objector may argue that the universe is not dependent even though it is made up of and contains dependent things. Does everyone understand the contention here? They're saying just because everything in the universe is dependent, it doesn't mean the universe is dependent. That's what they're saying, okay? However, making such a claim is not always fallacious. It could be that some wholes contain the properties that exist within its individual parts. However, it is not always the case. For example, a proper application of the fallacy is like a Persian rug. The individual threads are not the rug itself, okay? However, where this fallacy doesn't exist is in a brick wall, okay? Bricks make up a brick wall, right? And the substance of the wall is bricks, and bricks make up the wall. There's no fallacy here, okay? So this fallacy cannot be applied to the universe because of the principle of dependency. Dependent parts make up dependent wholes, okay? If you want to think about this conceptually, that ball we were speaking about a few minutes ago, okay? The universe is contained in that ball, right? It has a certain specific, defined, spatial borders, okay? Let's say the universe is all in this ball. The ball itself is dependent. If you took this ball and expanded it over the entire universe, the ball itself is still dependent, right? Because it has a border. It has limited physical qualities, right? It could have not existed. All of those things apply, even if you said that it's composed of independent parts. Make sense? Okay. So what was that? Objection number 4. You've assumed God's existence. Objection number 5. Okay? Okay. The argument has not made up the idea of necessity in order to lead to God. Okay? So we didn't make a logical leap and say, therefore, this means that God, in our entire conception of God, exists. We're saying an independent being exists. Now we can further the discussion and say, who is that independent being? But that's not what we're not saying. The entirety of our understanding of the divine is in this argument. We're simply saying, who is that independent being? What is that independent being? Now this discussion can take place. Okay? So the dependency of the universe and everything that we have perceived has led to the idea that there must be an internal, independent being that exists necessarily. This conclusion makes sense of the Islamic definition of God. All right? The ideas of necessity and dependency are well known and discussed in philosophy. The use of the word dependency in this argument is usually referred to as contingency in philosophy, all right? So if you're reading books on philosophy and they talk about this, this is known as the argument from contingency, right? They may not say dependency. Okay, so they're not made up concepts to try and sneak the God explanation via a back door. That's just a misplacement. Okay, objection number 6. Doesn't God require an explanation? Again, they haven't understood the argument, okay? The argument presented in this, we're saying webinar, has concluded there must be an eternal independent being that exists necessarily. All right? This makes sense of the Islamic conception of God. A necessary being doesn't require an explanation. So either they haven't understood the argument or they're just clutching at straws. All right? And it's that simple. Because again, all they're arguing is either a misunderstanding or a deep denial that they want to argue with you, and that's it. Okay? All right. Oh, so it is the next section. Haha. All right, so let's take a few questions, inshallah. I'm going to actually ask the sisters first, because last time we weren't able to take too many of the questions. Sisters, do you have any questions about the content that we've covered in this section, inshallah? Okay, go ahead. Yes, I can. I can hear you. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. So has someone argued that the fact that Allah has attributes makes him contingent? Is that what your question is? Okay. So as far as I know, that I don't know if that would actually be even a valid argument. Now, personally, no one's ever argued that to me personally, okay? As far as I know, I don't think that has been an argument that's been put forth, right? Because even if Allah has attributes, how does that make the argument fall, or how does it make it fallacious, right? Just the existence of attributes doesn't really add to like or run antagonist to the argument, if that makes sense. Right. Okay, could you repeat what you said? Because I want to make sure I understood your point properly. Okay, point number 2. Okay, so let me get there first. So, point of this one is fundamental building blocks could have been arranged in a different way. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so could the names, in a sense, have been arranged in a different way, is what the contention is. Is that what you mean? No. And the point is that if Allah is the independent, eternal being, then his names and attributes also hold that, right? So they're not then specific building blocks or anything like that. They're part of his oneness. So they fall in a completely different category, right? Because here, when we talk about dependent things, we're talking about physical things, specifically. And so to establish Allah to be independent, or to say that there's an independent being, and that independent being has names and attributes, that's very different than what we say in terms of fundamental building blocks that is part of the physical world. Does that make sense? No problem, inshallah. Okay. All right. any questions? All right, so can we get the mic? I think he's further back there as a question, inshallah. Okay, Jazakullahu Khairun.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum
Thank you.
assalam wa rahmatullah.
This may be a bit tangential to the scientific objection, especially regarding how we can have a universe start from nothing. Some of the physicists are now looking at mathematics or mathematical concepts, how maybe quantum fields, fluctuation of quantum fields that are kind of from nothing. So if somebody comes up with a mathematical framework, which is kind of theoretical,
sure,
that may give you, at least mathematically, something that could explain, as they are claiming,
sure,
how you can get these quantum fields to come out of nothing. How would you deal with that?
I mean, how would I deal with it? I mean,
how do you respond, or what kind of argument?
First, I mean,
would
is
you,
this a hypothetical, or are they actually? Because I know that there have been some physicists who have tried to write, like for instance, Lawrence Krauss wrote a book called Universe from Nothing.
Yeah.
But even his nothing was something. I mean, quantum fields are still something.
Right. So what I'm saying is, at least since it's mathematics, so you don't really need to do experiments scientifically to show it. If the mathematics are coherent and people accept the mathematical explanation, how would you kind of address that kind of issue?
So there's a couple of things here. I mean, first, like, have they done that in mathematics? That would be the first question. Second question is, does mathematics always reflect reality? Okay? So for instance, mathematically, in order for me to get to the other side of the room, and I'm sure you've heard this before, right? I have to cross the halfway point. But in order to get to that part, I have to cross the halfway point of that halfway point. And then in order to get to that, I have to cross that halfway point of the halfway point. If that's the case, you can infinitely divide up the distance into halfway points mathematically, right? So based on that, I could never really get from point A to point B, okay? Mathematically, it would say, okay, this is an impossibility, yet I can get up and walk to the other side of the room. So even if we said, okay, mathematically somehow, which again is a hypothetical, right? I still don't think that would undermine, let's say, even the dependency argument. Does that make sense? Inshallah. Okay. Jazakullahu Khair. You had a question, or go ahead. Yeah, if you did.
So I was discussing before about the universe and the black matter and the white matter.
Sure.
I'm not sure if you gave an explanation or you told me to save it, but
okay, go ahead. So what was your question exactly?
The question was that in order for the Big Bang to create, there would have to be white matter and black matter in order for it to, expand or make a boom per se.
Okay.
But there had to be something on the outside aspect to say those laws exist in order for the big boom to create. So I wanted more of an explanation or your opinion on that.
Okay. So I guess I would ask, what do you mean? Are you saying that black matter and white matter, and what you stated, is something that an atheist would say, or is that something you're saying that you could say that to an atheist?
So I was listening to a conversation, and they were just explaining the universe on how why are there stars, why is there the sun, the morphology of humans from apes to humans. Okay, what came before apes? Okay, the Big Bang. Okay, so how did the Big Bang happen? It went from white matter to black matter. And then the Muslim was like, okay, but who even wrote those laws in order for that to happen?
Sure, okay, all right.
So I kind of wanted your explanation and your
Well,
point of
to be
view.
really honest, I haven't heard about white matter or black matter and all of that, right? So in terms of explanation, I don't know if I can give you an explanation. I'm just being honest, right? Now, as far as who made the laws, yeah, you could take, you can go down that path and perhaps make that as an argument as well, right? Like the laws have to come from somewhere. And then this would perhaps go to the argument from causation itself, but that's a very broad topic, right? And I specifically chose not to cover it because it has a number of contentions, right? But if you're interested, I think Hamza's covered it in his book as well.
I apologize.
No, you don't need to apologize, man. It's a good question. Jazakallahu Khair. All right. Let's make this the last one because I want to at least start talking about the philosophy of science. And I'm sure all of you clearly want to do that too. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'll be short regarding you said does science leads towards the atheism? That is the
next section. Yes.
That's what we're talking.
Yes.
So, in my mind, I'm thinking otherwise. Actually, I believe science rather make our belief more strong instead of making someone atheist.
Sure.
Atheism.
No,
So,
I don't disagree with that.
Pardon?
I don't disagree with that. You're right.
Yeah, because once how it helps. What my understanding is because once you are like ignorant, so you are more in trouble. You're more. I mean, what's happening? What's going on? The more you have the knowledge.
Sure.
Knowledge comes through science, and science proves through the different processes.
Sure.
Okay? So that makes it more faith strong instead of taking the people away from the faith. That's what
That's interesting. The only problem is that what you've stated is it's assumption heavy. In other words, there's a lot of pre-assumptions in what you've stated. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that someone who engages in science that if they use science and it helps them to look at the universe and kind of marvel at because that's something that the Quran mentions, right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, instructs us to look, at the heavens and the earth and so on and so forth and reflect upon those things as signs, right? As ayat. I think what happens is that we assume that signs and science is the same thing. Yani signs, nafshu shay, but it's not the same thing, right? And this is why we're going to get into the topic of what exactly is the philosophical backdrop to science, okay? Once we've understood that, then we can properly apply science such that it increases us in iman and it never comes to a point where it causes people to leave Islam, okay? Because believe it or not, when we make certain assumptions about science and people and Muslims, and especially young Muslims, are confronted with professors and evolutionary biologists and so on and so forth, that their iman gets shaken because they haven't understood the philosophy of science, okay? Which is what we're going to cover now, okay? Inshallah.
Thank you.
All right. Who's ready? All right. Do you guys want to stand up, take a little bit of a break? Because the last section was a bit heavy, all right? Not like a real break, but just stand up, stretch, and we'll sit back down, all right? You do jumping jacks if you want. I won't tell anyone. Yeah.
We're going to break at 6:10, and then that'll go all the way till Asr, because Asr is at 6:30. So then we'll resume right after Asr.
Okay, so 6:10. Do we need to break at 6:10 now that they have a bit of a stretch?
You could do 6:15, so they have time for wudu.
So, all right, so what time is Asr? 6:30?
6:30.
Okay, so yeah, maybe 6:15 would be good. That would give me 15 minutes. Yeah, okay. I think half an hour is good. All right, people, let's have a seat. Let's get rolling, inshallah. All right. Does science lead to atheism? Okay. So what exactly are we going to be covering? All right. Number one, we're gonna look at the question: does science lead to atheism? Obviously, that's the title. Okay. Does science disprove religious claims? Okay, that's the second thing. All right. The claim that science leads to atheism is a claim that's made, but it's based on a false assertion that has 4 false assumptions, okay? Number one, and this is something that many of us fall into, it assumes that science is the only yardstick for truth, okay? In technical terms, science is your only epistemic tool to judge whether something is true or not, okay? This is a false assumption, okay? There are other epistemic tools that you and I have to judge whether something is true or not. Number two, hey man, science works. We have things that work. Therefore, any conclusions from science are true. This is also a false assumption, as we're going to see. Number 3, science leads to certainty. We're going to see that when you analyze the philosophical backdrop, rather the philosophical underpinnings of science, it can never lead you to absolute 100% certainty. It can get you close, but it can never get you to 100%. All right? Number 4, the conflation or the mixing up between philosophical naturalism and methodological naturalism. We've already spoken about those two, we've defined them, but when you start to mix those two things up, you make logical leaps between what is part of a scientific method and what is part of philosophy. Okay? So these are the 4 assumptions we're going to be looking at, bi'idhnillah. Okay? Number 1, is science the only yardstick for truth? No, it is not. Okay? Why? Because science has certain limitations. Okay? Number 1, it's limited to observation. You make conclusions based upon an observation in the scientific realm. Okay? Number 2, and we'll expound upon this, so I'm not just going to state that and move forward. It's morally neutral. It is amoral. The conclusions are amoral, meaning it cannot tell you anything about morality. As much as Sam Harris would love to write a book on it that is full of nonsense and try to prove otherwise, it is an amoral endeavor. It tells you nothing about morality, okay? It cannot delve into the personal. Those inner subjective experiences we were talking about, science cannot tell us about that, okay? It cannot answer why things happen. Science works with the how, not the why. It cannot address some metaphysical questions. Remember, we were talking about consciousness. It can't tell you about that, okay? There are other sources of knowledge, okay? For example, testimony. And it cannot prove necessary truths, okay, where we talk about axiomatic truths and things like that. Now, we're going to break all of these down, so hang on to your question, inshallah, okay? So let's look at the first one. Limited to observation, all right? Here is the thing. Science is based on observable phenomena. It is all possible, and in fact, this is one of the parts that makes science beautiful and lovely, is that it is based on observations, but those observations are limited. It is very well possible, in fact, it has happened, that tomorrow or in the future, you could have a greater scope of observation by way of more sophisticated technology or whatever it may be that contradicts current conclusions, okay? Because your observation in the future, what you've observed goes against what you've observed today because your observation is always going to be limited, okay? So there may be something in the future that you've observed that contradicts current conclusions. So it is limited to observation. All right? Everyone clear about this point? Okay, that's number 1. And so from Elliot Sober, he has a book on empiricism. He says, at any moment, scientists are limited by the observation they have at hand. The limitation is that science is forced to restrict its attention to problems that observations can solve. But observations are limited. Okay, that's number 1. All right, it's morally neutral. This diagram, I think, is like some sort of spinal surgery, all right? And the reason it's up there is because if we were to say, you know, imagine if you just snipped someone's spine, scientifically, is that okay to do? But it actually falls into a moral question, right? It's not really necessarily scientific question, right? So science does not deal with moral questions. It cannot tell you anything about morality. Okay, so it has a limitation in this regard. It is amoral. Okay, next. It cannot delve into the personal. All right, and I've spoken about this a few times. What is it like for a particular organism to have a specific inner subjective conscious experience? Why and how do inner subjective conscious experiences arise from neurobiological processes. Your experience of what it's like to have a cup of coffee, okay, that is an inner subjective experience. There's a certain experience you have with that coffee, how it tastes, how it goes down, how it flows, how it feels, all those things. All right? The problem that arises is that you can make a, let's say you can link certain experiences by looking at, let's say, you know, the neurologically you can link those things, but you cannot know the actuality of that. Like what it means for me to enjoy a chocolate cake, you can never access that. The most you can do is say, when he eats a chocolate cake, these are the functions that this is what happens in the brain, at best. But that inner subjective experience, there's no way to access that, okay? So it can't tell you about the personal. That makes sense so far? Yeah? Okay. It can't answer why things happen, okay? So since we're talking about chocolate cakes, if my mom bakes me a chocolate cake, you could tell me, like, this chocolate cake is composed of eggs and flour and yada, 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 and that's great. And that would be a scientific analysis, right? Because you've broken down the ingredients, but you can't tell me scientifically why she made the cake. Is it because she loves me? Is it because, you know, I mean, well, based on the statement, yeah, maybe it's because she loves me. But is there some other reason, right? Was my wife visiting? Did she want to make a good impression? Vice versa? How does that work? Like, it doesn't answer the why. It can tell you how things happen. It cannot tell you why, okay? All right. It cannot address some metaphysical questions. We spoke earlier about causal links. It can affirm causal links, but it cannot tell you about the nature of the causal link, okay? It's limited. Second metaphysical aspect is consciousness. Hang on one second. Is consciousness, as we spoke about. You can make an intention for something that is conscious, all right? And this gets into the philosophy of the mind. Intentionality, or having an intention, how does that come about if you are limited to the physical? What physical thing causes intentionality to arise? It's not a physical question, right? It's a metaphysical question. Science cannot deal with that, okay? So it's limited from that perspective. It cannot address some metaphysical questions, like we said, okay? All right. And there are other sources of knowledge, okay? So we'll give an example of one of those sources, all right? In other words, how you know what you know. How do you know something is true? If you said science is the only tool, then what you're saying is that there's no other tools to establish truth, okay? But the problem is that we establish truth with many other tools, okay? So the question, did Genghis Khan exist? How many people say yes? Okay, how many people say no, he didn't exist? Okay, good. So there's one guy. Who is that? Someone's. How old are you, man? 9. Okay, fair enough. We're going to let you go then. All right. How do you know he existed? Okay, how do you know history? What do you mean? Like, how do you know history? History. It's like, okay, how do you know about history? History books. Okay. How do you know they're true? How do you know people at that time recorded history? Sorry? Carbon dating. Okay. How do you know carbon dating is true? How do you know you can test it on something that is... How do you know all this stuff? Have you guys done all of the experiments yourself? All of you in this room? You have to rely on the say-so of somebody else. You are dependent on testimonial knowledge. In fact, even science is dependent on testimonial knowledge. No human being has done every single experiment, even in a specific field, right? If you're let's say, a biochemist, you've done biochemistry, you have not done every single biochemical experiment that has ever happened. You rely on the research and work of someone else, but you rely by way of testimony. Most of your knowledge comes from testimony. So if science is the only way to truth, then you can't let testimony enter into the conversation, which is problematic because most of the knowledge you have, you wouldn't have, because you couldn't establish anything unless you did the empirical analysis until you did the experiment. That make sense? So there's another tool outside of science that you can use to establish truth. One of those is testimony, okay? And I would argue most of your knowledge, a big chunk of epistemology, comes from testimony, okay? And this goes back to a very interesting point. When people reject hadith, when they reject the Quran, before you get to the nuanced arguments about, mutawatir and all of these things, right, within usul al-hadith and, all of these concepts, you should take a step back and ask the question about testimony itself as a philosophical concept. If you reject hadith and the sophisticated nature of how hadith are collected, you would have to reject the very concept of testimony, because there's nothing that compares to the system of how hadith were graded and compiled, and there's nothing that's extant like that. Even within Western academia, there's nothing that compares to that. If you reject hadith, you have to reject testimony, which means you have to reject most of what you know. Okay? And, that's something that, no one's really going to want to do. Okay, so there's a question back there. So who's the one that's earning the reward of taking the mic around? I'm just messing with you, man. MashaAllah. Okay, yes.
You can hear me, right? So,
Yes.
Sorry, this might come as rude, but did Ganesh exist?
Did who?
Ganesh, Bhagwan Ganesh.
Did Ganesha exist?
Uh-huh.
I mean, what do you think? Did he?
And this statement has something underlying it, right?
Sure.
There's enough testimony and statements by people
Sure.
that he existed.
Sure.
A human with an elephant's head.
Okay, fair enough.
So, to your point that testimony is a source of knowledge,
Yep.
doesn't sit right with me.
Okay, why is that?
Because a lot of the facts that we do believe as testimony,
Yep.
in the realm of science, we are able to replicate those results, and therefore we believe those that they are true, right? To your point that a lot of science is also testimony, but you can replicate all of those, right? Science doesn't accept...
Wait. How do you know you can replicate them?
You can go ahead and do the scientific
How do you
experiment.
know that? How do you as an individual know that?
Well, I'll try it out. If it works...
Have you tried out all of the things that you read about?
I agree with you.
Okay.
That statement is fine. But to take an absolute statement that somebody said, I saw Ganesh, right?
Okay.
We can't take it at face value unless we can replicate it.
Unless what?
We can replicate that statement or have some other proofs to it or have some...
And that's fine.
stuff,
So
right?
let me clarify something. I'm not saying testimonial knowledge is the only knowledge. So don't misunderstand me, okay?
Correct.
So
But
what I'm
it
saying
does-
is, when someone says science is the only way to know truth, there's at least one other tool. But that doesn't mean the tool of testimony is the only tool. Obviously, there are other tools that you use to affirm or deny testimony as well.
Sure enough.
Right?
So I think...
And those tools that you use to affirm or deny testimony, they don't necessarily have to be scientific. They don't have to use science, because there's a lot of other tools you use. You use logic, you use mathematics, you use, a whole bunch of other tools.
Sure enough,
Right?
yeah.
So that's all I'm saying.
Then we agree. Testimony doesn't stand on itself unless there are other tools that can validate it.
Right. But those tools don't necessarily have to be scientific, is all
The
I'm
statement scientific is dubious, mathematical, as you rightly said. It could
It
be
could be
historical
mathematical,
proof, for
it could be
example.
logical,
It could be logical as
it
well.
could be a number of things,
So
right.
what constitutes science is a whole different conversation, right?
Okay,
Math
so
and science and logic
let me
could
take
be
a step
part of
back.
it. Yeah.
When we say science, I'm not saying that there is a agreed upon definition, okay? But what I am saying is that when we talk about the endeavor of science, it has certain things that we understand, right? For instance, within science, you have hypotheses which can be tested, okay? That is a part of the scientific method, okay? That is not the only way to establish truth, however. There are other means by which you come to truth, okay? There's a certain logical problem with the statement as well. If we make the claim, the only way to establish truth is by way of science, how do you prove the truth claim of that statement? Do you understand what the logical problem is, right?
There's a
So
logical
you
fallacy in
need
that.
tools like testimony. You need tools like logic. You need tools like math. There's many tools that you use. All I'm saying is to discount testimony is a mistake in understanding its importance in epistemology. Because if you're saying that, well, testimony doesn't have much value, most of what you know, then you'd have to jettison it. You have to reject it.
Right. We'll move on from here. I don't
Okay.
want to.
All right. Fair enough. Okay. So therefore, the claim that science is the only way to truth is false. Okay. There are other epistemic tools that you have to establish whether something is true or not. Yes. Testimony. Information you get from the say-so of others. Okay? So like if I asked you, is the world round? Yeah? How do you know that? Because other people told you, right? If I ask anyone in this room, is the world round or is it flat? No flat earthers here, right? Okay. Is the world round or flat? What is it? Round? Round. How do we know that? If you've been in a plane, how would you, okay, you've been in a plane, right? Okay, how do you know the world is round? Okay, so how do you know it's not a flower shape? Right? Okay. Anyone else want to take it on? Can you show, or the one we love talking about, is your mother your mother? How many people believe their mother is their mother? Okay. How do you know that? Birth certificate. Picture. You have a picture? You have a picture of your birth? I mean, you might, but even if you had a picture of your birth, which I'm not sure, I don't even want to imagine that. But anyway, so even if you had a picture of your birth, is that not testimonial knowledge? Because you have to trust the one that took the picture? Sorry? How do you know it's not? How do you know? Okay, obviously now we're talking about doubts and radical skepticism, but I'm saying even if we took it at face value, like, how do you know that you have to move to a level of trust, right? So even when it comes to something as fundamental as your mother being your mother, you rely upon testimony. There's no other way, right? Science can't help you with that, right? So if you go to your mom and be like, well, scientifically, maybe you're not my mom, I don't know, right? I mean, just, have that, let me know how that conversation goes. Okay. Yes. Oh, I love it when people do that. People always do that. DNA. I'm like, okay, let's go down that DNA route, okay? You could get have you gotten a DNA test? No. All right, so it's right there. But you could. But even if you did, you decided, I'm going to take some DNA and send it out to the World Wide Web, to who knows who, right? And get it tested, and you get the results. How do you know those results? From the say-so of somebody who came up with a DNA test, right? So you're still relying on testimony. So you cannot do away with testimony in any sphere of epistemology. Yes, there could be testimony that is wrong, but you have other epistemic tools you use to show whether that testimony is wrong. I'm not saying you believe everything that you ever hear. That's not the point, right? Simply saying testimonial knowledge has epistemic weight, okay? What the concept of fully relying on science, whether we make this claim like as clearly as I did, science is the only way to truth, I don't think anyone actually makes it like that. But we start to think in that way. And so we always want a scientific explanation. It doesn't fit scientifically. That doesn't flow scientifically. We saw even in the discussion here, everyone was just jumping on this whole, it's got to be scientific. When the reality is we have to understand there are other sources of knowledge, other tools that we have, okay? And as we're going to see, inshallah, after Asad, inshallah, as we're going to see, science itself does not lead to absolute truth by way of its philosophical underpinnings, all right? It works on an inductive method, an inductive argumentation method, not a deductive one, okay? That's one. We already talked about limits of observation, okay? And so on and so forth. And we'll talk about a few other things. Science can never get you to absolute certainty. And that's one of the beautiful aspects of it. It is a mutable endeavor. You are always discovering things. Now, let me stop here for a second. And this is the last thing I'll mention, and then we'll break. Or we'll see if we have a few minutes to take some questions. This became a major problem when Muslims, right, may Allah bless them, reward them, I don't deny they had the best of intentions, when they started to claim that the Quran had scientific miracles. Why is this a problem? Who can help me out? Okay, so where's the mic? All right. Let's have this gentleman here, mashallah. Yes, why is that a problem?
So if, like, say for example, Quran might have got something wrong, people might like use it against Islam?
Yeah. So now you say, look, man, the Quran says, wal jibala otada. The mountains are like pegs. And you go to your geology professor, and he says, yeah, no, I think current research now shows that we have more of a theory of tectonic plates. So clearly your ancient book is wrong. It's contradicting science. Now, if you say that science is going to prove the Quran, what has happened to your iman right now? If you're a young person, you're like, you know what? I don't know if the Quran is really true because I'm using science to show the Quran is true. This is a methodological nightmare. Science is a mutable endeavor, okay? There are always things that are being discovered. You're taking this mutable endeavor and comparing it to something absolute, which is the Quran. How does that work? The Quran is at a higher epistemic level, has higher epistemic value than science. And so now you're saying this thing that is mutable is going to show this absolute thing is true. It's a methodological nightmare. And so many people fell victim to this, right? Maybe some of us did, right? But it's very problematic. And it's a misunderstanding of this very concept that somehow science can lead to absolute certainty, or that science doesn't, there aren't changes, or what Thomas Kuhn wrote in The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, that there aren't paradigm shifts in science, right, which we'll talk about, right? Very fascinating book. Thomas Kuhn, he's a philosopher of science, wrote this book, Structure of Scientific Revolutions. He talks about when you are in a certain paradigm, right, you do all your calculations in that paradigm, okay? So for instance, the quintessential example of that, when people believed, or when they had thought, the paradigm they were in, that we live in a universe that is heliocentric, okay? The earth is the center of the universe. All the science that was going on at that time was looking at how do our calculations fit in this, okay? So even if there were mistakes, they would be like, no, maybe we make different assumptions. Then you have a paradigm shift altogether. Hold on. It's not the earth that's the center of the universe. It's the sun that's the center of the universe. But when you're in that paradigm of the earth being the center of the universe, how do you know what the next paradigm is? You don't. And so hence, science is a mutable endeavor. You can never know what the next paradigm shift is. The entire paradigm shifts. And so if that's the case, to say that there are scientific miracles in the Quran, it's very problematic. Okay? Where do the miracles of the Quran, where are they? What are they? They are linguistic. And they are purposely linguistic. They're rooted in language. And there's a reason for that, which is way outside the scope of what I'm talking about. But if you ever start studying the philosophy of language, it will blow your mind that Allah chose to have this book to its pointing, its ayat and its miracle to be based in language. It will blow your mind. And you will see why to say that the miracles that they're scientific miracles is actually at a lower level than to say that the miracle is linguistic. All right? And again, I can't get into all of that. But inshallah, as you pursue, for those who are pursuing Arabic studies, Arabic language, sarf, nahu, balagha, you will start seeing some of those things, right? And if you're interested, studying the philosophy of language will also help you to understand that, inshallah. Okay, so it's 6:11. We probably have, one question? Okay, let's do one question, then we have to break for Asr, inshallah, so that we can give you some time to make wudu and stuff. So one question. Question? Okay, bismillah. I'll allow it, Brother Ahmed.
Okay, we just proved that the case for the truth of the Quran comes from a much higher epistemological root than science, right?
Well, we didn't just prove that, but I just asserted that.
Right.
Right. So I actually proved that.
So let's assume, I mean, okay,
Right.
we know it to be true, right?
Yeah.
So okay, saying that the Quran is a book of scientific miracles leads us down this like troublesome pathway, right?
Sure.
So is there a use case for things that are seemingly scientific statements in the Quran?
Yes. So this goes to approach what we call the multi-layered and multi-leveled approach, which in a sense is linguistic too. But what it says is that the Quran can address people at various epochs of time, because in certain cases the language is general enough to accommodate various understandings. Okay, so for example, Allah says as-sama, that which is above. Okay, to a 7th century Arab, that might be the sky. To a 21st century scientist, that might be the galaxy. But the statement is general enough to accommodate whatever level of understanding that the human being is upon. The other aspect is that we are always going to be limited in knowledge. We're not going to know everything, right? And so the fact that there are general terms used such that you can apply them at various epochs of time, kind of show the accommodation of the Quran, the fact that it started at a certain point in time in its revelation, and it can go all the way through and address everything from the end of time, right? That flexibility is another subject. Hamza Zortzis, his PhD, inshallah, his dissertation is in this topic, inshallah. So I'm looking forward to reading that, as much as I'm sure it's going to be a tomb. So, inshallah, and Allah knows best. Okay, that was the question we're going to stop at. It's 6:14. We pray at 6:30, correct? So we'll pray Asr, and then we'll come back. We'll go till Maghrib, and then we'll conclude for the day, inshallah. So we'll try to get through this section. There is a section, for those who are interested, and I'll mention this before we leave. We were talking about the epistemic value of the Quran. There is a section we'll be covering, and I'm guessing it's going to be covered tomorrow, how to show that the Quran is from Allah without reference to the Arabic language. Because one of the main contentions that comes up is, you can say the Quran is from Allah because you know Arabic, or you have to know Arabic. So what that section is going to deal with is that we're going to present a case to show that the Quran is from Allah without using Arabic as a tool. Okay? So when we get there, inshallah, we'll get there. Jazakumullahu Khair. I think maybe Brother Ahmed had some announcements.
Jazakullahu Khair again for sitting and listening. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increase you in your knowledge and give you barakah. Jazakullahu Khair, Sheikh Fahad. As always, we're going to try and resume, get back in here by 6:30 and start Asr Salah at 6:30, inshallah. You have 15 minutes to stretch out, make wudu, use the bathroom. There's bathrooms in the back and downstairs. Plus, we have a canteen set up outside. We have snacks, we have drinks, we have chai, lemonade, chai tea, burgers, pizza from Pizza Track, and boba tea. So make sure you stop by the canteen on the way out and get some carbs in your system for the session coming after Asr, inshallah. Jazakumullahu khair. Assalamu alaikum.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله استووا اعتدلوا الله أكبر الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر السلام عليكم ورحمة الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله الله أكبر استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر Alhamdulillah, those of us who have been here with us since Dhuhr, alhamdulillah, as you know, this is going to be the final session of today between Asr and Maghrib on the divine reality being taught by Ustad Fahad Tasleem. Those of you who just joined us for Asr, this is part of the divine reality workshop which began yesterday evening, and the recordings and the information is available for those who register. The divine reality book is available outside. And if you're not able to attend the entire workshop, you can still get access to the recordings if you register outside, inshallah. Additionally, we'll have the tomorrow session from 10 a.m. till Salatul Dhuhr. So request everyone to join and invite your family and friends as well. Also a reminder that on Monday is the 10th of Muharram, which is known as Al-Ashura, 10th of Muharram. It is a very significant day, and it is a day of fasting. It's on the normal 10th of Muharram we should be fasting, but on top of that it's a Monday as well. The Prophet ﷺ has said in a hadith, the gist of which is that I have expectations and hope from Allah that the one who fasts on this day, Allah will forgive his previous year's sins. And then he also encouraged us to fast an additional day with us, with the 10th, either a day before or a day after. So we should fast on Sunday and Monday, or Monday and Tuesday, ideally. If a person for some reason cannot do more than that, then Monday is acceptable, but we should try our best to fast both days, Sunday or Monday, inshallah. And inshallah tomorrow evening we'll have after Asr at this time we'll have a talk, some dhikr, some dua between Asr and Maghrib, and we'll have a light iftar tomorrow evening after Salat al-Maghrib snacks. So request everyone to join us here also tomorrow evening to learn a little bit about the significance of the 10th of Muharram. This is the night before. Muharram is obviously, as I told you, is on 10th on Monday. So Sunday after Asr at this time tomorrow we'll be gathering here, inshallah. So without further ado, let's all come close together and let us attend the last session of today's workshop, inshallah. And those of you who haven't got a chance to eat, there's the chai tea burgers and the shakes, etc. available in the canteen, tea and many other snacks available if you need to catch a bite. Jazakumullahu Khairun. Assalamu alaikum.
see him, just remind him.
How is material? Are you being able to get through? I know there's tons of questions, right?
Yeah, I mean, I usually overestimate anyway. Right? So we're not going to get through it.
Yeah, so we have part two. We got to sell it part two.
Yeah, inshallah. But the good thing is, at the end, I'll announce that the whole thing is available online.
Yes, we can get to it. You have cards or you have a slide, right?
Yeah, we have a slide. People just take a picture, inshallah. So that's usually the case. There's no community where I've actually done the entire like for 16, 18 hours.
People coming in and out. It's great.
Yeah, something like so. All right, inshallah. Everything go well with you?
Yes, yes.
Everything good?
We'll have an interesting dinner.
My bag? Yeah, inshallah.
We'll have an interesting dinner similar to yesterday.
Oh boy, okay.
Apparently she found out later on from her sisters why you came. She was so upset. She's like, I'm not a kafir.
See? Yeah, right?
Like, why did you say that? Like, the sisters, why did you say that? Like, oh.
Wow.
She's like, I just take off my hijab.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, wassalatu wassalam ala Rasulihil Kareem, amma ba'd. Jazakullahu Khairun. It's a bit tough. There we go. I think we got it. Oh, maybe not. Jazakallahu Khair. Appreciate it. We're good? Okay. Okay, so let me just get this up. So I wanted to mention something, but I wanted to save it kind of towards the end. And that is that one of the things you'll notice is that we are not going to be able to cover every single topic, that I had outlined initially. And it's not a problem because that kind of gives us a little more time to engage with questions and things like that. But I don't want to leave you hanging either. So this entire course is recorded online. And so it's the content we covered today and a lot more, okay? Because there's certain areas, certain things we're not going to get into, and I never planned to get into it because I knew we just wouldn't have the time. So for instance, there is the argument from consciousness itself, okay, which is another section. There's the argument from reasoning, not reasoning in the sense of how do you reason, but where does reasoning come from under an atheistic worldview, okay? There's a section on that in the course online. There's a section on the Prophet ﷺ, the veracity of, the Prophet ﷺ, basically, right? How do you show that he was indeed a truthful prophet, which then by extension means that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists, but there's a whole section on that. And a whole bunch of other things. That course, what happens is that when we do these things, we record the course in a professional setting and we make it available as a course. So these courses are not a bunch of YouTube videos that you can just go online and watch. You have to register for the course, take the course for a whopping fee of $0. Okay, it's free, inshallah. Okay, but you have to be serious and take it as a course. All right, so that is on our learning platform, learn.sapiensinstitute.org. I've got it up there. If you want to take a picture, go ahead and do that. I know I mentioned that I'll talk to the admin and have these notes sent out to you, but go ahead and take a picture if you want to do that. Our work in terms of the publication, the free books that are available, our articles, all of that, it's available on sapiensinstitute.org. The one-to-one mentoring, if you don't know or you don't remember that I mentioned these yesterday, any person can book a free 1-hour session with a mentor if they'd like to discuss, doubts they're having about Islam, if they've left Islam, right, and they'd like to have a conversation about that. If they'd like to know how to make da'wah to someone who is having doubts about Islam or has left Islam, or someone who's not Muslim, or they are not Muslim and they would like to know about Islam, all of those categories, you can book a free 1-hour session on lighthousementoring.org. And you can book it multiple times. When I say 1 hour, I don't mean you can only do 1 hour. You can do 1 hour and then book another one and so on and so forth. Just, don't go wild with that because we have a certain limited number of mentors and want to make sure we're fair with everyone. So that is that, inshallah. So if you want to take a picture of that, go ahead and take it so we can then go ahead and move on. Bismillah. So I'm going to get out of here real quick. All right, everyone got the picture? You got it? That's all right. That's all right. All right, inshallah. Okay. All right. So, oops. All right. So I'm just going to need to scroll down here and come to my. All right. So what are we talking about again? No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's see here. All right, we were on Genghis Khan, right? Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on. So we were saying that there's other sources of knowledge and other ways we know truth, other epistemic tools we have. So one of those are necessary truths. In other words, logical relations. All right? Logical relations are also a way of how we establish something to be true. Okay? So, for instance, logical relation like this: all bachelors are unmarried men, premise A. John is a bachelor, premise B. Therefore, John is an unmarried man. Now, these are logical relations, and this is a deductive form of an argument, okay? So you have two premises and a conclusion. That is a logical form of an argument. Logical relations themselves can bring you to necessary truths, right? Which means if A is true and B is true, or rather 1 is true, 2 is true, then 3 necessarily has to be true. Why I'm bringing this up is because we're going to see in a few minutes, bi'idhnillah, this is not how science works, in the sense that they do not use deductive formulations of arguments. They use inductive formulations. And for a lot of early Enlightenment philosophers, this was very concerning, because if that's the case, if you're only limited to inductive reasoning, it means that you can never get to 100% certainty about things. And we'll get into that in a second. Okay, so necessary truths. All right, this is one that I mentioned a few minutes ago. We'll mention it again. It's self-defeating, because if a person claims that science is the only way to truth, then that statement, it is either true or false. So how do you use science, if science is the only way to truth, to prove that science is the only way to truth? Okay? Does that make sense? So even logically, you by necessity need something outside of science. By necessity. Okay? So that being said, we understand that there are other means and other ways to establish something to be true, other epistemic tools that we have. One of the things, I was outside just speaking to someone. There's a lot that goes in terms of, there's a lot of what you may call being subject to social conformity, okay? We've been conditioned in such a way that even though we may not make such a very clear statement that science is the only way to truth, but when we are challenged on that, we immediately have this gut reaction to say, wait a minute, are you saying, what are you saying about science? Because we've almost inculcated within ourselves that science has a very high epistemic value, and anything that says that it doesn't is problematic. So what I'm going to say is, if you are feeling uncomfortable about that, give it time to marinate and just think about it. Think about it all the way through, okay? There are a number of environmental, historical phenomena that go into making your worldview. And so if you don't understand that, then when that worldview is challenged, the immediate gut reaction is to say, wait a minute, that must be wrong. Maybe I don't know why, but it must be, right? So take some time, think about, what's being presented. It can be, a bit unsettling sometimes. I know early on when we used to do this presentation, and I would say something like, there are no scientific miracles in the Quran. It was very tricky. I think I had a few older gentlemen in the audience would be saying, he has now committed kufr, right? So, which when I started to explain, it was like they weren't really listening to what I was saying. They'd automatically assumed that he's rejecting the Quran. And then obviously that was not what I was saying, right? So just keep that in mind as a kind of a grain of salt or whatever have you. So, okay, let's move on now, inshallah. The second contention is that, look, science works, and therefore its conclusions are necessarily true. All right? Now, the thing is, just because something works doesn't mean that it is true. Okay? One kind of primary example, and I always butcher the pronunciation of this particular term, but I think it's pronounced phlogiston, right, or phlogiston. And I'm always thinking I probably am thinking of Pakistan, and so I probably pronounce it wrong. So however you pronounce this is a particular explanation of how to understand combustible items, fire, and so on and so forth. So for a long time, there was this idea that there is an element called phlogiston or phlogiston or however you pronounce it, this model was used for a number of different activities, okay? But eventually, what happens is that they understood that there's oxygen. What they were mistaking this element for was actually a process of oxidation. And so it was shown that, okay, well, it's not true, but it was still used in very practical means, right? To come up with a number of, things that were very useful to the people of the time, okay? So the thing is that theories work even when they contradict each other. Quintessential example, Newtonian understanding of physics versus what Einstein comes up with, right? So, Newton has a certain understanding. We send a man to the moon based on that understanding, and yet Einstein comes and says, hold on, this isn't 100% accurate, right? There are certain issues with Newton's understanding of gravity when you understand this at the edges of, you can say, reality, right? When things are really big or things are really small, the Newtonian understanding of gravity falls short, okay? Yet, we used Newtonian understanding of gravity to do a number of things. Like I said, we sent a man to the moon, right? And so on, okay? So, just because something works doesn't necessitate that that is absolutely true, okay? All right, so this argument is sometimes used, since it works, my iPhone works, so if it wasn't for science, I wouldn't be able to call my mom, okay? Fair enough, but it's a bit of a shallow argument, right? To put it that simply, to say just because you have something that works, therefore it's true. All right? So we have some quotes here. Really good book, Samuel Akasha. He writes in The Philosophy of Science, a very short introduction. Highly recommend it. It's one of those short books, Oxford University, they publish a number of these short introductions. This is actually quite a good one. And so he says, historically, there are many cases of theories that we now believe to be false, but they were empirically quite successful. All right? Elliot Sober, a philosopher of science, he said in Evidence of Evolution, false models can sometimes work better than true ones. Okay? And he gives a number of examples in his book. Okay. So that was number 2. Number 3, science leads to certainty. All right? And this is where we come into what we call the problem of induction. So I had just mentioned a few minutes ago deductive arguments, how a deductive method is used. So if you have two premises, the conclusion has to be true if the premises are true, okay? However, science does not work like that. Science works with induction, all right? So what is induction? Induction is a process by which you take a limited sample set and you generalize your conclusions, okay? So for those of you who are thinking in terms of, let's say, Islamic terminology, you have the khas, which is then generalized to the am. Okay? In other words, you have a limited data set that you've observed. You understand that there's the first principle of nature being uniform, and then you generalize it. Okay? So just give let's say, I know there's hyperbole in this example, but to give us a simple example, let's say you go off and you observe that over Masjid Dar es Salaam, there are birds that are flying, okay? And these birds are all black in color, and you've observed 10,000 of them, all right? So therefore, you can make a conclusion that these birds, crows, are black in color, all right? Let's say you observe 10 million of them. Now, the thing is, you could come to the conclusion, based on my observation of this, this data set, birds or these crows are black, okay? Now, the more birds you observe, the greater your level of certainty. However, if you were to claim absolute certainty, it means you have observed every single bird ever, from now until whenever everything ends, okay? Problem is, you can never negate the idea that there will ever be a pink crow, okay? Because it's logically possible, we just haven't observed it yet, all right? So, science works on this process of induction. You take a limited data set and then you generalize it, okay? I've observed, crows are black. I've observed 10,000, 10 million of them. Therefore, crows are black. However, that is not 100% certain, okay? And what I'm saying is, this is how science works. It works on a problem of induction. This was problematic, or this gave a lot of problems to early Enlightenment thinkers because they didn't like the idea that you can't come to 100% certainty, okay? The most they could do was come up with what they call a falsification test. So a very famous, thinker of that, is Karl Popper, and he comes up with something known as the falsification test. So you can be absolutely certain of a theory of it being false but you cannot absolutely be certain of something to be true. It only works in one direction. So you can falsify a theory with absolute certainty, but you can never come to a state where you know something to be absolutely certain by way of a scientific endeavor. Does that make sense? Okay. Problem of induction, is that clear? And so hence, Gillian Barker and Philip Kitcher in The Philosophy of Science, a New Introduction, they say science is revisable. Hence, to talk of scientific proof is dangerous because the term fosters the idea of conclusions that are graven in stone. Many of us, now we understand this, but we've almost adopted this idea that science leads to certainty. And it is false because it can never, by way of its being on an inductive method, never lead you to 100% certainty. Is that clear? Okay. So let's say now you have someone that says, oh, look, science says this, the Quran says this, they're contradictory, therefore the Quran must be wrong. Wait a second. Science can never lead to absolute certainty. And so therefore, to make such a conclusion is fundamentally wrong. Okay? Because there's always a possibility science is revisable. So just because it doesn't, it doesn't coordinate with the Quran today, doesn't mean it won't tomorrow. But there's something additional to that. Just because it does today doesn't mean it won't contradict in the future either. Right? So to establish science establishing a science as a way to show the Quran is true, it's a methodological error, and this is one of the additional reasons why. Okay? Because it is revisable and it is a mutable endeavor. Okay? All right. Philosophical naturalism. So assumes the non-scientific assumption of philosophical naturalism, and this is the metaphysical view that there is no God, no supernatural, and everything can be explained by physical processes. We've done a lot of discussion about philosophical naturalism, so I'm not going to belabor you with another entire discussion about that. But when we say that, that science leads to atheism, that is a metaphysical claim. And the problem is, you can make a physical claim, which means you have methodological naturalism, but once you shift into philosophical naturalism, that you cannot establish. Okay? Now remember, what is naturalism? Someone help me out. Someone remind us. What do we mean by naturalism itself? Yeah. Actually, where's our mic person? All right, there we go. Oh, they gave it to you, Hisham? MashaAllah. They're just giving the reward out, mashallah.
It means that everything that every phenomena has been can be explained to natural causes.
Right. So natural, physical, blind, random, non-rational, non-intentional processes, right? And hence that under naturalism, there's no concept, there's nothing that's supernatural that can be explained or that can be accepted under naturalism, right? Or that can be used as an explanation. So no supernatural, no non-physical, obviously no God, and then everything can be explained by physical processes. Remember, we said that's okay as a method when you are doing science, so it doesn't go against your iman, you can be a Muslim, but once you move and take that as an assumption to other things, right, that everything has to be explained by natural processes, or every phenomena would be explained by physical processes, this is a problem because the concept of the divine is not a physical concept. So you know how they say stay in your lane? So science, when it makes that claim, or when people make this claim, or atheists make this claim, you've got to stay in your lane, right? That is not a scientific question. Like God is not a scientific question. Science does not prove God because science is part of the physical realm. And if you remember our discussion on dependency, it can only tell you about the dependent, right? It cannot tell you about that which is independent. Okay. So Michael Ruse, he mentioned, he said, if you want a concession, I've always said that naturalism is an act of faith. Remember, we said to assume naturalism is like a first principle, okay? That the only explanation has to be naturalistic, physical processes. And so when you move to saying we can explain non-physical things by physical processes, you would have to make that as like an act of faith and just assume it and assert it, right? So that becomes problematic. Okay. All right, so we already spoke about methodological naturalism. We said, why do scientific explanations do not refer to God in any way? Again, methodological naturalism, for anything to be considered a scientific explanation, it cannot refer to divine power or creativity. All right? This does not in general contradict God's existence or revelation. The physical causes are a manifestation of the divine will. So just because we're saying that naturalism cannot be used or cannot be brought into the equation, it doesn't negate or contradict the idea of Allah's existence. Because someone may say, with the misunderstanding that the only way to understand something to be true is by way of giving physical explanations, all right? And this is, you can say, an intellectual faux pas. All right. All right, so, and we already talked about how methodological naturalism, you can be Muslim and still have that assumption and do science. You know, one thing I want to state very clearly, the purpose of this section is not to say that Muslims are anti-science, all right? I don't want you to leave. I'm hoping no one will leave with, oh, so Muslims shouldn't do science. That's not what I'm saying. But simply what I'm saying is that the epistemic weight that we've given science, we've overshot that. Okay, so now we need to reel back in a little bit and say, hold on, let's put science and let's keep it in its lane where it's supposed to be. And it doesn't mean we're against science. In fact, you know, throughout the Islamic tradition, throughout our history, you know, there were many, many scientists which, you know, that if you'd be surprised at some of the works they wrote. For example, you had Ibn Haythami, right, who wrote a book, I think it's called Shakuk al-Ptolemus, right? Doubts concerning Ptolemy's model. So if you remember Ptolemy, he had a heliocentric idea of how the universe exists, that the earth is the center of the universe. So there's a book Ibn Haythami wrote, you can look this up, about doubts concerning that model. Like there's some problems, maybe some methodological problems with how Ptolemy established some of the calculations that he established. So we're not people who are anti-science, right? But we understand that it has its limitations epistemologically, okay? So I just want to kind of clarify that before anyone leaves and says, like, we hate science or something. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, so what is the conclusion at the end? So science does not lead to atheism. That's what we're saying at the end. Science cannot observe God, right? Physical versus non-physical. There are other sources of knowledge. We've already shown that. There's a conflation between methodological and philosophical naturalism. We mentioned that as well. Explaining how things work do not disprove that they have a creator. So just because we can explain how something works doesn't have a bearing on or doesn't negate the idea that it has a creator. So it's pretty straightforward. Okay. So this is an interesting one. This is one that I think we you know, that kind of maybe requires a little bit more. Science disproves religion. All right? So this false assertion is based on the view that scientific conclusions are absolute and certain. Observations and scientific conclusions are not the same. Okay? I would actually add to this, and I think I spoke about this yesterday or day before yesterday with some of the students, is that placing Islam in the conceptual domain of religion is a mistake, right? So if you were to ask me, is Islam a religion? I would say no. Now everyone's like, oh my God, they were right to say that, you know, do takfir on the guy, right? So just hang on, right? When I say that Islam is not a religion, we have to take a step back and see, what do we mean by religion, okay? When we are talking about religion, you could say that when we talk about words in general, you could have a normative understanding of a word, and you can have a descriptive understanding of a word, okay? A normative understanding of a word is how that word should be understood, okay? How that particular phenomena describes itself. A descriptive understanding is basically how it's understood. All right, so let's give an example, and this is the same example that I gave to the students earlier on Thursday, is that if we look at the word Islam, okay? Now, if you were to ask, let's say, Mufti Azimuddin, tell me about Islam. What is Islam? Okay? Most likely, he would give you a normative definition. Islam is, perhaps he would talk about the hadith of Jibreel alayhi salam, right? And say, trace it back to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Jibreel alayhi salam comes, asks the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, akhbarni anna al-Islam, tell me about Islam, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam mentions 5 things and so on and so forth. So that's the definition, and that's the understanding that he would give you, which is how Islam describes itself, how it defines itself. because it's coming from its sources. Now, conversely, if you took this idea, what is Islam, and you ask some random person in Midville, Texas, right? Midland, Texas, some random guy in the street, hey man, what is Islam? He might say, oh, you mean that craziness where people just trying to kill other people? Yeah, that's Islam. Okay? That is a descriptive understanding, what he understands the word Islam means. Okay? When we look at religion, what I'm saying is that a normative understanding of the term religion is what you find in the pre-modern era. But after you have the Age of Enlightenment, the concept of religion was given a conceptual domain, borders. And those borders were not defined by whatever that religion was itself, but it was what came outside of that religion, which is the secular world. So what defines religion is by the secular world, which is outside of religion. When you say Islam is a religion, you are casting it in a box that has been defined for it by using the word religion. Okay? Everyone clear on this? A better understanding or a better way to express the term Islam is to understand it as a worldview or a paradigm. How you view reality in its entirety. And so you don't give it conceptual borders that are artificial. Does that make sense? So when we talk about Islam, we can now say that it is more, let me take a step back. When we talk about Islam, if we say religion, it puts it in a certain conceptual border. If we say Islam and we say that it is broader, it's a worldview, now we can talk about Islam in terms of truth meaning versus falsehood and meaninglessness. Okay? And it makes it a lot more palatable to someone when you say Islam is the only deen that Allah will accept. If you say religion, you're being very, you're being, it seems almost negative, right? But if you say Islam is the only view of reality that Allah will accept, right? Because it's rooted in truth, and Allah only accepts truth, now you've said something that's, okay, hold on a second, that's a little more palatable to someone. Someone can actually take that out and say, okay, that makes sense, because Allah will only accept something that is true and meaningful, right? So coming back, that whole discourse, science disproves religion, that's why it's in quotes. I think there's a number of issues here, because again, what do we mean by science, but also what do we mean by religion, right? And so just be, cautious when you're expressing Islam as a religion. Now, Islam is not a religion when we think of religion in terms of a descriptive understanding, okay? But Islam can be considered religion if we think of it normatively, a pre-modern definition of religion, okay? Now, I know that was a bit of a tangent, but I think it's an important tangent because for us to conceptualize what we mean by religion and what we mean by science as well, okay? Does that make sense? Okay, good. All right, so that was the section on science. Any questions? I'm actually making a daring statement here. All right, who has questions? Unless there's no questions, it's perfectly clear and everyone can just move on. All right, who's got the mic? Oh, you've already got it. Okay, Bismillah.
So would you still say will you completely disapprove of people using scientific miracles to prove that Islam is true, or would you still say that's a valid argument to make?
No, so again, I don't think that's a valid argument, right? I think it would be a major conceptual mistake to make that claim. Now I'm not saying that science can't help us increase us in our iman, right? Because obviously we are told to observe natural phenomena, and that's going to increase us in our iman, right? I spoke about an ayah last night, which is sanurihim ayatina fil afaq wa fi anfusihim, right? That we will show them our signs in the horizons, in the cosmos, and in themselves. And I don't know if I mentioned this last night or another. I'm a bit hazy now, but the fact that ayah has the verb form in the future tense, the seen, for those of you who are studying Arabic, that whenever you read that ayah, it will always be in the future tense. Okay, so if you're familiar with Arabic morphology, you know that verb forms, you have a past tense, present, future tense, and then you have articles that put something distinctly in a future tense, right? The ayah, because of the scene, it will, whenever you read it, it'll always be pointing towards the future, all right? So, sanurihim ayatina fil afaq. We will show them our signs in the future always, in a sense that science doesn't come to an end, right? You will always be learning new things, right? Whether it's about the cosmos, وَفِي أَنفُسِهِمْ, right? About yourself as well. And I think it was last night where I mentioned this. You are always learning things about yourself. What you were like at the age of 12, you are a different person than what you are at the age of 20, which is what you're different than you are at the age of 30 and 40 and so on and so forth. Even though at 22 you thought you knew everything and you were all that in a bag of chips, you realize at the age of 35 that you really didn't know anything, right? You're always learning things about yourself, you know? And I think I mentioned the saying that, you know, the one who knows himself knows his Lord, right? So the more you learn about these things, the closer they bring you to Allah. But that's not a closed system. You are always learning things about the heavens, the earth, and yourself. And so hence, science is a mutable endeavor. You're always learning things. So you can't take one particular scientific element and say, this will prove Islam to be true. Does that make sense? Okay. You have another question? Okay. Yeah, you got a two for going on here.
Yeah.
2 for the price of 1, huh?
Okay. What alternative would you use, like, specifically to give dawah to, like, an atheist?
So that's what we're going through, man. The argument from dependency. You can start with that. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Okay. So the argument from dependency is one. We're going to be talking about, probably, I'm assuming tomorrow, the idea of the Quran being from Allah without using the Arabic language to show that. Okay. So once you've substantiated that, and once you've shown that, now you can say, well, if that's the case, then it's true that the Quran comes from Allah, but by necessity, Allah has to exist in order for him to send the Quran, right? And other arguments that we'll present, inshallah. So that's what the whole course is about. Or most of it. I don't want to say the whole course. Okay, can we hand the mic back there? And then I need to check with our sisters to make sure that they don't have any questions as well. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Okay, so the question I have is, you said there's a normative and there's a descriptive understanding of religion.
Yeah.
But in Surah Al-Kafirun, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, لَكُمْ دِينُكُمْ وَلِيَ دِينٌ. For you is your religion, and for me is my religion. So he uses dinukum, their religion, which was paganism, and deen referring to Islam. So how would we respond to that?
So I don't think a translation of the word deen should be religion. I think the translation in every case, okay? And I got into this with some detail because if you translate deen in every scenario to be religion, there's a lot of conceptual mistakes that happen even in the Quran. And in fact, when you think of deen solely in the term of religion, so for instance, at the end of Surah Yusuf, right? If you're familiar with the story, you know that at the end there was the cup that Yusuf alayhi salam put in the, so all of that. And in the ayah that covers that, it says, fi din al-malik, right? And I saw a translation of that. It said, according to the religion of the king. Makes no sense. Like, what does that mean? What do you mean? What does the religion of the king have to do with why Yusuf alayhi salam was able to put the cup in, you know, that gave him that authority? So in fact, it's a mistranslation. It's a misunderstanding of the term itself, right? Again, I'm not saying normatively, if we understand religion, right? That it is, because in the pre-modern world, the term, let's say, religion, religio, referred to this entire conception of reality, right? And so, you know, certain philosophers from that time period said that, you know, if you think about Christianity, there was no sort of choice of being Christian or not being Christian. It was everything you lived, breathed, and understood, that was your reality, right? It's only when you come to like 1530 and those vicious wars of religion, what are known as wars of religion, I think 1530 to 1620 or something like that, then you have a shift. And it's a purely European phenomenon, right? That where you can now say you have this spatial understanding of the church and you have a spatial understanding of that which is outside of the church. So you have the totalizing truth claims that the church is making, and we can debunk those claims. You take that sort of concept and try to apply it to Islam, it doesn't fit. Because we never had a church that says this is true and this is false, right? Yes, we have scholars, but that's open to anyone, right? Whereas the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, you know, they didn't even they didn't even translate the Bible in the vernacular until Martin Luther comes with the Protestant movement and then distributes it and says, all of us should have access to the Bible. That occurrence never happened with us. For us, the access to the Quran was always encouraged, right? خَيْرُكُمْ مَنْ تَعَلَّمَ الْقُرْآنَ وَعَلَّمَهُ. The best of you is the one who learns the Quran and teaches it from the very get-go, right? So to take that concept of religion and superimpose it upon the rest of the world, right? It's not only Islam. Other languages didn't have the appropriate, verbal, the appropriate words to even understand what this thing of religion even is, right? So again, I understand what you mean, right, in terms of deen, but I think it's a faux pas. I think it's a mistake to simply just say deen means religion, right? And without understanding what that entails. Because when you say that, you are making certain philosophical commitments and I would say taxonomical commitments, right? You are committing to something that when a person hears that, it's going to be mistaken for them. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
So if I understand you correctly, the expression that some people who are against religion, they say religion is the opium of the masses.
Right.
Or how the Christians would say, give to Caesar what is Caesar's and give to God what is God's. So they just box it in. It's not a way of life. It's something that they can just compartmentalize their lives. That's their understanding of religion.
Because if you can compartmentalize something, then you can just cast it aside and hang it in abeyance. You can not worry about it, right? Oh, that's just religion, right? But Islam's not like that. You don't just put it in a box and say, okay, we'll do Islam on Saturday and Sunday, and then Monday we're back to like non-Islam. Like, it doesn't work like that, right? But something like Christianity, something else that we consider religions, it's very easy to do that. We go to church on Sunday, and then, the rest of the week we just go to work, and then Saturday we party up all night or whatever, It's difficult to put Islam in that sort of conceptual domain, right? And that's why I'm saying worldview is more comprehensive and a better translation of even the word deen, right? Because you're talking about something that's way broader. Many people like to use way of life. I'm sure you've heard this, right?
Yeah.
Which is more closer to the concept of worldview because it's comprehensive, right? That's what Islam is. Again, there's no sort of kind of distinctions between, Islam here and no Islam here or whatever it might be. It touches every aspect of life, right? I was asking the question earlier with some students. I said, can you say that feminism is a religion? And most people say, no, feminism is not a religion. But you have certain philosophical commitments within feminism itself that run completely antagonist to the Islamic worldview, right? So for instance, when a woman says, like, okay, that we have rights, okay? Well, what gives a woman rights? Like, why do you have rights? Okay, then so the response is, well, why should men have rights? And so we say, okay, well, why shouldn't men have rights? The issue is that if you try to justify rights of a woman, one way of doing that within feminism, and in fact within liberalism broadly speaking anyway, is to assume self-ownership. So when you see people, who are, let's say, pro-choice, and they're holding the placards and saying, my body, my choice, what are they saying? Like, I own myself. But in the Islamic paradigm, inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi rajiun. Allah owns us. So right then, you've got two opposing philosophical commitments, right? So now if you say, well, Islam's a religion, feminism is not, you can't even begin the discussion to compare the two, right? And so now you're into a lot of difficulty just in starting the conversation. Does that make sense, or did I just give you way more than you asked for?
No, Jazakallahu Khairun.
Okay, all right. Let's do, let's do maybe one more question, but I need to ask the sisters real quick. Assalamu alaikum, sisters. Can you hear me? Okay, do you have any questions? Okay, Wayaki. All right. They don't have any questions. We'll take one more. So where's our person who's earning the reward of taking the mic around? Okay, mashallah. I think our brother here had a question, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. I apologize if it's kind of lazy question, but basically they said 80-20% is a rule can apply on everything.
Okay.
Like 20% from your effort give you 80% of the results.
Sure.
So what is, because we are not dedicated for this,
Sure.
so and we have a busy life, so what is the 20% of these skills that if we focus to learn on,
right,
it will bring up these 80% atheists back to Islam?
Okay, it's a very good question. And I like the way you framed it with the 80-20 principle. As I mentioned, like I've studied entrepreneurship and stuff like that, so I'm familiar with it. Was it Tim Ferriss that first introduced it to me, at least, with his work? Anyway, so if that, honestly, I would say that if you wanted to take the meat and the main part, would be the section on the fitrah, right? That is the main thing. If you've understood that, you've understood the super rational and things like that, because at the end of the day, most of the time, at least in our experience at Sapiens Institute and even others, you'll ask other imams and mashayikh and stuff like that, most people, when they leave Islam or they commit to atheism, most of the time it is not because of philosophical reasons. It's not because of rational reasons. It is usually something to do with some sort of emotive stance, right? Some sort of trauma in their life or something else, right? And so it's good to know the arguments, to dive into them and so on and so forth, but if you really wanted to just distill it down, having an understanding of the human being and the person you're speaking to, right? And sympathizing with them, having compassion for them, that can go a long way, and then understanding the fitrah as it's supposed to be understood, right? Because it's really already inside of them. It's just they're not recognizing it. I mean, the belief in Allah is already there, right? That's why I remember, Sheikh Yusuf Estes, he said, if you threw an atheist out of a plane, he wouldn't be like, oh, nothing, right? Like he would have to call on something, right? So it's already there. It's just a matter of how do you uncloud that fitrah? How do you get it so it's at its optimal state again, right? Does that help, inshallah? Wayak, inshallah. Okay, so now, speaking of emotive states and things like that, we get to the question of, is God merciful? If there is a positive argument that an atheist can make, it is basically about the problem of evil. Now, what do I mean by positive argument? Remember, in our first discussion, we had defined various types of atheists, okay? We said that no atheist can make a positive claim that I can absolutely prove that God doesn't exist, okay? The most they can get to is to say, I don't buy the evidence. I don't, whatever, again, religion offers, I don't buy it. I'm not going to accept it, right? For whatever reason. The problem of evil is the best that they can do to get closest to a positive case for the non-existence of God. And this is the best. And it's actually very fallacious, right? As we're going to see, okay? So, let's dive into it for a second. What are some of the things we're going to cover? In fact, I don't know if we're going to be covering all of this because we have to conclude by, when did we say Maghrib was? 8:10. So we're going to try to conclude by 7:55, 8 o'clock to give you guys some time. So that gives us half an hour. So inshallah, I'm going to try my best. And I would like to have a few minutes for Q&A as well. So I'm going to cover a portion of this, and then we'll have to cover the rest tomorrow, bi'idhnillah. Okay, what are we going to cover? The problem of evil and suffering, there are two forms of the argument, or two forms, all right? One is the logical form and the evidential form. We'll talk about both of those. We'll look at Islam's response to the problem of evil, all right? We're going to unpack some of the assumptions that when someone says suffering and evil is a problem, what are some of the assumptions they're making? And in fact, we call them daring assumptions. All right, we're going to look at some of the spiritual and emotional and existential tools that Islam can bring to the table. And then we'll have a kind of a brief note on egocentrism, the idea that this problem is more of an issue of ego than it actually is a problem of rationality, okay? We'll talk about transcending evil and suffering. How do you deal with that, right? Personal trauma and things like that. There is a classical point that's put forth. Imam al-Ghazali mentions it, Ibn Taymiyyah mentions it, in more modern personalities, people like Leibniz mentions it, and it's about the best of possible worlds, Okay, so this is an argument related to how do we understand evil, and how does that conceptualization show that evil is necessary in the world in order for us to may even make sense of it. Okay, and then one contention about I didn't ask for this life or this test. How do we respond to that? And we'll get to Q&A. Q&A I'm going to move up a little bit after we cover maybe the first point, inshallah. Okay, everyone good with the roadmap? Everyone ready to go? Engines roaring? Okay, here we go, inshallah. So let's start with the question itself. Let's start with the problem, the logical form of the problem. So David Hume articulates this problem, even though it was articulated way before him. He says, Epicurus's old questions are yet unanswered. All right, now here he's speaking about God. Is he willing to prevent evil but not able? Then he is impotent. Is he able but not willing? Then he is malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then why is there evil in the first place? Okay? Now to put the argument in kind of vernacular that we can understand, because there's a little bit of, thy, this, that, whatever. Okay, whence. People don't generally speak or talk like that anymore. Basically, what he's putting forth is to say that if you have a God that is all good, all loving, all merciful, okay, and also that God is all capable, right? So why is there evil? Because if he's capable, he could remove the evil. And if he's good and he's all loving and he's all merciful, he wouldn't want evil. Okay? So either he is not all loving, all good, and all merciful, and therefore he lets the evil happen, or he's not able to stop it. He's all good, all loving, all merciful, but he doesn't have the capability to stop it. Okay? Or evil shouldn't exist. Does everyone understand the logical kind of what David Hume is putting forth? All right? Okay, so let's start to unpack this. So the logical form tries to show a logical impossibility in the coexistence of God and evil. So in essence, what they're saying is because of this logical issue, God cannot exist, right? Because obviously evil does exist, okay? So evil is a problem for the theist in that a contradiction is involved in the fact of evil on one hand and the belief in the omnipotence and the omniscience of God on the other. So if you're new to these terms, omnipotence has to do with power, right? The ability of Allah. Omniscience is the idea of Allah being benevolent, of being merciful, loving, good, and so on and so forth, okay? So don't get knocked up by the terms. Okay, however, the logical form doesn't necessarily flow, all right? So let's take a look at it. Let's look at the argument itself and in terms of a deductive formation. Number one, if God exists, then God is all good, all powerful, and all knowing, and allows there to be evil in the world. Number one. Number two, if God is all good, then he would want to eliminate evil. Number three, if God is all powerful, then he can eliminate evil. If he is all knowing, then he is aware of any evil that exists. Therefore, God does not exist. Okay, this is the logical form of the issue, of the problem of evil. Okay? However, does this logically flow? And the answer is that no, because there's a missing premise. What is the missing premise? Number 5, if there is a being that knows about all evil, wants to eliminate evil, and is able to eliminate all evil, then that being would not allow there to be any evil in the world. This is what's kind of hidden from the logical form of the argument. Okay? So this claim is postulating some form of logical necessity. But what's hidden is this number 5. So let me kind of reiterate this. So if what they're saying is if there's a being that knows all about evil, wants to eliminate evil, and is able to eliminate all evil, then that being would not allow there to be any evil in the world. In other words, there would be no reason for that evil to exist. Okay? And this is really important, inshallah. And I'll come back to that in a second. Okay? So now, all the theist has to do is to show that there could be a reason that evil could exist. Right? Once that's shown, the logical form of the argument is completely decimated. All right? As long as you can show that there's a possibility. Okay? So all the theist needs to do in response to the logical problem of evil is a defense, a possibility of God existing and permitting evil. Thus, the theist here need not say exactly why a given evil is permitted, but instead can merely try to show it is possible that there's a reason. All right? Now, there's a couple of issues and a couple of assumptions as well. They are assuming 3 attributes of Allah. Are those the only attributes of Allah? No. Allah has more than 3 attributes, obviously, right? So this is an assumption on their behalf. And by the way, if you're interested in where this assumption comes from, this actually comes from a Christian understanding of the divine, in the sense that there's something known as perfect being theology. Okay, under perfect being theology, they say, what is the conception of God such that there could be, that it would necessitate him being a perfect being, okay? And again, this is not based on, let's say, revelation. This is just based on mental abstraction. So they say a perfect being is one that would be perfectly loving, perfectly capable, and perfectly knowing, okay? And they do this, whatever, there's a lot of books and things written on it. But that's where these 3 attributes actually come from. That's where and then so the problem arises. However, under the Islamic paradigm, we understand that Allah has more than just 3 attributes, okay? And to simply abstract these 3 attributes is a mistake in our conception of who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is. So for example, another attribute of Allah is that He is Al-Hakim, the wise. And hence, if we say that Allah is Al-Hakim and He's wise, there could be a wisdom behind the evil. Just because you don't know the wisdom doesn't mean there isn't one. So remember when on that list we were showing like egocentrism? It is a mistake to assume that you can know everything that Allah knows. Okay? So just because we don't know why a particular evil exists, doesn't mean there's not a good reason for that. Okay? It's almost like arguing by way of ignorance. Why Allah has the picture and we only have the pixel? Our knowledge is limited by way of being created beings, and Allah's knowledge is perfect, right? So, if we can establish, and if we assert, let's say, that Allah has a wisdom, it doesn't necessitate we have to show what that wisdom is, okay? Problem solved. Logical problem, it's gone, right? Why? If there's a wisdom, that could be a possibility, the logical problem is defeated. Do you think that simply unraveling the logical problem will solve the issue for people? No? Okay. Why not? Okay, where's our mic person? Okay, go for it. Get your workout in today, inshallah. All right. Why not?
Assalamu alaikum. The one problem with attacking only the logical is that evil, because of it being evil, has a very emotional aspect to it as well, which leaves people with like a sour taste in their mouth.
Right. Exactly. Right. So if you heard what he said, the problem of evil, it transcends the logical problem. Right. In fact, most people that are dealing with the problem of evil, they're not dealing with it on this logical formation. They probably have never read David Hume or Epicurus or anything like that. Right. Maybe they've encountered it and maybe they've used it to justify their leaving Islam or atheism, but generally people don't start with this. Where this becomes a problem is on an emotive level, okay? And the reason it becomes a problem is because, A, they're assuming that there could be no good reason why Allah would allow evil to happen, and so they've assigned a meaning to their personal suffering, which is not the meaning that Allah has given it. So when you are speaking with someone, and let's say they said, you know what, my mother, she died of cancer, and why would Allah do that to her? Okay? They have already assigned a meaning to that particular suffering. Okay? Now the thing is, you have to backtrack and say, hold on a second, is that the correct meaning? Could you stand in the possibility that there could be a different meaning than the one that you've attached to it? Does that make sense? Because you're not dealing with rational robots, right? I mean, your analysis should not be something that's just cold, clinical, and cerebral. You're dealing with a human being. And this issue is not something that's simply logical, but it actually has an emotive component to it. So you have to be able to deal with that emotive component, which we'll get to in, inshallah, a few minutes, inshallah. Okay, I'm going to skip this and save this for tomorrow. There's the evidential form, The idea that there is so much evil and that certain evil just doesn't have any sort of purpose. So we were doing role play the other day with the students, and I mentioned, what about like a tornado or let's say a tsunami that kills a whole bunch of innocent children? What could be the possible wisdom in that, right? That kind of ties to the evidential form of the argument. Like, there's no possible benefit that could possibly have, right? There's a number of issues that lie within the evidential form. One of them, again, just because you don't know the wisdom doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Case closed. But where the Islamic paradigm comes into play is that there are a number of wisdoms that have been articulated within our tradition, that we're not saying we know all of the wisdom, but we have such a dearth of information about some of those wisdoms that tie with existential questions, okay? The problem with how Christians have dealt with this under what's known as the theodicy is they don't have that information, okay? So there's a philosopher by the name of Alvin Plantinga, a Christian philosopher, and he comes up with something known as a free will defense, which we'll get into when we talk about the best of all possible worlds. But just very briefly, the free will defense, the way it's stated in the most simplest terms, is he says that if there was only good in the world, okay, then there would be no free will. Because if you can only choose good and good, therefore where's free will? So the idea that we have free will, it necessitates that there has to be evil. Everyone understand the argument? Okay. The contention to the argument, however, was, okay, are you saying that there'll be no free will in paradise? Do you see what the problem here is? Okay. How do you solve the issue for someone who hasn't already heard this? How do you think this is solved? Okay, can we get him a mic?
You could say that free will is only applicable in this world.
So that you don't have a choice in paradise? There's no free will in paradise?
I mean, what impact would the choice have in paradise?
So you're saying there's no free choice in paradise?
I mean, yeah, yes.
Ooh, uh-oh. Do we all agree with that? I mean, frankly, I'm actually happy that we will have free choice in paradise, right? But what we have to understand is that when Alvin Plantinga is making his case for this free will defense, it has to be applicable to moral choices, okay? If we're talking about whether you like Wheaties or cornflakes, that is also a choice that doesn't have a moral component to it. So in Jannah, you can pick Wheaties or cornflakes. You have a free choice, right? Here, where this argument applies is moral choices, all right? However, my response to Christians that make this claim is that this is a great argument, let's say if you're Muslim, but if you're Christian, it doesn't really work too well. Why? Because in order for moral choices to this argument to work, moral choices have to have some sort of value. And under a mainstream Trinitarian Christian worldview, Jesus died for your sins, in which case, whether you do evil or you don't do evil, you are still going to paradise. Your moral choices have no moral valuation. However, if you're Muslim, your moral choices have a moral value. There are repercussions to what you choose and what you don't choose, right? So the free will defense works great if you're Muslim, not so much if you're Christian. Now, the reason I'm bringing up Alvin Plantinga is that when he presented his free will defense, they asked him, well, what are some of the reasons that God would allow evil? And he says the reality is we can only make assumptions. We cannot say for sure what it might be, so maybe we can assume this or maybe we can assume that. What's interesting, that is not true for the Islamic paradigm. Why? Because when you start looking at what are some of the possible wisdoms of the evil, you could study this for days on end, okay? Now, that doesn't mean we know, the wisdom behind everything, but there is so much to cover, all right? I'll give you just a few examples. Now, before I do that, those examples, remember, when we talk about assigning the appropriate meaning to someone's suffering, that meaning has to be related to existential questions. Why are you here? What's your purpose? How did you get here? And what happens when you die? If those things are clear, then what the wisdoms behind that evil might be, or that perceived evil might be, become meaningful, okay? So I'll give you an example. That number one, my first example, actually I'm only going to give one example. So when it comes to this idea of, let's say, someone who dies in a tsunami, all right? Someone would say, well, that's a meaningless death. Now, we know that someone that dies in such a state, the Prophet ﷺ mentioned that this person has died as a martyr, okay? So what happens is that this person is granted paradise. So therefore, there's a good that comes out of that apparent evil, and that is paradise and being in paradise forever, okay? So there's a wisdom in that. And the Prophet ﷺ has expounded upon different categories of martyrs, right? Shuhada. So typically, it's not only just people who die in warfare. There's many categories. If you die defending your property and your wealth, you are considered shaheed, inshallah, okay? I'll tell you something kind of, it wasn't funny at the time, but you might find it a bit humorous now. When I had my firstborn, this is when I just started entering into Islam, and when you first start entering into Islam, you're very zealous, right? You've got a lot of zeal for the deen and things like that. And so when we had our firstborn, I remember I went to the hospital, and my wife was there, and he was a newborn son, Abdullah. I was very happy, and my wife's family was visiting, okay. And I was there, and my wife's whole family is there. My family wasn't there; it just happens to be. Otherwise, they probably would have smacked me. But anyways, so I said this. Let me tell you what I said, and I wasn't really thinking, but I said to my wife, I was like, wouldn't it be awesome if you died during childbirth? Now, let me explain myself here real quick, all right? Why did I say that? Because one of the categories that the Prophet ﷺ says a person who's shaheed, in this case shahida, is someone who dies during childbirth. So in my defense, I was like, I want Jannah for my wife, right? So I wasn't saying it, but when I said it, like I looked around and I'm like, oh no, that really did not come out how I wanted that. And her whole family, and we just, it's like a year after we got married, and their jaws dropped, right? And I was like, no, I don't mean that. I mean, I want Jannah for, and they're just, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this such a, oh my gosh. Anyway, so my point in mentioning that is that we have a number of wisdoms that are articulated within our tradition. One of them, for instance, is this concept of being shaheed, and there's various instances of that. So in a certain case where someone's just looking at it from this idea of we only have this life, right, and that's it, dying is the evil. But is that an ultimate evil? No, because you end up having paradise, okay? Another example, sometimes Allah will put you in a difficult situation of suffering for you to increase your compassion. And I'll give you another practical example of this, again, with my son, Abdullah. So when he was a newborn, all right, so we used to live in Virginia. And I remember, so he is 17, going on to 18 now. So when he was a newborn very early on, we didn't have cell phones. Oh my God, how did you survive? How did you possibly survive? Okay, no cell phones. Now, I was taking him to his doctor's appointment, and it was snowing profusely. It was snowing really bad. It was like in the middle of a snowstorm, okay? And I'm driving, so remember, no cell phone, no Google Maps, okay? No Apple Maps, nothing. And so I'm driving, and on the way there, in the midst of this snowstorm, I'm on the highway, and I realize I've run out of gas. Okay? So here I am, middle of a snowstorm, this infant in the back seat, and now I'm thinking, I have no idea where the nearest gas station is. So it's going to be a gamble, right? Like either I'm going to get out, wrap this young infant in blankets, and walk in one direction in the hope that the direction that I walk is going to be the closest gas station, right? So now I've got to choose. But now the problem is compounded because I realize I forgot my wallet at home. Okay, so now I'm like, this is so bad, man. Like, what is going on? And as I'm pondering about what to do next, I hear a knock on the window. And I opened my window, and some guy, and he's like, look, are you out of gas? And I said, yeah. He goes, okay, just wait here. So he goes, he gets me a tank of gas, and he brings it back, and he fills my car, okay? So I'm telling him, look, man, I want to pay you. Like, I'll send you I don't have my wallet on me, but you know what? I'll send you the check. Give me your address. He goes, no, man, just play it forward. All right. Why am I mentioning this? So in Houston, where I live now, there's a certain phenomenon that happens at gas stations. And if you live there and you know about this, you know, it's quite, I don't know if it happens here in Chicago, but it happens there all the time. When you're at a gas station, inevitably, someone will come up to you and say, you know what, do you have some cash so I can get some gas? Okay, I don't know if that happens here, okay? Because of that one incident that happened to me, I can never say no to those people, ever. I will go and I'll fill the gas in their tank, right? I don't know if that incident hadn't happened, whether I would do that, or I would be like, oh, who knows what they're going to use the money for, maybe drugs. And we know you can give plenty of excuses, right? But that one incident, that trouble, that suffering that I went through increased me in my compassion, right? So sometimes Allah will put you in a situation so that you can have a direct experience of something so you're more compassionate, right? In fact, you know, one of the wisdoms in the sense of why the Prophet ﷺ was an orphan was so that he could be more compassionate to the orphans, right? Experience goes a long way. You understanding something in the abstract versus you experience it directly, okay? I'll give you a third one, right? Because since I'm on a roll here, all right? It doesn't have anything to do with my firstborn Abdullah this time, I promise, okay? Sometimes Allah will put a person in a situation so that they can come back to their purpose of life, come back to the worship of Allah. They now have a spiritual distance between themselves and Allah. Allah will put a person in a situation to bring them back out of love for them. Allah wants that person to come back. So, for those of you who remember, in 2008, there was a massive financial crisis, right? So some of you remember that. Some of you are like 2008, who knows, right? But anyways, so in the midst of that financial crisis, I still remember, okay, inshallah, okay, got it. So I still remember in the midst of this financial crisis that at the time I was still working in accounting. So before I got into Sharia and philosophy and theology, I used to work as an accountant in taxation, business taxation. Anyway, and I remember one of my coworkers, she was like in her late 60s. And after, you know, when all of this financial crisis was happening, I remember her coming in one day and she said, you know, I had saved for retirement my entire life, and now I'm going to have to basically work till my grave, right? She was almost in tears. But it was a very traumatic experience for many people. So I remember there was one brother who was talking to one of the mashayikh, okay? And he was telling him that when 2008, when the financial crisis hit, he was living in Silicon Valley. So now, has anyone been to Silicon Valley in California? Okay, you're talking about people that are like, you know, in modern parlance, buco rich, okay? Like they're wealthy like beyond what you can imagine, okay? And so houses there are like multi-millions of dollars. I mean, you know, it's crazy. So there was a person who was, a Muslim man. He was working in Silicon Valley, very well-to-do, very wealthy, okay? And kids are in private school, house is like amazing, you know. When the financial crisis hit, he lost everything, okay? Literally had to sell his house, pull his kids out of private school, leave the Silicon Valley, basically. So he was telling this to one of the mashayikh, and he was saying, Sheikh, you know, I still remember the day that I was pulling out of my house. I had our stuff in the U-Haul or whatever, and my family was in the car, and I was so broken. I was so, you know, just, I didn't know, I was just broken. And he said something inside of me said, you know what, before I leave the Silicon Valley, let me stop by the masjid. So he says, I stopped by the masjid. He goes, when I walked in, I fell in a state of sajda, and I just cried like I've never cried before. He said, Sheikh, I'm telling you, wallahi, that moment of sincerity and closeness to Allah, when I was in sajda and crying, I would give twice of what I lost just for that moment again. So sometimes Allah puts you in a situation to bring you back, You've been so enamored, you've lost, right? You have, like we mentioned earlier, you've forgotten you're faqir before Allah. Bam, Allah will put you in that situation. At the time when you're experiencing it, like, why would God do it? But if you understand and you've given it its appropriate meaning, now you can see, hold on, there's something good that came out of it. Now, I'm mentioning all these things. There's a whole list that you could go through of the possible wisdoms that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given. We're actually coming to an end. I'll open it up now, and we'll cover the rest of this, inshallah, tomorrow. I'll open it now for maybe another, how much time? 2 minutes? Okay, so I can take one question, basically, and it has to be short and sweet, bi'idhnillah. So you want to be the one? Okay, wait for the mic, inshallah. Jazakallahu khair.
Yeah, if you don't mind going back, like, I think 2 slides to the logical.
Sure. Okay.
So on the right side for point number 5, where it says that then that being would not allow there to be any evil in the world. Yeah. So that's under the assumption that they would want to do that.
What do you mean?
So, oh, sorry. I meant wants to eliminate evil. That's under the assumption that they would want to eliminate. What if it's under the assumption that they wouldn't want to eliminate?
Right, but then they would go back to another premise and say that means that God's not all good.
Okay, I just want a clarification.
Makes sense, right? Okay, good. All right, that was actually the last question. All right. I'm hoping that you guys will come for tomorrow's session. We've got a few more topics to cover. I think one of the juicy ones will be the one about the Quran and how to show that's from Allah without reference to the Arabic language. And then I think we have another topic or 2 to cover, inshallah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you, reward you. I know it's a lot to sit through, and so it's a lot of patience on your end. So I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to reward you for that, to bless you, bless your families. I ask Allah azza wa jal to keep our hearts firm upon His deen. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to allow us to die with the kalima on our tongues, right? For us, for our children, for our families, and for the community in general, and for the ummah in its entirety. Allahumma ameen. Jazakumullahu khair. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa ant. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Jazakallahu khair, Sheikh Fahad, and Jazakallahu khair, everybody, for attending. Let's meet back here in 15 minutes, inshallah, for Maghrib. You can check out the canteen in the back, still have some burgers, pizza, and boba tea left, inshallah. And let's be back here by 8:15, inshallah. Jazakallahu khair.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
استووا اعتدلوا الله أكبر الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين ألم تر كيف فعل ربك بأصحاب الفيل ألم يجعل كيدهم في تضليل وأرسل عليهم طيرا أبابيل ترميهم بحجارة من سجيل فجعلهم كعصف مأكول الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله الله أكبر الله أكبر الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين لإيلاف قريش إيلافهم رحلة الشتاء والصيف فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أطعمهم من جوع وآمنهم من خوف الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله أكبر. استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله الذي لا إله إلا هو. استغفر الله الذي لا إله إلا هو. We'd like to take an opportunity to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for allowing us to complete the second day of the 3-day workshop. And all of you who attended, brothers and sisters, and those who are online, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept your sacrifice and the time you've given. And may Allah Azza wa Jalla allow to make this event here to become a means of not only our guidance, but allow us to become a means of the guidance of thousands and thousands of others as well. Ameen. I also wanted to thank, and I want to request all of you to make a special dua for Ustad Fahad Tasleem, who's been with us here from Wednesday late night in Chicago, left his home Wednesday afternoon from home, and mashallah, he's been here for the past multiple days, and he's flying out tomorrow. Huge sacrifice, alhamdulillah, of him spending time here with us in our community, with our masjid and the seminary students. May Allah put immense barakah in everything he does, increase him in his ilm and his amal, and protect his 5 children as well, and make them a means, like he is becoming a means of guidance for thousands. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept his kids as well. Ameen Rabbil Alameen. We have tomorrow the last session from 10 a.m. till Dhuhr. I request everyone to please spread the word. Try your best to come. If you have not already purchased your Divine Reality copy, please do so. As was expected, he's not going to be able to cover the entire book in this 3-day workshop. So many parts of that are left out still. We'll cover some tomorrow, but you can follow online through his website, and you'll find details of that on the book too. Just you'll said Sapiens Institute. They've got detailed videos of the classes taught. They actually have got quizzes. You can enroll into a class. So I would highly suggest us to share this message, and if it was too much for us to digest over one weekend, you can on your own pace take those classes and get quizzed on it as well. So to ensure that you know the course material well. And then on the way out, as we've gotten nourishment for the soul, please nourish your stomach as well. We have chai tea burgers and chai tea, the bubble tea. So there's still whatever's left. We need to utilize that today, inshallah. I request you, inshallah, to purchase it for your family on your way out. This is a great way to, honor our families today. And we are one day away from Ashura. So Monday will be the 10th of Muharram. And there is the day which we fast, and the sins are forgiven for the past year. And Rasulullah also mentioned that he would add a fast a day before or a day after. So let's make niyyah to fast tomorrow and Monday, inshallah. We will make a light iftar arrangements here tomorrow evening, and also on Monday evening. And also the virtue is of spending on your family. So on Monday, especially on the day of Ashura, from Sunday night after Maghrib till Monday, we should take this opportunity to spend some money on our family, and with the niyyah of getting reward for the entire year, barakah in our sustenance for the entire year. So there are other virtues as well which we'll talk about tomorrow evening, inshallah. So again, the book is available outside, the Divine Reality book. You can get your copy of it, and we'll see you again all tomorrow at 10, inshallah. Jazakumullahu khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.